that's why I think we're just so far away from that. We are just, right now I think there are two really important angles. There is the origin of life, researchers faithfully working on it, trying to make those models, and then there are people on the creation side. Look, you can't make these molecules, you can't make cells that are true and all this other stuff. Gotcha. Yeah, and so and I find that really frustrating. Because actually, the origin of life researchers are all working in good faith, right? Yes. And so what I'm trying to do is give origin of life research a little bit more of an open context. One of the things I think is important. I really want to make life in my lifetime. I really want to prove that life is a general phenomenon, a bit like gravity in the universe, because I think that's going to be really important for humanity. Global psychological state is going forward.
That's beautifully put. One, it will help us understand ourselves. So that's useful for science. It gives us a kind of, if not awe at all the amount of out there life and understand how easy then that's just as good, not much better covering life on the planet. Yeah. It is cheaper. It's cheaper here. And probably much more because once you're able to create life, like you said, it's a search problem that there's probably a lot of different ways to do it. And once you find the first solution, you probably have all the right methodology for finding all kinds of solutions.
Yeah, and wouldn't it be great if we could find the solution? It's probably a bit late. I mean, I worry about climate change, but I'm not that worried about climate change. And I think one day you could think about, could we engineer a new type of life form that could basically, and I don't want to do this, I don't think we should do this necessarily, but it's a good thought experiment, that would perhaps take CO2 out of the atmosphere, or an intermediate life form. It's not quite a life. It's like an add-on.
Zoot, I have a serious question for you. One of the most serious questions that you've ever been asked. Can you hear me? Are you ready to lose your 11th straight game? Yes or no? Go. You think you got me this time? Lost 10 straight games to me.
Saturday over there?
Yep, 10:44 p.m.
Saturday night.
Zoot, are you ready? Saturday night, 10:44 p.m. Zoot, are you ready? You have an invitation, son. Big Dog, were you aware? You just came in here to ask me what time it was? Alright, well that's cool. Are you ready to lose your 11th straight game? Hit that tree. That's one of the best shots that we've ever seen in the history of mankind. In the history of humankind. Dude, that shot is in some trouble. Your shot is in some trouble, son. You will be fortunate to get it in 3 shots.
Well, I can get it in.
Zoot, good job, dude.
Okay.
Yes, you do.
And that was
It was a 9 out of 10.
Okay, cool.
Yo, pimp. It also was a 9 out of 10. Okay. Baby, I'm dirty. I'm dirty. I know. I'm fucking amazing, though. I want that 11th win, son. That's not good. Okay. Thanks for the update. Dude, what are your thoughts on what I just did to your shot? All right. Well, do you think you're going to be able to make it in 2 shots like I just did? Or what? One shot, 3 shots? Yeah, you're right. Oh, no way, Zoot. No way. Nice shot, dude. That was beautiful. That was beautiful. Yes, I am. What are you going to do, son? Look how beautiful this shot is. Just spectacular. Phenomenal shot, Zoot. All right, Zoot, I'm going to go for the win. Zoot has a tough shot. Black shit. He left it short, folks. And with that, I'm guaranteed an 11th win. Unless, my internet cuts out or something. My phone dies. 11 wins, Zoot. We're going to have to interview you. Zoot, we're going to have to interview you after this one. We want to get in the mind. We want to get in the mind of someone who's. Okay, that was a good shot. Sounds like a plan, baby. That was good. All right. All right. All right. All right. Just one moment. I'm going to take a whiz. So I'll be back. 1 minute. Don't leave. Stretch your hands. Whatever you need. All right, Zoot. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Now I want you to know that after you lose this game, the people want a good interview. You've lost 11 straight games, dude. I hope you have to go first. I hope you have to go first. Go. Dude, if you have to go first, oh, you got fortunate.
Play one hole. No, I wouldn't play it.
If I could delete one hole, I don't know which one it would be. That's a good question.
I'll delay them.
Okay.
How long left?
All right.
You don't agree.
I like them. All right.
You had the
Oh, yeah. There were a bunch of them.
No.
Oh, Zoot. Zoot, now's your chance. Don't go in the water. Zoot, you had a chance. A very serious chance. Don't fuck this up, Zoot. Whatever you do, don't hit it too hard. You were fortunate to make that shot. Zoot, what are your thoughts on this shot? Water bump? Nope. Oh, Zoot. You might have a shot to make it. No fucking way, dude. Zoot, I have to shut you off. Are you fucking serious? Zoot, biggest shot of your life. Oh, Zoot. Zoot, are you ready for that interview, son? Zoot, are you ready? The people demand an interview from you. What is it like to lose 12 straight games? Zoot, the people demand. Zoot, 12 straight games. All right, cool. Zoot, you know that we haven't even tied any of these games? You've just straight up lost 11 straight games. Zoot, I didn't miss. I fucking made it. Like a pimp. I'm guaranteed. I'm Zoot, I'm guaranteed 12 straight wins. Zoot, what the fuck was that shot? Zoot, you don't want to play this game with me. You want to score. Um, maybe Amaranth? Katie Kirk was in one of my streams. The real Katie Kirk on Instagram like 3 years ago. Oh, she's like a big time news anchor. She like did the national news in the United States. She also did the Today Show. She's like almost as big as Oprah. She did the Today Show for many years. Yeah, you would have if you were around in the 90s. Zoot. Zoot, you ready for this interview, son? Zoot, here we go. You ready? Here I am on the green of hole 5, having witnessed a straight dozen losses by Zoot. Zoot, what are your thoughts on playing not just badly, but absolute dog shit for at least 12 straight games? That's an honest answer. Back to you. I'm not gonna tell you what I really want. You know what I really want? A baker's dozen. Dog. You're all right. All right. Dog. You want me to get Riser in here? Maybe you should stop playing like absolute dog shit, and then I'll get Riser in here. He's been in here as long as you've been in here. He might be just chilling. Zoot, all I know is that you lost 12 straight games. You want to make it 13 right now? You want to make it 13? All right, big dog. Fuck yeah. Whooping his ass. Like a pimp.
And we're going to work on and using different. What worries me is that biology had a few million years to find this not brilliant harmony. Biology wasn't thinking about our biology. But I think if we can do, as you say, make life in the lab, suddenly we don't need to go to everywhere conclusively. I make life in the lab. Look at the extent of life in the solar system. How far did Earth life get? Probably will Martian. Probably life got going on Mars, the chemistry on Mars seeded Earth. That's might have been a legitimate way to kind of truncate the search space. But in the outer solar system, we have completely different life on the Celadus, on Europa, and Titan. And that would be a cool thing because.
Okay, wait a minute. Did you just say that you think, in terms of likelihood, life started on Mars, like statistically speaking, life started on Mars and to Earth?
It could be possible because life so Mars was habitable for the type of life that we have right now, type of chemistry before Earth. So it seems to me that Mars got searching, doing chemistry, like, and
it started way before.
Yeah, so they had a few replicators and other stuff, and if those replicators got ejected from Mars and landed on Earth, and Earth is like, I don't need to start again.
Right.
Thanks for that, and then it just carried on. So I'm not going. I think we will find evidence of life on Mars. Either life we put there by mistake, contamination, or actually life, the earliest remnants of life. And that would be really exciting. There's a really good reason to go there. But I think it's more unlikely because the gravitational situation shows that life in the outer solar system.
Yo, how you living, pimp? Kicking ass, taking names. What's good, the Texas man? Yeah, you're like the loudest person I've ever heard in here. How are you? I'm well. Your microphone it's like in your throat. You're so loud. How you living, pimp?
I'm doing great. How about you?
Kicking ass, taking names. What's good in your neck of the woods? Yeah, you do. Are you slinging dick like it's going out of style? All right. Well, other people can hear me. Well, we're just watching Lex Friedman. Feel free to watch.
Almost like every people on it. I think there are types of access.
Peace, dog. Enjoy.
I have to go to work early.
Take care, big dog. We'll see you. What a fucking microphone on that dude.
We found methane. We found evidence of life. We found whatever molecule marker, and start to then frame things a little bit more.
But it's those states.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, saying before, but there could be a before the dead. There could be other states that can conceive of.
Yeah, prebiotic, almost alive. You know, got the possibility to come alive. I think
there could be a post-technological, like whatever we think of as technology. There could be like pre-conscious, like where we all melded for intelligent consciousness. Some weird thing that naturally happens.
Over yeah. I mean, I think that
the metaverse. We join into the virtual metaverse and start creating kind of interesting idea, almost arbitrary number of copies of it much more quickly so it can mess with different ideas. But like I can create 1,000 copies of Lex, like every possible version of Lex, and then just be like, and then I just have them like argue with each other like until like basic ideas of people. So how could that possibly go wrong? But anyway, there's especially in this digital space where you can start exploring with AIs mixed in, you can start engineering arbitrary intelligence. You can start playing the space of ideas. You might move us into a world that's very different than a biological. Like still very much tied to our biology. Might move past that.
Oh, definitely. We definitely will.
But that could be another phase then.
Sure.
Because then.
But I did say technological. So I think I agree with you. I think so. You have let's get this right. So a dead world, no prospect of life. Prebiotic world, life emerging, living, technological. And the dead one, you probably won't be able to tell if the dead has been alive, and the dead one maybe got some artifacts, so maybe five, probably not more than five. And I think the technological one could have life on it still, but it might just exceed it. Because one way that life might survive on Earth is to work out how to deal with the real climate change that comes when the sun expands. It might be a way to survive that, yeah, I think that we need to start thinking statistically when it comes to looking for life in the universe.
Let me ask you, statistically, how many alien civilizations are out there in those 4 phases that you're about? When you look up the stars, you're sipping on some wine and talking to other people with British accents, something intelligent, intellectual, I'm sure. Do you think there's a lot of alien civilizations looking back at us, wondering things?
My romantic view of the universe is really taking loans from my logical self. But what I'm saying is I have no idea. But having said that, there is no reason to suppose that life is as hard as we first thought it was. And so if we take Earth as a marker, and if I think that life is a much more general phenomenon than biology, then I think the universe. And the reason for the Fermi paradox is that they're not out there, it's just we can't interact with the other planets because they're so different. And I'm not saying that they're necessarily like as depicted in Arrival or other, I'm just saying that perhaps there are very few universal facts in the universe, and maybe it is not quite our technology is quite divergent. And so I think that it's very hard to know how we're going to interact with alien life.
You think there's a lot of kinds of life that's possible? I guess that was the intuition.
Yeah.
Provided that the way biology itself, but even this particular kind of biology we have on Earth, is something that is just one sample of nearly a number of other possible complex, autonomous, self-replicating types of things that could be possible. So we're almost unable to see the alternative versions of us. I mean, we'll still be able to detect them, still be able to interact with them, still be able to, like, which exactly is lost in translation? Why can't we see them? Why can't we talk to them? Because I too have a sense that you put it with poetically, but it seems both statistically and sort of romantically feels like the universe should be more like super intelligent life. And I sit there, the Fermi paradox it felt very distinctly by me when I look up at the stars. Like, it's the same way I feel when I'm driving to New Jersey with Bruce Springsteen and feel quite sad. He talks about pulling off to the side of the road, so weeping a little bit. I'm almost like wondering, like, hey, why aren't you talking to us? It feels lonely. It feels lonely because they're out there.
I think that there are a number of answers to that. I think the Fermi paradox is perhaps based on the assumption that if life did emerge in the universe, it would be similar to our life, and there's only one solution. And I think that what we've got to start to do is go out and look for detection rather than an evolution detection, rather than life detection. And I think that once we start to do that, we might start to see really interesting things. And we haven't been doing this very long. And we are living in an expanding universe. That makes the problem a little bit harder.
Everybody's overspeaking.
But I'm very optimistic that we will. Well, I don't know. There are two movies that came out in the same within 6 months of one another: Ad Astra and Cosmos. Ad Astra, the very expensive blockbuster, with Brad Pitt and saying there is no life, but it's life on Earth is more precious than Cosmos. The UK production, basically, aliens came and visited Earth one day, and they were discovered in the UK. Right, it was quite. It's a fun film. But I really love those two films, and and at the same time, those films at the time those films were coming out, I was working on a paper, um, a life protection paper, and I found it was so hard to publish this paper, and it was almost I got so depressed trying to get this science out there that I felt depression of the film in Ad Astra, like life is no life elsewhere in the universe, but I'm incredibly optimistic that I think we'll find life. There's firm evidence of life, and it will have to start on Earth, making life on Earth surprising. We have to surprise ourselves with biological life on Earth. And then people say, well, you made this life on Earth, therefore you're part of the causal chain. That might be true.
39 seconds ago.
Son? Very little praying, watching life on Earth. I think there will be even to persuade even the hardest critics that it's now, with regards to the Fermi paradox, I think that we might catch that with the JWST. Basically, if I recall correctly, the mirror is about 10 times the size of the Hubble. That we're going to be able to do spectroscopy, look at colors of exoplanets, I think. Not brilliantly, we'll be able to start to classify them, and we'll start to get a real deep feel for what's going on in the universe on exoplanets. It's only in the last few decades, I think, even last decade, that we even came to recognize that exoplanets even are common. And I think that gives us a lot of optimism that life is going to be out there. But I think we have to start framing, we have to start preparing the fact that biology is only one solution. I can tell you with confidence that biology on Earth does not exist anywhere else in the universe. We are absolutely unique.
Well, okay, I love the confidence, but where does that confidence come from? Chemistry. How many options does chemistry really have?
Many. That's the point. The thing is, where the origin of life scam comes in, is that people don't count the numbers. So if biology, as you find on Earth, is common everywhere, then there's something really weird going on. So basically, written in the quantum mechanics, these bonds must form over these bonds, and this catalyst must form over this catalyst, when they're all quite equal. But life is contingent. The origin of life on Earth is contingent upon the chemistry available at the origin of life on Earth. So that means if we want to find other other Earth-like worlds, we look for the same kind of rocky world. We might look at the same zone as Earth, and we might expect reasonably to find biological-like stuff going on. That would be a reasonable hypothesis, but it won't be the same. It can't be. It's like saying, I don't believe in magic. That's why I'm sure. I just don't believe in magic. I believe in statistics, and I can do experiments. And so we won't get exactly the same sequence of events. I'll get something different. And so there is TikTok elsewhere in the universe, but it's not the same as our TikTok, right? And that's what I mean.
Which aspect of it is?
Well, I just think so what is TikTok? TikTok is a social media where people upload videos, videos. So I guess there might be
humor, there's attention,
yeah,
ability to process, the ability for intelligent organisms to collaborate on ideas, find human ideas, make them viral. Humans fundamentally human experience.
And I think that that's a really interesting question we can ask. Is humor a fundamental thing in the universe? I think maybe it will be, right? In terms of, you think about in a game theoretic, humor, the emergence of humor serves as a role in our game engine. And so its selection is fundamental in the universe, and so is humor.
Well, I actually don't know exactly what humor serves. Maybe from a chemical perspective, like a catalyst for, I guess there's several. One is a catalyst for spreading ideas on the internet. That's modern humor. But humor is also to deal with the difficulty of life. It's a kind of valve, relief valve for suffering. Like, throughout human history, life is hard. For the people that I've known in my life, really difficult things, humor is part of how to do that. Yeah. Because you start humor. Yeah, I don't know exactly what's the more mathematical general way of formulating what the hell the humor doesn't serve, but I still kind of joking, but it's a counterintuitive idea to think that life elsewhere in the universe is very different than life on Earth, and also like each instantiation of life is likely very different from each other. Yes. Like maybe there's clusters of similar like life, but it's much more likely. You're saying to me it's a kind of novel thought. I'm not sure. You're saying that there's it's more common to be a weird outcast in the full spectrum of life than it is to be cluster creation of kind of that results in complexity and almost a self-replicating how you define life is very different. I don't know. It feels like a selection is force in the universe. Won't selection result in a few pockets of interesting complexities? It, yeah, if we ran Earth again over and over and over, you're saying it's well, but it's not going to be elephants every time.
Yeah, I don't think, and I think that there will be similarities. I think we don't know enough about how selection is globally works. But it might be that the elephant, the emergence of elephants was wired into the history of Earth in some way, like the gravitational force, how evolution was going, with the Cambrian explosion, blah blah blah, the emergence of mammals. But I just don't know enough about the contingency, right, the variability. All I do know is you count the number of bits of information required to make an an elephant, and think about the whole chain that provides the lineage of elephants going all the way back to Luca. There's a huge scope for divergence.
Yeah, but like you said, chemistry and selection, the things that result in self-replicating chemistry and self-replicating organisms, those are extremely unlikely. You're saying, but once they're successful, they multiply. I just it might be a tiny subset of all things that are possible in the universe, chemically speaking. It might be a very tiny subset that's actually successful in creating or an elephant like or slash human.
Well, there's two different questions. The first one, if we were to reset Earth, start again.
Different phase of starting.
Yeah, if we restart Earth and start again, so we go back to the beginning and do the experiment on a number of Earths, how similar would biology be? I would say that there would be broad similarities, but the emergence of mammals is not a given unless we're going to throw an asteroid at each planet each time and try and faithfully reproduce what happened. But then there's the other thing about when you go to another Earth-like planet elsewhere, maybe there's a different ratio of particular elements. Maybe there's the bombardment at the beginning of the planet quicker or longer than Earth, and I just don't have enough information. What I do know is that the complexity of the story of life on Earth gives us lots of scope for variation, and I just don't think it's a reasonable mathematical think that the life on Earth that happened again would be stable.
Okay, but you also then that say that we might, as an explanation for the Fermi paradox, that that means we're not able to interact with them, or that means that's an explanation for why we haven't at scale heard from aliens.
But right now,
that are different than us.
we've only been looking for say 70, 80 years. So I think that the reason we have not found aliens yet is that we haven't worked out what life is.
No, but the aliens have worked that out, surely. I mean, statistically speaking, there must be a large number of aliens that are way ahead of us. The life question, unless there's something about the stage of intellectual that often quickly results in stuff like that. There's something in the process that eventually, I don't know, crystallizes, stops. Like it, why aren't they contacting? That's where
Maybe they have. Maybe I had to coherent answer. Others say that if there are other aliens out there, they're far more advanced, they might be in contact with each other, and they might also, we might be at a point where what I'm saying quite critically is it takes two to talk, right? The aliens might be there, but if we don't have the ability to recognize them, then the aliens aren't going to want to talk about them. And I think that's a critical point, and probably if that's a filter, there needs to be an ability for one to communicate with the other, and we know what it is to do that. We haven't qualified to even join their club to have a talk.
Well, I think they still want how to talk, right? But my worry is that, or I think they would just how to talk when you do when you need it. Like when you even, I was gonna say child, the human species. I mean, like, and you want to try to communicate with them with whatever device you can, given what it is. Like, I worry mostly about the humans finding the right tool.
No, I'm going to push back on this quite significantly. I would say, because we don't understand what life is, because we don't understand how life emerged in the universe, we don't understand the physics that gave rise to life yet. And therefore, our fundamental description, I'm way out of my pay grade, even further but I'll say it anyway.
I don't get paid money anyway, so as you said earlier.
So I would say that because we don't understand the universe yet, we do not understand how the universe spat out life, and we don't know what life is. And I think that until we understand that, it is going to limit our ability to even. We don't qualify to talk to the aliens. So I'm going to say that they might be there, but I'm not going to say that I believe in intellectual aliens being present.
But I think you're just being critical, like we don't qualify. I think the fact that we don't qualify. We're interested in our industry.
No, I'm saying that because we don't understand causal chains, the way that information is propagated in the universe, we don't understand what replication is, we don't understand how life emerged. I think that we not recognize aliens, and if someone doesn't recognize you, you go and talk to it. You don't go and talk to the ant. You don't go and talk to birds, or maybe some birds you do, right? Because you can. There's enough cognition, and because we don't have enough our cognitive abilities are not yet where they need to be, we probably haven't been communicating with them.
So you don't agree with the dating strategy of playing hard to get? Just us humans to attract us.
Within a species, that's fine, but I think we don't have the abstraction. No, I think in this conversation, you helped me crystallize something that I think has been troubling me for a long time with the Fermi paradox. I'm pretty sure a reasonable avenue is to say that you would not go and talk to your cat about calculus, right? Sure, but I'm not talking about petting a cat. The analogy is that the aliens are not going to talk to us because and I'm using calculus as an analogy for abstraction, because we lack the fundamental layer of understanding what life is and what the universe is in our reality. It would be so counterproductive interacting with intelligent alien species that it would cause more angst for the human race.
But they don't care. Okay, they got to be self-interested, so they don't care about is it interesting for them. Maybe surely there's a way at the cat analogy because even if we lack complete understanding, it must be a very frustrating experience for other kinds of intelligence to give with us. There must be a way to interact with us. Well, like perturb the system in interesting ways. See what interesting.
We might actually find the answer. I mean, again, out of my pay grade, in a simulation of Earth, or let's say a simulation, we allow an intelligent AI to emerge, right? And that AI, we then give it the objective, be curious, interact with other intelligent universe. And then we might find the parameters required for that AI to work up. And I think you'll find AI will other AIs that don't share the ability to abstract to the level of the AI. It's just a cat. And are you going to travel 20 light years to go and pet a cat?
So not because of the inability to do so, but because of like boredom. It's more interesting. It will start talking to. It will spend It will spend the majority of its time talking to other AI systems that can at least it's much more fun.
It's a bit like that plants aren't conscious the way we think, but we don't.
Like gardening, it's always going to be a weird
Gardening.
Okay, well, you're not romantic gardening and communication.
Yeah, you got me.
But there's ways. There's always going to be the people who are curious and good off with the chimps, right? There's always going to be intelligent people that the weirdo earth and try to. It's yeah. I think it's cool idea that you're expressing. I just have a maybe that there's always going to be a desire to interact with those that can't possibly understand the depth of what you understand.
So I'm with you. So I want to be as positive as you. The aliens exist. We will interact. Why we haven't yet, and also something to strive for to be able to do that. I mean, there is the other the universe is too big and life is rare, but I want to come up with an alternative explanation, reasonable and not being philosophically and scientifically thought out, which you can't actually communicate with the object, person, thing, competently, even though it's there, and there's no point yet.
Yeah, I disagree with that, but I'm totally aligned with your vision, which is like understand the origin of life. Like it will help us engineer life, engineer life to perhaps computer science simulation and explore all the life margin. That will allow us to. I think the fundamental reason we don't see overwhelming amounts of life is I actually believe aliens. Of course, these are all just kind of open-minded beliefs. It's difficult to know for sure about any of this, but I think there's a lot of aliens that are active communicating, and we're too dumb. We don't have the right tools.
That's what I'm saying.
No, but maybe I misinterpreted you. I interpreted you. They kind of tried a few times, and they're like, oh god.
No. What I'm saying is it goes two ways. Yeah, I agree with you. There could be information out there, but just in such a way that we don't understand it yet. Right? So, sorry if I didn't make that clear. I mean, it's not just. I don't think I think we qualify as soon as we decode their signal.
Right. They qualify. Got it. So you mean we're just not smart enough? So we're qualified. No. So we're not smart enough to machines get smarter. Yeah. There's a lot of people who believe. Let me get your opinion on this about UFO sightings. So the sightings of weird phenomena that what does UFO mean? It means the flying object, and it's not identified clearly at the time of sighting. That's what UFO means. So it could be a physics phenomena, it could be ball lightning, it could be all kinds of fascinating. I was always fascinated with ball lightning. Like the fact that there's physical phenomena in this world that are observable by the human eye. Of course, all phenomena generally are fascinating. That are because it's science fiction, it's the imagination of people. Doesn't mean that all is actually defined as extraterrestrial intelligence, object that's not of this particular world. There's a chance that's especially the pilots.
So I agree with the chance. Was good science of good observation that we have to. I want to see if aliens this come to Earth. What I know about the universe is I think it's unlikely now that there are aliens us, but not impossible. I think the release of dramatization that's been happening politically, saying we're going to release all this information, classified information. I was kind of disappointed because it was just very poor material, and right now the ability to capture high resolution video, everybody is carrying around with an incredible video device now, and we haven't got telling data, and so that we're just seeing grainy pictures, a lot of hearsay, instrument kind of malfunctions and whatnot. And so I think on balance, I think it's extremely unlikely that something really interesting happening. And then also during the pandemic, right? We've locked down, we have our imaginations are, running riot. And I think that I don't think that the information out there are anything interesting on the UFO side. But what it has made me very interested about is how humanity is opening up its mind to ponder aliens and the mystery of our universe. And so I don't want to dissuade having those things. That's clearly correct. That's not right. That's not fair. What I would say is that I lack sufficient data, replicated observation, to make me go, oh, I'm going to take it seriously. But I'm really interested by the fact that there is this great deal of interest, and I think that it drives me to maybe want to make an artificial life more meaningful, and to help NASA and the Air Force and whoever go and look at things even more, because I think humanity wants to know what's out there and learning.
Yeah, but I see. I almost depending on the day, sometimes but one of the disappointing about the sighting, I still hold the belief that a non-zero number of them indication of something very interesting. So I don't side with people who say everything was like
Yeah, I agree with you. I just don't have enough data.
But the thing I want to push back on is the statement that everybody has a high camera. One of the things about the government release, but in general, the government having worked with people all over, is how incompetent we are. Like if you look at the response to the pandemic, how incompetent we are in the face of great challenges without great leadership. How incompetent we are in the face of great victories before us without great leadership. And I just think it's actually
Welcome.
there's a lot of high definition cameras, not enough
How you living, Pam?
capture the full richness out there. I don't think pocket is enough. I think that I don't think it allows for capture relatively rare human events. It's not that common.
Yo.
Right moment, right time.
I agree.
What's up, big dog? What did you see? Talk to me about it. You killed the alien? Okay, where is it?
So people, so there's this thing called
All right.
resistance, and for ages, alchemists really, kind of biased thing.
Is that know what Big Bear is? I do. It's like 4 hours east of me. All right, dog. You killed the alien? No, I'm watching it. All right, you asked nicely. You asked nicely. Yo, dog. All right, tell me all about the alien. I want to see the body. Take a picture of it and send it to me. All right, well, tell me all about it. I'm listening to you. It had 3 eyes. Dude, don't do that. That's not a good thing to say. Welcome. How are you guys? Excellent. How'd you find out about me? Okay, type. We're just listening to a friend tell us about some of their issues, and we're watching the Lex Friedman podcast talk about aliens. Excellent. How are you guys today? Excellent. Well, that's wonderful. Why, absolutely amazing. Uh, Apologies, I just cut out.
My best bud, Noodle. No, Noodle. Noodle.
Noodle.
Don't do anything to yourself.
Exactly.
I've done a lot of stuff. Like, grab a knife.
But, Texas man, aren't you a police officer or something?
Someone. Oh, nice. Oh, yeah. That's right. Well, it was not someone. It was an alien. An alien.
That's what I'm saying. Tell us all about it, dude. We want to hear.
My family.
Doug, what are you talking about?
Yeah, I killed my family
How'd you kill your family?
by grabbing my own service gun. Going to the bedroom. Shot my and my dad.
It,
My brothers.
this just happened tonight?
Yes,
Does anybody else know about this?
one person.
Okay, you should call the police and you should tell them about it.
Um,
I think it's a phenomenal idea. You need help, dude.
oh,
Yeah, you do.
so,
I mean, you literally took some people's lives yesterday. All right. Well, I mean, that's not a cool thing to do. Don't you think you might need some mental help? And then today you killed an alien?
I was in solitary fight.
Yeah, it sounds like that's a good place for you, perhaps, if you're having those kind of issues.
But you
Well, how'd you get out? Don't worry, you're not alone.
know,
So, all right, so you murdered like 5 people yesterday? You murdered 6 people yesterday? Are you telling the truth? Don't you think you're going to get in trouble for murder? All right, well, why don't you turn yourself in? Dog, it's not cool to joke like that. I mean, it's just a pretty. Thank you. The voice of reason.
I can, set up damn,
Dog, you're talking to us on the PlayStation 4. Why don't you take a picture of the alien that you killed and let us see it?
how would I do that? Oh, I might,
There you go. Yeah, show us what you're talking about.
there's literally no, yeah, there's Wi-Fi, there's, right. I'm gonna take this as a problem. I'm gonna go to the store, tell everyone what I did, go 911.
All right, that sounds like a good plan. But live stream it. You'll be a legend.
I'm like, why would I look like that? I don't know.
Doug, Doug, you'll be an icon. I want you to go get your phone if you have data, live stream, go to your neighbor and tell him what you did and live stream it. That's right. You dog. So why don't? Okay, do you have data on your phone? All right. Well, join the call with your data. Dog, look, I'm just telling you that you just sound like you're ta- you're you're just telling big old whopper of a story, and nobody's gonna believe you if you can't provide evidence.
All the right here, one bullet's coming, right?
Doug, just go to your next door neighbor and tell him what you did and live stream it. Look, all you have to do, it's almost midnight. You just go there, knock on their door and say, "Look, I'm really sorry to bother you. I'm live streaming this right now into a Discord, but I wanted to make you aware that I killed 6 people yesterday and I killed an alien today." And then just see what they say. Yeah, but see, you'll have it all live streamed, and so your actions will be recorded.
Why does it say AJ next time? Why does it say that in the
What's JJ Sex Dungeon?
no, no, I don't. No, but like, I don't think he knows. I mean, like, backing up my claims. Yeah, like I'm a man. Show thing. Talking about it like shows. Bitch, huh?
Yeah.
That's what I said. Pretty clear. Mm-hmm. Mm. So. Any video thing you see? Mm-hmm. 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 I told him, like, this is
Dude, I want to see this alien. If you killed an alien, the least you can do is get off your PlayStation 2 and take a picture of it.
damn that I live in. Bro, no, you didn't, bro. Yeah. I have to kill myself. Also, bro, if you did it, bro, DM me this shit. Show me, bro. Yeah, house tour. House tour. House tour time. Shut up.
You've just been like sitting in a house with 6 decomposing people for the last 24 hours?
No. I mean,
I thought you killed him yesterday.
they almost fine.
Dude.
Yeah, it's pretty cold. No. So show me the goddamn bodies of your dead ass, bro. The Texas man. Don't mess with Texas. Wario. I'm just Texas man live. Now, shit. Fuck you, bitch.
Hilarious.
You went to school, huh? No, I did not go to school. I went to
The Texas man, aren't you a police officer?
how did you know about that?
Dog, because I remember you telling your stories before. Dog, because I remember your other story, you chased an alien into a tree. I remember this distinctly. Not many people come in here and tell me that they're in Big Bear chasing aliens up trees. Like, I remember it. Yeah. Which is near Texas. That's fine. Look, all I know is that they have cameras in Big Bear, and you can use one of those to take a picture of either A, one body that you killed within the last 72 hours, or B, an alien. One or the other. I mean, of anything. All right, well.
About it. About it, right? That's a. Or being a bitch about it. Yeah. What are you? Cam up or gonna do that? No, I keep it low to the ground. Yeah. Yep. Also good my own mother. Back in 95.
Doug, I thought she got you out of the loony bin, like, not, like, post 95. Doug, you said that they put you in some lockup, and she got you out.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, didn't that happen?
Says you got a wife, is that true? So, you did this with a happy wife? Would I kill my wife? No. No, you decided to kill your family when you have a happy life and a happy wife? I guess so. Why? Make some really bad decisions. What were those decisions? Why are you making that voice? That's just how I talk. Your voice is weird. Now, can you tell me you're adding a deep voice? Yeah, bro. So why did you do that? What did you do? Oh my god. I'm done. I'm getting off. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow.
Excellent.
There is no tomorrow, nigga. You just said the police are coming in 15 minutes. Well, my phone call.
Oh, you're gonna use your one phone call to call into Discord? Hey, dude, that is the highest of privileges. Doug, Doug, just quit, dude, just quit wasting our time and just go, just leave, just leave. You're wasting our time. You are such a cock tease, Doug. You are the ultimate cock tease. You talked about a dead alien, 6 dead family members. You're gonna commit suicide, and the cops are coming in 15 minutes, and you haven't done any of this shit. You are a cock tease, dog. You just blue balled us all. Dog, at least give us something. Show us the picture of the alien. Hey, the Texas man. The Texas man, do you know about Shadow, the eagle at the top of Big Bear? Oh, I thought you were a police officer. Don't you have to go outside to do that? Doug, get out of here. You don't make any sense. Doug, you don't make any sense. Get the fuck out of here. Okay. Well, I'm going back to watching this. Your story sucks dick.
Sure. I'm a chemist. So why not? And I do hope that we are going to discover more anomalies. And remember, that the solar system isn't just static in space, it's the universe. More and more chance. Not what with Abbey Loeb, but he's generating all sorts of kind of um, occult, I would say, with it. But but I'm not against him. I think there is a finite chance that there are aliens in the universe and we're going to happen upon them because we're moving through the universe.
Nature of the following that I love has
He's doubling down more and more and say there are aliens, interdimensional aliens, and everything else, right? He's gone from space junk accelerating out of interdimensional stuff in a very short space of time. He's obviously bored. Or he wants to tap into the psyche and understand. He's basically kind of trying to interact with society with his peers to say, stop saying it's not possible. And which I agree with, we shouldn't do that. But we should frame it statistically in the same way we should frame everything as good scientists, statistically.
Yeah, good scientists recently. Idea of scientists, I take quite skeptically. Into a lot of scientists tell me about what is science.
It makes me sad because you can interview what I would a lot of really good scientists.
No, that's true. But that's exactly right. Most of the people I talk to are incredible human beings. Humility that's required. Science is not. Science cannot be done.
Sure, I agree. I mean,
authority, like he does not give you authority. A lifelong pursuit of a particular task does not give you authority. You're just as lost, includes everybody else. If you're more curious and more stubborn, so that's a nice quality to have. But overall, using science often, as you know, have become a catalyst missing new ideas, out of the box ideas, wild ideas, all that kind of stuff.
Well, yes and no. I think that I like to. Some people find me extremely annoying. I'm basically I'm quite rude and disruptive, not in a rude, not to say they're ugly or stupid or anything like that. I just say you're wrong, or why do you think this? And something that I got given by society when I was very young, I was in the learning difficulties class at school, is I was stupid, and so I know I'm stupid, but I always wanted to be smart, right? I remember going to school going, maybe today they're going to tell me I'm not stupid as I was yesterday, and it was always disappointed, always. But when I went into academia and everyone said you're wrong, I was like, thank you.
Yeah.
Because it allowed me to walk through the wall. So I think that people like to always imagine science as they're like living in a Japanese house, the paper wall. Everyone sits in their room, and I annoy people because I walk straight through the wall. Not because why should I be a chemist and not a mathematician? Why should I be a mathematician, not a computer scientist? Because if the problem requires us to walk through those, but I like walking through the wall. Then I have to put up. I have to do good science. I have to win the people in those rooms across by good science, by taking their criticisms and addressing them head on. And I think we must do that. And I think that I try and do that in my own way. And I kind of love walking through the wall. And it gives me, it's difficult for me personally. It's quite painful. But it always leads to a deeper understanding of the people I'm with, particularly, the arguments I have with all sorts of interesting minds, because I want to solve the problem, or I want to understand more about why I exist. That's it, really. And I think we have to not dismiss science on that basis. I think we can work with science.
No, science is beautiful, but humans, egos, all those kinds of things can sometimes use good things like social justice, like all ideas we're all aspire to use these beautiful ideas to manipulate people, all those kinds of things.
Sure.
And that's assholes in every space, walk of life, including science.
Yeah.
And those are no good. But yes, right. The scientific method be quite useful. That said, difficult question, a difficult explanation for rare phenomena. You have to walk cautiously because the scientific method only don't understand them, and it's rare. You can replicate it. It doesn't quite apply.
Yeah. I agree with you. The challenge is to not dismiss the anomaly because you can't replicate it. I mean, we can talk about this. This is something I realized when we were developing assembly theory. People thinking that the track they're on is so dogmatic, but there is this thing that they see but they don't see, and it takes a bit of time. You have to keep reframing it. And my approach is, why can't this be right? Why must we accept that RNA is the only way into life? I mean, you said that does RNA have a special class of information that's encoded in the universe? No, of course it doesn't, right? RNA is not a special molecule in the space of all the other molecules.
But it's so elegant, simple, and it works so well for the evolutionary process that we kind of use that as a explain that there must be the only way to have life.
Sure.
But you mentioned assembly theory. So first, let me pause. Bathroom break.
Yeah, take 2 minutes.
We took a quick break, and offline, you mentioned to me that you have a lab in your home, and then I said that you're basically Rick from Rick and Morty, which is something I've been thinking this whole conversation. And then you say that there's a glowing pickle that you use something involving cold plasma, I believe. I don't know, but can you explain the glowing pickle situation? And is there arbitrarily many versions of the alternate dimension that you're aware of?
I tried to make an electrochemical memory at home. using a pickle, the only way I could get any traction with it was actually by plugging it into a very high voltage alternating current, putting in electrodes. But my kids weren't impressed. They're not impressed with anything any experiments I do at home. I think it's quite funny.
But you connected the pickles electrode and
240 volts AC.
Yeah.
And then had a couple of electrodes on. So what happens with the pickle? This is a classic thing you do. I mean, I should prank you. You plug pickle into the mains and just leave it run away and leave it. What happens is that it starts to decompose. It heats up and then explodes because water turns to steam and violently explodes. But I wondered if I could cause the sodium potassium ions in the pickle to migrate it, being in a jar, right? In a brine. That was not my best experiment. I think far better experiments if I was at home.
At that time it was a failed experiment, but you never know. It could every experiment is a successful experiment if you stick with it long enough.
I mean, I got kicked out of my own lab by my research team many years ago for good reason. I mean, my team was brilliant, and I used to go to break things. So what I do at home is have a kind of electronics workshop, and I prototype experiments there. I try and suggest what seems sometimes maybe we can try this thing, and they would say, "Oh, that's not going to work because of this." And I would say, "Aha, actually I've tried. Here's some code. Here's some hardware. Here we go." So I'm doing that less and less now as I get a bit busy, but that's quite fun because they feel that we're in the experiment together.
You do, in fact, brilliantly, just like connect chemistry computation. In chemistry, we don't need of chemistry modeling in chemistry in the physical space as well as in the digital space, which is fascinating. We'll talk about that. First, you mentioned assembly theories. They come theory and big ideas. I would say revolutionary ideas. The intersection between mathematics and philosophy. What is assembly theory? And generally speaking, how would you recognize life without it?
So assembly theory is a theory goes back a few years now. My struggle for maybe almost 10 years when I was going to Origin of Life conferences and Artificial Life conferences, where I thought that everybody's dancing around the problem of what life is and what it does. But I'll tell you about what assembly theory is because I think it's easier. So assembly theory literally says if you take an object, any given object, and you're able to break that object into parts very gently. Maybe, let's say, take a piece of very intricate Chinese porcelain, tap it, the hammer, the nail, and it will fragment it. And if that object is able to fragment into, you count those parts, the different parts, they're unsymmetrical. Assembly theory says the larger the number of parts, unsymmetrical parts that object has, the more likely it is that object has been created by an evolutionary or information process, especially if that object is not one-off. And that's really important. So because what I'm literally saying about the abundance, if you have a one-off object, you break it into parts, and it has lots of parts, say, well, that could be incredibly intricate and complex. It could be random. And I was troubled with this for years because I saw in reality that assembly really works. When I talked to very good computational complexity computation-based algorithmic complexity, they said, you haven't really done this properly, you haven't thought about it. Like, this is a random problem. And so I kept looking this up because I invented assembly theory in chemistry with molecules. So the thought experiment was, how complex does the molecule need to be? I find it that it couldn't possibly have risen by chance probabilistically. And if I found this molecule able to detect it in enough quantities and say an object like a mass spectrometer, typically in a mass spectrometer you spray the molecule in such a field, you probably have to have on the order of 10,000 identical molecules to get signals. 10,000 identical molecules that are complex. What's the chance of let's take a molecule like strychnine, or yes, the strychnine is a good one to actually take. Or Viagra, molecule. I made jokes about Viagra molecule, and one of my friends said, "Yeah, if we find Viagra on Mars, if we take the quantity, we know something is up." But anyway, it's a complex molecule. What you do is you take this molecule in the mass spectrometer, you hit it with some electrons or an electric field that creates a spark. And if larger the number of different parts, you know when it starts to get to a threshold, my idea was that molecule could not be created by chance, probabilistic. So that was where assembly theory was born in an experiment, in a mass spec experiment. I was thinking about this. NASA sends mass spectrometers to Mars, to Titan, is going to send them to Europa. It's going to be a nuclear-powered mass spectrometer. I mean, this is the coolest experiment ever. Not only sending a drone that's going to fly around Titan, it's going to be powered by a nuclear slug, a battery, and it's going to have a mass spectrometer on it.
Is this already launched?
No, it's Dragonfly, and it's going to be launched in a few years. I think it got pushed a year because of the pandemic. So I think it's 3 or 4 years.
Dragonfly is going to fly the Titan and collect the data about the composition of
yeah, I'm trying to convince NASA. I don't know if I'll be able to Dragonfly. They should apply this approach. They'll get data, and depending on how good their mass spectrometer is. But I had this thought experiment anyway, and I did this thought experiment, and it didn't work. I turned the thought experiment into an algorithm. The assembly theory, if I take, let's just make it generic, let's just take the word abracadabra. If you find the word, if you have a book with words in it, find abracadabra. That book was written by, in a random way, set of in a room, typewriters, and you find one off abracadabra, no big deal, but you find lots of recurrences of abracadabra. That means something weird is going on. So let's think about the assembly number of abracadabra. So abracadabra has a number of letters. Break it down. Letters. But when you actually reassemble abracadabra, the minimum number of ways organizing those letters, A and B, okay, and keep going up. There's just you can cut abracadabra up into parts, put it together again in 7 steps. What does that mean? That means you basically you're allowed to make a chain. That's the memory of the universe, the process to make abracadabra. And because that quick chain, you can then get to abracadabra quicker letters, having to press the button in 7. So if you take that to a molecule and you cut the molecule up apart, and you can, on the causal chain, you basically start with the atom, and then you randomly add on those parts to make the A, make the B, and keep going all the way down. I found that literally assembly theory allows me to say how compressed the molecule is. So when there's some information in there. And I realized assembly theory isn't just confined to molecular space. It's confined to anything. But let me finish the molecular argument. What I did is I had this theory. One of my students wrote an algorithm. We basically took 20 million molecules in the database, calculate their assembly number, and that's the index. Basically, if I take a molecule, cut it up into bonds, what is the minimum number of steps I need to take to reform that molecule from atom?
So reusability of previously formed things somehow fundamentally.
Exactly. So it's like a memory in the universe, right? I'm making lots of leaps here, kind of weird. Saying, right, there's a process that can form the A and the B and the C, let's say, and then because we've formed A and B before, we can use A and B again with no extra cost except 1 unit. So that's kind of what the chain of events.
And that's how you think about memory here when you say the universe. You talk about the universe, or life is the universe creating memory.
Exactly. So we went through chemical space, looked at the assembly numbers, we were able to classify it. But okay, let's test it. Let's go. So we're able to take a whole bunch of molecules, and assign an assembly index to them. Okay, and it's just as a function of the number of bonds in the molecule, how much symmetry. Literally, assembly theory is a measure of how little symmetry the molecule has. So, the more asymmetry, the more information, the more weird it is, like a Jackson Pollock subscription. So I then went and did a load of experiments. I basically those molecules. I cut them up in the mass spec and measured the number of peaks without any knowledge of the molecule. And we found the assembly number, there was almost not quite a one-to-one correlation, but almost, because not all bonds are equal, they have different energy. I then did this using two other spectroscopic techniques, NMR, nuclear magnetic resonance, which uses radio frequency to basically jangle molecules to get a signature. I also used infrared. And infrared and NMR almost gave us a one-to-one correlation. What am I saying? Saying by taking a molecule and doing either infrared or NMR or mass spec, I can work out how many parts there are in that molecule and then put it on a scale. And what we did, the next part of the work, is we took molecules randomly from the environment, from outer space, from around Earth, from the sea, from Antarctica, and from fossils and so on. And even NASA, because they didn't believe us, blinded samples. And then we found all samples came from biology. These molecules had a very high assembly number, above a threshold of about 15. So basically, all the stuff that came from the origin was no complexity. So we suddenly realized that on Earth there is a phenomena cannot produce molecules that need I realized that this is a way, the scale of light, scale of technology as well. And literally, you can go sniffing for molecules on Earth, on Ice, on Mars, and when you find the molecule in the mass spectrometer, you know pretty much for sure that it had to be produced by evolution. This allowed me to come up with a general definition of life based on assembly. If I find an object that has a large number of parts like Boeing 747, you know, any complex object, I can find it in a duct, cut it up. I can tell you whether that has been produced by an informational process or not. That's what assembly theory does. It goes a bit further. I then realized that this isn't just about life, it's about observation. So actually, think about what is called structure. So now I can look at objects in the universe, say right, I'm independent parts. That's the assembly number. I'll then look at how many on this actual way. So assembly is a complexity of object times the number of copy numbers of that object, the copy number normalized. I realized there's a new quantity in the universe. Entropy and assemblies.
Assembly, what you should think about that is how much because
Yes.
what the reason is like you play devil's advocate, so a nice first year signal for living organisms, like some kind of distant signal that there's a nice property, but it's not capturing something fundamental, or you something fundamental to life complex organisms.
I think really fundamental that life and complex organisms that causation. I think assembly tells you find objects, trajectories as well. Think about it, that in the fact there are objects in the universe on Earth, mind is weird. Think about it, just have a conventional explosion of stuff. The fact that not everything exists is really weird.
And then as I'm looking at water bottles, and the things that exist kind of are similar and multiply
Yeah.
in copies.
Yeah. I would say that assembly allows you to do something that's more mechanic, and people looking at entropy have got stuck with one. So I'm making it pretty bold. I mean, I'm writing a paper with Walker on this at the moment, and we're realizing we don't want to get ahead of ourselves because I think that there's lots of ways where this is, it's a really interesting idea. It works for molecules, and it appears to work for any objects produced by causation. So if you take a motor car, you can look at the assembly of the motor car, look at a book, look at the assembly of the book. Assembly theory tells you there's a way of compressing and reusing. And so when I talk to information theorists, they say, oh, this is just logical depth. Say it is like logical depth, but it's experimentally measurable. So it's a bit like Kolmogorov complexity, but it's computable. And okay, it's not infinitely computable. It gets NP hard very quickly, right? It's a very hard problem when you compute, but it's computable enough, you're contractible enough to be able to tell the difference between the molecule being formed by the random background and by causation. And I think that that's really interesting because until now, there's no way of measuring complexity objectively. Complexity is required algorithmic comparison and program, and human beings label things. Assembly is label free. Well, not entirely. We can talk about what that means.
Okay. My brain has been broken a couple times here.
Sorry, I explained it really badly.
No, it was very well explained. It was fascinating. My brain is broken into pieces, and I'm trying to assemble it. So NP hard. So when you have a molecule, you're trying to figure out, okay, if we were to reuse parts of the molecule, these parts can reuse. An optimization problem would be hard to figure out the minimum amount of components that will create this molecule. And it becomes difficult when you start to look at huge molecules, arbitrarily large.
Yeah.
I'm also like mapping, and I think about the complexity in general, like looking at the automata system and saying like, what measure of complexity or like arbitrarily.
I think it can. And I think that the question is, what's the benefit? Because there's plenty of, in computer science and mathematics, physics, people have been really serious studying complexity for a long time. And I think there's a really interesting problem where we cause grain. We lose information. And all assembly theory does, really, assembly theory just explains version. And so what assembly theory says, like, bring the atoms that interact, those replicators build one another. Assembly at the minimal level is evidence of replication and selection. And I think the more selective something is, the higher the assembly. So we're able to start to know how to look for selection in the universe. If you go to the moon, there's a very high assembly on the moon. That's artifacts we've left there. So again, let's go back to the sandbox. In assembly theory says, if all the sand grains stick together, that's infinite combinatorial explosion in the universe. That should be the default. But we don't have that. Now let's assemble sand grains together and do them in every possible way. So we have a series of minimal operations to sand together. Well, that doesn't exist either. Now, because we have specific memory, we say, well, we're going to put 3 sand grains in a line, or make a cross, or a triangle, or something unsymmetrical. Once we've made the triangle, the symmetrical thing, we remember that again on that causal chain. So what assembly theory allows you to do is go to the actual object who exists in time and space. And actually, the way you get there is by disassembling. So disassembly theory works by disassembling objects you have, understanding the steps to create them. And it works with map for molecules beautifully because you just break bonds.
But like you said, it's NP hard, very difficult. Problem to figure out how to break them apart.
For molecules, it's easy. If you keep low enough in molecular weight space, it's good enough. It's a complete theory. When we start to think about objects, we can start to think about things at different levels, different atoms. What do you assign as your atom? The molecule, the atom is reusable part, a rivet, the plastic or something. So you've got to be really careful. In a microprocessor, the atoms might be transistors, and so how the amount of assembly as function, you have to look at the atom level. What are your parts? Counting.
That's one of the things you get to choose. What is at what scale is there? What is the minimal thing? I mean, there's a huge amount of trade-offs in the approach it try to analyze. Like if you approach Earth, the alien civilization tries to study Earth, the atoms we're trying to complexity of life. Is it are humans the atoms?
I would say to start with, this one, I can say for sure, if there are molecules of sufficient complexity on Earth, then I know that life has made them. And you go further, you show technology. There are molecules that exist on Earth that are not possible even by biology. You needed technology and you needed microprocessors to get there. So that's really cool.
And then there's a correlation between the coolness of that and the assembly number, whatever the measure, called the measure.
Assembly index. So yes, there are three kind of fundamental kind of labels we have. So there's the quantity of assembly, and the assembly. If you have a box, let's just have a box. Have my box. We count the number of identical molecules, and then we chop each molecule up in its individual molecule bar and calculate the assembly number. So basically, you then have a function that sums over all the molecules of each assembly, and then you divide through to make it divide through by the number of molecules.
So that's the assembly in the box.
So that will tell you the amount of assembly in the box. So basically, the assembly equation we come up with is basically the sum of e to the power of the assembly index molecule I times the number of copies of the molecule I, and then you normalize all up and normalize. So some boxes are more assembled than others.
Yeah, that's what they tell me. So if you were to look at me as a box, I'm a box, my assembly my parts, in terms of like, how do you know what's my assembly?
So we'll talk about the molecule. So let's take a pile of sand, same weight as you, and I would take you and just cut up all the molecules. And the number of copies and assembly number. So in sand, let's say, it's probably going to nothing number 3, but there might be trillions of sand grains. In your body, there might be the assembly number is going to be higher, but there might not be quite as many copies. The molecular weight is higher. So
you want to average it out.
Can average it.
I'm not defined by the most impressive model.
No, you're an average in your volume. I mean, we're just working this out. But what's really cool is you're going to have a really high assembly. Sand will have a very low assembly. Your causal power is much higher. You get to make decisions. You're alive. You're firing. Assembly says something about causal power in the universe, and that's not supposed to exist because physicists don't accept that causation exists at the bottom.
So I understand at the chemical level why the assembly causation. Why is it causation? It's capturing the memory. That's like capturing memory, but there's not an action to it. So I'm trying to see how life.
But it's what life does. So I think we don't know.
So that's a good question. What is life versus what does life do?
Yeah, so that's the definition of life. The only definition we need, right, is basically that life is able to create objects in abundance that are so complex, the number is so high, they can't be formed in a random environment where there's just random interaction. So suddenly you can put life on a scale, and then life doesn't exist actually in that. It's just how evolved. And you as an object, because you have incredible power, could go and launch rockets, build cars, or create drugs, or so many things. You can build stuff, build more artifacts, so that you have had causal power, and that causal power was kind of a lineage. And I think that over time, I've been realizing that physics as a discipline has a number of problems associated with it. Me as a chemist, it's kind of interesting that assembly theory, and I'm really, I want to maintain some credibility in the size, but I have to push them because physics is a really good. It's reducing the number. Physics is about reducing the belief system. But they're down to some things in their belief system, which kind of really makes me kind of grumpy. Number one is requiring order at the beginning of the first magic. We don't need that. The second is the second law. You don't actually need that. And in a minute, I'll recover my career in a second. Although I think the only good thing about being the chair, I think there has to be an act of parliament to fire me.
Yeah. So you can always go with Twitter and protest.
And I think the third thing is that we've got the order at the beginning,
Second law.
the second law, and the fact that causation is emergent, right? Time is emergent.
All the Carol just turned off the program. I think he believes that version goes all causation.
That's clearly incorrect because we wouldn't exist otherwise. So time is confused about time is a real thing. Well, I mean, look, I'm very happy with the current description of the universe. I can go to the moon and I can understand the orbit of Mercury with relativity. And I can build transistors for quantum mechanics, right? And I can do all this stuff. Yeah. I'm not saying that physics is wrong. I'm saying if we say that time is fundamental, i.e. time is non-negotiable, global clock, I don't need to require that there's order being magically made in the past. Because that asymmetry is built into the way the universe is.
So time's fundamental. I mean, you've been referring to an interesting formulation that is memory.
Yeah.
So time is hard to put a finger on what the hell about. Well, direction, but memory, instruction. Have about these local pockets of complexity, these non-zero assembly index entities being constructed, and they remember. Never forget molecules.
But remember, the thing is, I invented assembly theory. I'll tell you I invented it. When I was a kid, the thing is, I keep making fun of myself for research, but I've only ever had one idea. I keep exploring that idea over the 40 years or so since I had that idea.
Aren't you the idea that the universe had? So very big hard. Anyway, go ahead. I'm sorry.
That's very poetic.
Yeah.
So I think I came up with assembly theory with the following idea. When I was a kid, I was obsessed about survival kits. What is the minimum stuff that I would need to basically replicate my reality? I love computers, and I love technology, or what technology has become. So I imagine I would have basically this really big trunk full of stuff. But well, can I delete some of that stuff out? Can I have a blueprint? And in the end, I kept making smaller. I got to maybe half a truck, suitcase. And I went, okay, well, screw it. I want to carry my entire technology in my pocket. How do I do it? And I'm not like in a short launcher, iPlayer. I came up with a matchbox survival kit. In that matchbox survival kit, I would have the minimum stuff that allowed me to interact with the environment, build my shelter, to build a fishing rod, to build a water purification system. And it's kind of like, so what did I use in my box to assemble in the environment? Assemble. And I realized I could make a causal chain in my survival kit. So I guess that's probably why I've been obsessed with assembly theory for so long. And I was just pre-configured to find it somewhere. And when I saw it in molecules, I realized that the structure, they emerges, and the physics kind of gets really stuck because they're saying that time, you go backwards in time. I mean, how do they let physicists get away with the notion to go back in time and see ourselves? I mean, that's clearly a very hard thing to let. Physicists would not let other science to get away with it. Let's
So first of all, to push back, to play devil's advocate, you are clearly married to the idea of memory. You see, again, from Rick and Morty, why you have the universe that is writing stories, memories, chemical compounds that are building on top of each other, and they find useful components that can be used. And the components create systems that themselves and then read all into something. But when you think of that as memory, it seems like quite sad. You can walk that back, but at the same time, it feels like that memory, you can walk in both directions on that memory in terms of time.
You could walk in both directions, but I don't think that makes any sense. The problem that I have with time being reversible is that I'm just I'm a dumb experimental chemist, right? So I love burning stuff, recording stuff. When I think of reversible phenomena, I imagine in my head, I have to actually manufacture time. I have to borrow time from the universe to do that. I can't. When anyone says, "Let's imagine we can go back in time," or reversibility, you can't do that. You can't step out of time. Time is negotiable. It's happening.
No, but see, you're assuming that time is fundamental, which most of us do go day to day, but it takes a leap of wild imagination that time is
So time is not emergent. Yeah, I mean, this is an argument I have, but I believe I can come up with an experiment
that proves that time cannot possibly be emergent.
An experiment that shows how assembly theory kind of is the way that the universe produces selection, and the selection gives rise to life, and also say, well, hang on, we could allow ourselves to have a theory that requires us to have these statements. Like we need to have order in the past, or we can use the past hypothesis as well. Okay, and we have to have an arrow of time. We have to require that entropy increases, and we have to say, and then we can say, look, the universe is completely closed, and there's no novelty, or that novelty is predetermined. What I'm saying is very, very important. That time is fundamental means, think about it, the universe becomes more and more novel. Each step, it generates more states. Next step, there was before. That means a bigger search. So what I'm saying is that the universe wasn't capable of consciousness at day one. Actually, we didn't have enough states. But today, the universe is it's like how.
All right, hold on a second. Now we've got some panpsychists too. Okay. No, this is brilliant. Sorry, I'm part of me, can't have a problem with this thing, but because you do a lot of brilliant stuff, and I'm trying to slow it down before my brain explodes. Because I want to break apart some things that you're saying. So novelty is increasing in the universe. The number of states is increasing. What do you mean by state?
So I think this has almost got everything right. I can't fault them at all. I just think there's a little bit of dogma. I'm just trying to play devil's advocate. I'm very happy to be entirely wrong on this, right? Not right on many things at all. Mm-hmm. But if I could make less assumptions about the universe with this, then potentially that's a more powerful way of looking at it.
If you think of time as fundamental,
yeah,
you can make less assumptions of all.
Exactly. But if time is fundamental, I don't need to add on a magical second law, because the second law comes out of the fact the universe is actually more states available. You might even be able to do weird things like dark energy in the universe might actually time, right?
Yeah, but you still have to explain why time is fundamental, because I can give you one explanation, but time is like just because it's simple doesn't mean it's okay. You still have to explain God and at the same time. Why is it fundamental?
So let's just say existence is null, which means time is null. So
but wait, you go from existence to
we exist, right? So let's just take be very.
We're yet to talk about what exists.
All right, let's all the way back. Yeah. Okay.
I think it's very poetic and beautiful what you're reading into this. I don't think this conversation about the assembly, which is fascinating, keep mentioning this on the index of the idea that I don't think connected to time.
Oh, I think it is deeply connected.
I
can't explain it.
So you don't think everything you said about assembly theory and assembly index can still be correct if time is emergent?
So, yeah, right now, assembly theory appears to work. I appear to be able to measure objects as much assembly in a mass spectrometer and look at their abundance, and all that's fine. Right? It's a nice, if nothing else, it's a nice way of looking at how molecules compress things. Now, am I saying that a time has to be fundamental, not emergent, for assembly theory to work? No. I think I'm saying the universe, it appears that the universe has many different ways of using time. You could have three different types of time. You could just have time that's, the way I would think of it, if you want to hold on to emergent time, I think that's fine. Let's do that for a second. Hold on to emergent time, and the universe is doing its thing. Then assembly time only exists when the universe starts to write memories through bonds. So let's just say there's rocks running around. There's when the bond happens, the collection starts. Suddenly, the universe is remembering causes in the past. Those structures have effects in the future. There's suddenly a new type of time emerges at that point. It has a direction. And I think Sean Carroll, that this might even turn the podcast back on and go, okay, I can deal with that, that's fine. But I'm just basically trying to condense the conversation and say, hey, let's have time fundamentals. See how that screws with people's lives.
Why you're triggering people by saying fundamental?
No.
We just say, let's say...
I'm walking through the wall. Why should I grow up in a world where time... I don't go back in time. I don't meet myself in the past. There are no aliens coming from the future, right?
But
it's just like...
No, but that's not... No. That's like saying we're talking about biology, like evolutionary psychology, saying, okay, let's just assume that clothing is fundamental. People wearing clothes is fundamental. Like, no, wait a minute. Okay. You can't, I think you're getting in a lot of trouble with assuming time is fundamental.
Why? Give me one reason why I'm getting into trouble with time being fundamental.
Because you might not understand the origin of memory. Like that, this memory, that could be a thing explaining the construction of higher complexity better than just saying it's search. Chemicals doing a search for reusable structures they can use as bricks to build a house.
Okay, so accept that. So let's go back a second. The kind of it is. I want to drop the time bomb this part because I think we can carry on discussing it for many days, many months. But I'm happy to accept that it might be wrong. What I would like to do is imagine a universe where time is fundamental, time is emergent, and ask. Let's just then talk about causation. Physicists require that causation. This is where I'm going to go. Causation emerges, and it doesn't exist at the micro scale. But that clearly is wrong, because if causation has to emerge at the macro scale, life cannot emerge. How does life emerge? Life requires molecules to bump into each other, produce replicators. Those replicators need to produce polymers. There needs to be cause and effect at the molecular level. There needs to be an agertic, non-agertic to an agertic transition at some point. And those replicators have material consequences in the universe. Just say, oh, you know what? I'm going to have a bunch of particles in a box. I'm going to think about it in a Newtonian way, in a quantum way, and I'll add on an arrow of time so I can label things. And causation happens magically there. Well, how? Explain causation. And they can't. The only way I can reconcile causation is having a fundamental time, because this allows me to have a deterministic universe. This creates novelty. And there's so many things to unpack here. But let's go back to the point. You said, can assembly theory work with emergent time? Sure, it can. but it doesn't give me a deep satisfaction about how causation and assembly gives rise to these objects that move through time and space. And again, what am I saying? To bring it back, I can say, without fear, take this water bottle, and look at this water bottle, and look at the features on this writing. You've got a load of them. I know that causal structures gave rise to. In fact, I'm not looking at just one water bottle here. I'm looking at every water bottle that's ever been conceived of by humanity. This here is a special object. In fact, Leibniz, Leibniz, at the same time as Newton, kind of got stuck. I think Leibniz actually invented the memory theory. He gave the soul that you see in objects wasn't the mystical soul. It is in fact, there's been a history of objects related, and without the object in the past, this object wouldn't exist. There is a lineage, and there is conserved structures, causal structures that have given rise to those.
Fair enough. And you're saying worldview time is fundamental.
And if Shakespeare's a page of it, right? But I think that
I just enjoy the fact that occasion.
I would say that Lee Smolin. I don't want to speak for Lee. I'm just speaking about this. I think Lee also is agreeing that time has to be fundamental, but I think he goes further. So even in space, I don't think you can go back to the same place in space. I've been to Austin a few times now. This is the third time I've been to Austin. Is Austin in the same place? No. Solar system is moving through space. I'm not back in the same space. Locally, I am. Every event in the universe
in space
at time
doesn't mean we can't go back, though. I mean, let's just, rest the conversation beautiful with a quote from the Rolling Stones that you can't always get one. Just one time to get fundamental. But if you try, you'll get which is the assembly theory. Okay, let me ask you continue about complexity. And to clarify the beautiful you're developing in visual both lab and theory. Enough just the ideas you're playing with in your head. So we're talking about it. Let's talk about complexity maybe in an admiring romantic way. How does complexity emerge? Why? How? Okay, the nice algorithm of assembly there.
I would say that the problem I have right now is, and you're right about time as well. The problem is I have this hammer called assembly, and everything is a nail. So now let's apply it to all things. We take the Bernard instability. Bernard instability is, for example, oil, picking up oil. Let's say a frying pan. In convection, you get honeycomb pan. Take the formation of snowflakes, right? Take the emergence of a tropical storm on Jupiter. When people say about complexity in general, what they're saying is, let's take this collection of objects that are correlated in some way and try and work out how many different parts, how this exists. So what people have been doing for a very long time is taking complexity and counting what they've lost, calculating the entropy. And the reason why I'm pushing very hard on assembly is entropy tells you how much you've lost. It doesn't tell you the microstates are gone. But if you embrace the bottom up with assembly, those states, you then understand the causal chain that gives rise to the inversion. What I think assembly will help us do is understand weak emergence at the very least, and maybe allow us to crack open complexity in a new way. And I've been fascinated with complexity theory for many years. I mean, as soon as I could, I learned of the Mandelbrot set, and I could write, just type it up on my computer, run it, and show it, and it kind of unfold. It was just this kind of mathematical reality that existed in front of me. I just found incredible. Then I realized that actually we were cheating. We're putting in the boundary, we're putting in information. So when people talk to me about the complexity of things, I say, but relative to what? How do you measure them? But my small attempt, naive attempt, because there's many greater minds than mine on the planet right now thinking about this properly, and you've had some of them on the podcast, right? That's absolutely fantastic. But I'm wondering if we might be able to reformat the way we would explore algorithmic complexity using assembly. What's the minimum number of constraints we need in our system for this to unfold? So whether it's like, if you take some particles and put them in a box, at a certain box size you get quasi-crystallinity, right? But that emergent magic, it must come from the boundary conditions you put in. What I'm saying is a lot of the complexity that we see is a direct read of the constraints we put in that we just don't understand. So as I said earlier, to the origin of life chemists, origin of life is a scam. I'd say lots of complexity calculation theories, a bit of a scam. Because we put the constraints in, but we don't count them correctly. I'm wondering if...
you're thinking, and sorry to drop this, as assembly theory, assembly index, where you count.
Yes, that's it. That's what it is. So assembly theory doesn't lower any complexity theory, but it allows us to go across domains, not to compare things. Compare the complexity of a molecule, microprocessor, of the text you're writing, of the music you may compose.
Tweeted, quote, assembly theory explains why Nietzsche understood it as limited freedom rather than radical. So we applied assembly theory to study automata in life and chemistry. You have to do it.
That gets free will and everything.
So let me say that again. Assembly theory explains why Nietzsche understood we had limited freedom rather than radical freedom. Limited freedom, I suppose, referring to the fact that there's constraint.
Yes.
Or what is radical freedom? What is freedom?
The Sartre was like belief in absolute freedom, and that he could do whatever he wanted in his imagination. And Nietzsche understood that his freedom is somewhat limited. And it kind of takes me back to the computer game that I played when I was 10. Dragon Slayer.
Okay.
Do you know Dragon Slayer?
I think I know Dragon Slayer, yeah.
Dragon Slayer, I knew I was in cons. Dragon Slayer, when you play the game, you were lucky that you grew up in a basically procedurally generated world.
That was RPG. No, it's like is it turn-based play?
It was a role-playing game with really good graphics. One of the first laser discs. When you actually flick the stick, it was like a graphical adventure game with animation. Yeah. And when I played this game, I really, you could get through the game in 12 minutes if you knew what you were doing, not making mistakes. Just play this, play this, play this. But that timing. And actually, it was a complete fraud because all the animation pre-recorded on the disc. Yeah. It's like Black Mirror, the first interactive, where they had all the, several million kind of permutations of the movie that you could select on Netflix. I've forgotten the name of it. And this was exactly that in the Laserdisc. You basically go left, go right, fight the ogre, play the dragon, and when you flick the joystick at the right time, it just goes to the next animation. Like, it's not really generating it. I played that game and I knew I was being had.
So, okay. But to you, Dragon Lair is the first time you realized that free will is.
Yeah.
And why does assembly theory give you hints about free will, whether it's or not?
Yes, so not entirely. I do think I have some will, and I think I am an agent, and I think I can interact, play around with the model I have of the cost functions, right? And I can hack my own cost functions, which means I have a little bit of free will. But as much as I want to do stuff in the universe, I don't think I can suddenly say, actually, because now I could try and do it, right? It's like I'm suddenly give up everything, become a rapper tomorrow, right? maybe I could try that, but I don't have sufficient agency to make that necessarily happen. I'm on a trajectory. When Dragon Slayer, I know that I have some trajectory that I can play with. Where Sartre really realised he thought that he had no assembly, no memory, and he could just cross and do everything. And Nietzsche said, okay, I realise I don't have full freedom, but I have some freedom. And the assembly theory basically says that. It says, if you have these constraints in your past, they limit what you are able to do in the future. You can do amazing things. Let's say I'm a poppy plant and I'm creating opiates. The opiates are really interesting molecules. Obviously great for medicine, great problem for society. But let's imagine we fast forward a billion years. What will the opioids look like in a billion years? Well, we can guess because we see how those proteins evolve. We can see how the secondary metabolites will change. But they can't go radical. They can't sort of become, I don't know, like a molecule that you find in an OLED display. They will have some. They will be limited by the causal chain that produces them. And that's what I'm getting at. Saying we are unpredictably unpredictable in the constraint trajectory we're on.
Yeah, so the predictably part is constraints of the trajectory, and the unpredictable part is the part that you haven't really clarified as the origin of the limit of freedom.
Yeah.
So you're just arguing, you're basically saying that radical freedom is possible. You're really operating in a world of constraints and are constrained by the memory of the trajectory of the chemistry, but you are, okay. But, even just, given everywhere you are in cage, if you move around in that cage a little bit,
I agree.
And so the question is, in assembly, about free will, where does the little bit of freedom come from? What is the I that can decide to be a rapper? Why? What is that? That's a cute trick we convince each other of. We can do fun tricks at parties, or is there something fundamental that allows us to be free?
I think that's the question that I want to answer. I know you want to answer it. And I think it's so profound. Let me have a go at it. I would say that I don't think the stance of Sam Harris, because I think Sam Harris, when he says the way he says it, is almost, it's really interesting. I'd love to talk to him about it. Sam Harris almost thinks himself out of existence, right? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, he has different views on consciousness, if you will. I think he saves himself with consciousness. He thinks himself out of existence.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, that's the point, right? So
he's a leaf floating on a river.
Yeah, I think that I'd love to ask him whether he really believes that, and then we could play some games.
Oh, yeah.
No, I then would say I'll get a game of cards with him, and I'll work out the conditions in which he says no, and then I'll get him in the conditions he says yes, and I'll trap him in his logical inconsistency that argument. Because at some point when he loses enough money, or he has the prospect of losing enough money, there's a way of basically mapping out a series of what will is about. Not to call it free will. What will is about is to have a series of decisions equally weighted in you, and those decisions aren't necessarily innovation. Decisions are a function of information mind you're in your simulation, and the way you've interacted in reality, and also other interactions you're having with other individuals happen to that. And I think that there's a little bit of delay time. I think what you're able to do is, well, I'm going to do the counterfactual. I've done all of them, and I'm going to go this way. And you probably don't know why. I think free will is actually very complex interaction between your unconscious, and your conscious brain. And I think the reason why we're arguing about it is so interesting in that some people outsource their free will to that unconscious brain. some people try and overthink the free will and the conscious brain. I would say that Sam Harris has realized his conscious brain doesn't have free will, but his unconscious brain does. That's my guess, right?
And can't have access to the conscious brain.
And that's kind of annoying.
So he's just going to meditation, come to acceptance of that fact.
Yeah, which is maybe okay. But I do think that I have the ability to make decisions. I like my decisions. In fact, there's an argument we have with some people that some days I feel I have no free will and it's just an illusion. And this is and it makes me more radical, that I get to explore more state space. I'm like, I'm going to try and affect the world now. I'm really going to ask the question that maybe I dare not ask or dare not, or do the thing I dare not do. And that allows me to kind of be normal.
It's funny that truly accept that there's no free will. That is a kind of radical freedom. It's funny that because the little bit of the illusion under that framework, you have the choices. If choice is just an illusion of psychology, do whatever the hell you want. That's very stupid. And I think, but because you don't accept, you think that there's a choice. Why you don't just do whatever the hell you want? Like you feel like there's some responsibility for making the wrong choice. Why you don't do it? But if you truly accept that it's already been made, you can go. I don't know what is the most radical thing. But I don't know what am I preventing myself that I would really want to do? Probably like humor stuff. Like I would love if I could like save a game, do the thing, and then reload it later, like do undo. Probably like super hilarious. That's super embarrassing, and then just go. It's basically fun. I would add more fun.
I sometimes do that. I sometimes I try and mess up my reality in unusual ways by just doing things. I'm bored, not expressing this very well. I think that it's a really interesting problem that perhaps the hard sciences don't really understand that they have a responsibility for, because the question about how life emerged, how intelligence emerged, free will, they're all ultimately boiling down to the same mechanics. I think my feeling is that they are the same problem again and again and again. The transition from a boring world to a world in which there is no selection. I wonder if free will has something to do with selection models, and also models you're generating in the brain, and also the amount of memory, your working memory, have available at any one time to generate counterfactual.
That's fascinating. So like the decision-making process, kind of selection, and that could be
absolutely
again another manifestation of selection mechanism that's pervasive in the universe. Okay, that's fascinating. Yeah, there's not some kind of fundamentalist thing or something like that. That is just yet another example. So.
Yeah. And in a universe that's intrinsically open, you want to do that because you generate novelty.
You mentioned something about cellular automata exists outside the human mind in our little offline conversation. Why is that an interesting question? So, cellular automata, complexity, what's the relationship mind and
infrastructure? So the CA, so when John von Neumann and Conway and Feynman were doing CAs, doing on paper.
Cellular automata.
Yeah, bring them on paper.
How awesome is that? They were doing cellular automata on paper.
Yeah.
And then they were doing a computer that takes like forever to print out anything and program.
Sure.
People are now with TikTok. Kids these days, TikTok, don't understand how amazing this play with cellular automata, arbitrarily changing the rules as you want initial conditions. These beautiful patterns emerge, fractals.
You just give me a brilliant idea. I wonder if there's a TikTok account putting out it isn't, we should make one.
100%. That will get.
Then we have millions of views. It'd be like
millions.
thing. So look, I kind of I love CAs.
Yeah. No,
we just have to make one. I actually a few years ago I made some robots that talk to each other, chemical robots that played the game of Hex, invented by John Nash, by doing chemistry, and they communicated by Twitter which experiments they were doing. They had a lookup table of experiments. Robot one said, "I'm doing experiment 10." The other robot went, "Okay, I'll do experiment 1 then."
And they can
Via Twitter, and then
publicly or
yeah.
Maybe quickly explain what the game is.
So it's basically a hexagonal board, and you try and basically you color each element on the board of each hexagon, and you try and get from one side to the other, and the other one tries to
how are they connected?
So what the robots
chemical.
Yeah, let's go back. So the two robots.
Yeah.
Each robot was doing dye. They're making RGB, red, green, blue, red, green, blue, red, green. And they could just choose from experiments to do red, green, blue. Initially I said to my group, we need to make 2 chemical robots that play chess. My group was like, too hard, no, go away. But anyways, we had the robot.
If people listening to this probably know that Lee Cronin is an amazing group of brilliant people. He's exceptionally well published, written a huge number of amazing things. Whenever calls himself stupid and is a sign of humility, and I deeply respect that and appreciate it. The people listening to this know this is world-class scientist. I really appreciate it. Anywho, talking about serious science, we're back to your group rejecting your idea of chemical robots playing chess by dyes. So you went to a game of Hex. Okay. So what else?
Steven did it brilliant. I think they still have PTSD doing it. Because the workshop, what I'd often do is I'd have about 60 people on my team, and occasionally before lockdown, I would say, "I'm a bit bored. We're gonna have a workshop on something. Who wants to come?" And then basically about 20 people turn up to my office. They were going to do this mad thing, and then it would just self-organize, and some of them would say, "No." You get left with the happy dog. Yeah. And what we did is we built this robot, and doing die chemistry is really easy. You can pick 2 molecules, react them to each color, and what palettes of different molecules react combinatorially and get different colors. You got 2 robots. But wouldn't it be cool if the robot basically shared the same list of reactions? And they said, and then you could do a kind of multi-core chemistry. Like you have 2 chemical reactions going on at once, and they could basically outsource the problem.
But they're sharing the same paper.
Exactly. So the robot one would say, I'm gonna do experiment 1, and the other robot says, I'll do experiment 100, and then they cross it off. But I wanted to make it
That's brilliant, by the way. That is genius.
Well, I wanted to make it groovier. And I said, look, let's have them competing to make. So they're playing a game of Hex. So when the robot does an experiment, and the more blue the die, the more it gets the higher chance it gets to move it once the Hex. So if it gets a red color, like it gets downweighted to the other robot. So what the robots could do is they play each of their moves, and because the fitness function or the optimization function was to make the color blue, they started reactions weren't on the list. They did this by not cleaning, because we made cleaning options. When one robot realized if it didn't clean its pipes, it could get blue more quickly, and the other robot realized that, so it was like getting dirty as well. And they
unintended consequences of intelligence. Okay, but
that was the game, and we part of
communicating Twitter.
They were doing it through Twitter, and Twitter banned them a couple of times. I said, "Come on, we've got a couple of robots doing chemistry. It's really cool. Stop banning them."
Yeah.
But in the end, we had to take them off Twitter. They just cared virus server because it was just there were people saying you can still find it Cronin Lab 1 and Cronin Lab 2 on Twitter. And it was like make move, wait, mix A and B, wait 10 seconds, blue.
I really find it compelling that you would have a chemical entity communicating with the world.
That was one of the things I want to do in my origin of life reaction, right? Is basically have a reactor There's basically just randomly enumerate the chemical space and have some kind of cycle, and then read out what the molecule's reading out using a mass spectrometer, and then convert that to text and publish it on Twitter, and then wait until it says I'm alive. I reckon that Twitter account will get a lot of followers. Yeah. And I'm still trying to convince my group that we should make an Origin of Life Twitter account where it's going blah, 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 and it's like, oh, let's do. I'm here.
Well, I'll share it. I like it. You can enjoy it. Yeah. Of a non-entity communicating with the world via design social network. It's quite a beautiful idea. How we were talking about CAs existing outside the human mind.
Yeah. So I really admire Stephen. I think he's a genius. Clearly, a genius. Trapped is actually, it's like a problem with if you get trapped in your own, mind, right? And I tried to convince Stephen that so many theories like that. I was a little bit sad by that.
So nonsense applied, even if it's applied to the construct of a one-dimensional billiard dollar.
Yeah. But I mean, actually, maybe I'm doing myself a bit too down. It was just as the theory was coming through, and I didn't really know how to explain it. But we are going to use the theory in CAs, the automata. But I wanted to. What I was really curious about is why people marvel CAs and their complexity. Hang on, that complexity is baked in. Because if you play the game of life, you have to run it on the computer. You have to do a number of operations, but boundary. So is it surprising to get this structure out? Is it manufactured by the boundary? And it is interesting because I think running them is teaching us something about what real numbers are and not. I haven't quite got there yet. I was playing on the aeroplane, realized no idea what real numbers are really. And I was like, well, I do actually have some notion of what numbers are. And I think thinking about real numbers function rather than numbers is more appropriate. And then if you then apply that to CA, and you're saying, well, actually, why am I seeing this complexity in this rule? Is it you've got this deterministic system, yet you get this incredible structure coming out? Well, isn't that what you'd get with any real number as you try it as a function, and you're trying to read it out to an arbitrary precision? And I wonder if CAs are just helping me. My misunderstanding is CAs might be helping me understand them in terms of real numbers. I don't know what you think.
Well, the function, but the devil is in the function. Mm-hmm. Which is the function that's generating a real number? That it seems like it's very important. These specific algorithms that function, because some lead to something super trivial, some lead to something that's all chaotic, and some lead to things that are just walk that fine line of complexity and structure.
I think we agree. So let's take it back. Take the logistic back to something. Logistic equation. Where you have an equation, which is you don't know what's going to happen at n+1, but once you've done n+1, you know, right? You can't predict it. But these CAs and logistic equations feel similar, and I think what's incredibly interesting, and I share your kind of wonder at running a CA, but also I'm saying, well, what is it about the boundary when I'm running that calculation? So in my group, with my team, we actually made a chemical CA, a game of life. We actually made a physical grid. I haven't been out published. They were trapped in purgatory for a long time.
Growing up with paper, how to do a chemical formulation game of life.
We made a chemical computer and little cells.
A game of life.
With the BZ reaction, each cell would go on and off, on and off, on and off. There were little stirrer bars, little gates, and we actually played Conway's Game of Life in there. We got structured in that. We got structured in that game from the chemistry that you would expect from the actual CA. So that's kind of cool in that
they're interacting outside of the cells.
you've got these every reactions on off, but there's also a wake. Those wakes constructively interfere, and in such a non-trivial way that non-deterministic. And the non-determinism in the system gives some very rich dynamics. And I was wondering if I could physically make a chemical computer CA that gives me something different that I can't get in a silicon representation of a CA where all the states are clean, because you don't have the noise trailing the next round state.
So the paper in particular, so that's a beautiful idea to use a chemical computer to construct the cellular automata, the famous one of Game of Life. It's also interesting, really interesting scientific question of whether some kind of random perturbations or source of randomness can have a significant constructive effect.
Yeah, and in whether it's random or non-deterministic, and can we bake in that non-determinism beginning? I wonder what is the. I'm trying to think of what encoding space. Encoding space is big. 49 stirrups, 49 cells, 49 chem bits, all connected to one another like an analog computer, but being read out discretely as the BZ reaction. So to say the BZ reaction is oscillator, and what happens is it goes between red and blue. Two Russians discovered it. I think blues off first proposed it, and everyone said you're crazy. It breaks the second law. As I was saying, no, it doesn't break the second law. It's consuming. And so, and it's like sort of chemistry hit in the Russian literature actually, because the Russians wrote it Russian journal breaking. Actually, wow, it's sad and it's great that it's there, right? It's not a lot. We'll find a way of translating it properly.
Yeah. Well, the lining slash greater sadness of all of this is there's probably ideas in English, like there's ideas in certain disciplines that, if discovered by other disciplines, crack open some of the biggest mysteries in those disciplines. Like computer science, for example, is trying to solve problems like nobody else has ever tried to solve problems. as if it's not already been all addressed. Cognitive science and psychology, mathematics, and whatever you want, economics. But if you look into that literature, you might be able to discover some beautiful ideas. Obviously, Russian, in case of that, is because it's lost in translation, source of fuel, source of energy.
Yeah. So the BZ reaction, you have an acid in there called malonic acid.
Yeah.
And what happens? It's basically like a battery that powers it, and it loses CO2, so it oxidates chemical reaction. What that means we have to do is continuously feed, or just keep the BZ reaction going in a long enough time, so it's like it's reversible. Right?
But only like.
Yeah. Only like. But it's fascinating. I mean, the team that did it, I'm really proud of their made a chemical computer. It can solve little problems, solve traveling cells problems actually. But like I say, it's not
any fancy in the computer. Is there something you can do?
Maybe. I'm not sure. I'm not. I think we can come up with a way of solving the problem. A really complex one. Because it's an analog computer, and you can energy minimize really quickly. You don't have to basically go through every element of the matrix. Like, it just reads out. We can actually do Monte Carlo by just literally a box shaker. You don't actually have to code the shaking of the box and select memory and then just shuffle everything around. Yeah, and you can tell.
It's analog, it's natural, so it's an organic computer.
Yeah. So I was playing around with it. I was kind of annoying some colleagues and wondering if we could get to chemical supremacy, like quantum supremacy. And I kind of calculated how big the grid has to be to start to solve problems faster than a computer. But I'm not willing to state how that is yet, because I'm probably wrong. It's not that it's any top secret thing. I think I can make a chemical computer that can solve optimization problems faster than the computer.
That's fascinating. But then you're unsure how big that has to be.
Yeah, I mean,
it might be a big box, hard to shake.
It might be exactly a big box, hard to shake, and basically a bit sloppy.
Did we answer the question about the cellular atomic outside the mind?
We didn't, but I would posit that they don't, but I think minds. Well,
the mind is what's the
what I mean? Well, I mean, sorry. Let's just go back. So, as a physical phenomena, do CAs exist in physical reality? Right? I would say they probably don't exist outside of human mind, but how constructed they exist in memories, they exist in lab, they exist in paper. So they emerge from the human mind. I'm just interested in, because Stephen Wolfram likes CAs, a lot of people like CAs, likes to think of them as minimal computational elements. I'm just saying, well, do they exist in reality, or are they a representation of a machine that's very elegant?
That's a platonic question, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, it's initial conditions, the memory, and there's simple rules that dictate the evolution. So, what is the idea, the rules,
people use CAs as models in reality. Say, hey, look, you can do this thing in a CA, and when I see this, I'm saying, oh, that's cool. But what does that tell me about reality? Versus CA is based on
right. It's a mathematical object. So for people who don't know, cellular automata is usually a grid, whether it's one-dimensional, two-dimensional, or three-dimensional. It evolves by simple local rules like die or are born if the neighbors are alive or dead. And it turns out if you have with certain kinds of initial conditions and with certain kinds of very simple rules, creates like arbitrarily complex systems. Whether drugs are involved or not, I can sit back for hours and enjoy the mystery that how such complexity can emerge. It's almost like when people talk about religious experiences, it gives me a sense that you get to have a glimpse at the origin of whatever is creating this complexity, such simplicity, is the very thing that brought my mind life with our civilization. And yes, those constructs are pretty trivial. They're part of their magic. Is in this trivial framework, emergent, or especially trivial framework, because the emergent complexity, simplicity. I guess what Lee you're saying is that it's not, this is highly unlike those we see, even though they probably carry some of the same magic mechanistically.
I'm saying that the operating system that a CA has is quite complex, right? And so I wonder if you're getting the complexity out of CA from the boundary conditions, right? The underlying distribution.
Oh wow, those are strong words.
Again, I'm in love with CAs as well. I'm just saying they aren't as trivial. They are incredible. Get to that richness, you have to iterate billions of times, and you need a display, and you need a math code processor, and you need a based on a Turing machine, digital error correction, and state.
Wow. I think that for the simplicity of a grid, you're basically saying a grid is not simple.
Yeah.
It requires incredible complexity to bring a grid to life.
Yeah.
What is simple?
That's all I wanted to say. I agree with you with the wonder of CA, but remember this takes so much for granted the CA is resting on. Because von Neumann and Feynman weren't seeing these elaborate structures. They could not get that far.
Yeah, but this is mind.
Exactly.
I don't know.
Their pencil.
But I think that's the question is whether the essential elements of cellular economy is present without all the complexities required to build a computer. And my intuition, the reason I find it incredible, my intuition is it might look different. It might not be a real structure, grid-like structure, but local interactions operating under simple rules and resulting in multi-hierarchical complex structures, a thing that doesn't require a computer.
I agree, but coming back to von Neumann's Feynman, Wolfram, their minds, non-trivial minds, create those architectures to do it, put on those state transitions. And I think that something that's really incredibly interesting that is understanding how the human mind builds the state transition.
I can see how deeply in love with the idea of memory you are. But it's like how much equals MC squared like is more than an equation. It has Albert Einstein in it.
Mm-hmm.
You're saying like you can't just say the like equations of physics are a really good simple capture of physical phenomena. This also has that equation has the memory of
Absolutely, yeah.
but I don't know if you're implying it. That's a beautiful idea, but I don't know if I'm comfortable with that diminishing that equation.
No, it answers not that equation is more compressed representation of reality, right? Learning or Max Tegmark's AI Feynman and lots of gravity. Isn't it that the laws of the mind are the compressed representation?
Yeah, but that representation, you now give it I guess the universe has the memory of Einstein with that representation, but then you can now give it a gift free.
Yeah, it's so free. Now, Einstein had a lot of things that there's low memory, so I say physics and biology are the same. They're just physics, laws of physics. There's no such thing as a law in physics. Low memory stuff. Because you've got low memory stuff, things reoccur quickly. As you get building more memory, you get more contingent. When you get biology, more contingent still and then technology. So the more memory you need, the more your laws are local. That's all I'm saying. The less memory, the more the laws are universal, because they're not laws, they are just low memory states.
We have to talk about the thing you kind of mentioned already a bunch of times, but doing computation, chemistry, chemical-based computation, you refer to it in a sexy title of computation. So, what is computation? What is chemical computation?
Okay, so computation is a name I gave to the process of building a state machine to make any molecule, particularly in the lab. So, as a chemist, I make molecules by hand, and they're quite hard. Chemists have a lot of tacit knowledge, a lot of ambiguity. It's not possible to go literature and read the recipe to make a molecule, and then go and make it in the lab every time. Some recipes are better than others. They all some knowledge, and it's not universal what that is.
So it's carried from some of that implicit knowledge. And you're saying, can we remove the become like a program? Well, by the way, what is a state machine?
So a state machine is I suppose, a object, either abstract or mechanical, where you can do a unit operation on it and flick it from one state to another. So a turnstile would be a good example of a state machine.
There's some kind of state, kind of transition between states, and it's very formal in nature in terms of it's precise.
Yes, you can mathematically precisely describe a state machine. building kind of logic-based state machines. Obviously, a Turing machine. The concept of a Turing machine where you have a tape, a read head, and a series of rules. The tape one would basically look at what's on the tape and shifting the tape from left to right, and 0 or 1. You look up tables and write up 0 and a 1. I then do, I then respond to that. So the turnstile would be a human being turnstile in direction clockwise. If yes, I will open, let them go. If it's anti-clockwise, no. Yes, so state machine has labels and transition diagram.
So you were looking to come up with a chemical computer to form state machines to create molecules, or
so
what
the computation is not a chemical computer because we talked about actually computation is chemical. What I'm now saying is I want to use state to transform chemicals. So
to build chemicals programmatically.
Okay, a couple of things. Group. I said make the crackpot. Crackpot.
Crackpot.
The robot that makes crack. Maybe we should probably. But
maybe educate me on Breaking Bad. But
yeah, so in Breaking Bad,
you want to make kind of mix of Ex Machina and Breaking Bad.
No, I don't. I don't. On the record, I don't. But I said
you don't. I said that's what I'm going to do once you release the papers. But I shaved my head, and I'm going to live a life of crime. Anyway, I'm sorry.
No. So yeah, let's get back to. So indeed, it is about making drugs, but importantly, making drugs.
Drugs matter.
Yeah, but let's go back. So the basic thesis is chemistry is very analog. There is no state machine, and I wanted into the Japanese house a few years ago. Said, okay, hey, organic chemistry, why analog? Technology made it possible, but yeah, I got the impression magic. So when people tell me things are magic, I no, they can't be magic. Right, so let's break this down. And so what I did is I went to my group one day about 8 years ago. I said, hey guys, I've written this programming language for you. Everything's clear. You know, you're not allowed to the lab, but really you have to pick up the balance at the right time and all this stuff. Look at this if I'm saying that basically. No, don't do that. We're not doing that. I said, okay. I went back the next day and said, I'm going to make money so we can make cool robots, chemical reactions, like that. And so in that process,
the first to try to convert the humans to become robots. Next, you might as well just create the robots. Yeah. So in that the formalization process.
Yeah. So what I did is said, look, make a molecule. You need to think abstractly. I want to make a chemical Turing machine. The Turing machine. Think about this. Imagine the Turing machine. Turing machine, ultimate abstraction of the computer, because it's been shown by Turing and others that basically a universal Turing machine will be able to do all computation that you can imagine. Wow, why don't I think Turing machine chemistry, magic robot, you can make any molecule. Let's think about that. Okay, great. How do we then implement it? I think, right, so what is the abstraction? So to make any molecule, you have to do a reaction. You have to put reagents to the reaction in a flask, typically. Then after the reaction, you have to stop the reaction. You also work up, so whatever, cool it down, add some liquid to it, extract. Then after you work up, you separate and molecule separate them out. And the final step is purification. So reaction, work up, separate, purify. So this is basically exactly like a Turing machine where you have your paper. Head, you have some rules, then you cool. I went to all the chemists and said, look, chemistry isn't that hard. Reaction, work up, separation, purification. Do that cycle forever, for any molecule, all the chemistry done. They said, is that hard? I said, but very enlightened people. But yeah, okay, in principle, but it ain't going to. This was in about 2013, 2014. And I found myself going to the architecture conference almost by accident. Like, this random conference on architecture. And that was because I published a paper on inorganic architecture. And they said, come to architecture conference, but the inorganic architecture, but nano-architecture is not. And I went, okay. And then I found these guys at the conference 3D printing ping pong ball shapes. And this is 3D printing was cool. Like, this is ridiculous. Why are you 3D printing ping pong balls? I gave them a whole load of reviews, like do on social media, how to make friends with people. And then I was like, oh my god, you guys are geniuses. And so I got from, they were a bit confused because I was calling them idiots and then calling them geniuses. It's like, come to my lab, we're going to build a robot, chemistry, with a 3D printer. Well, that's cool, right? But I had them come to the lab, but it's a 3D print test tube. So you imagine, 3D print a bottle, and then use the same gantry to basically, rather than to squirt out plastic out of a nozzle, have a little syringe and inject chemicals. So we had the 3D printer that could simultaneously print the test tube and then put chemicals into the test tube, and then
so it's really end to end.
Yeah, like that would be cool. They've got G-code in the middle. Yeah, that's cool. So I got my group doing this, and I developed it. I realized that we could take those operations, built a whole bunch about, and I realized that I could basically take the literature, and I made the first version of the computer in 2016, 17. I made some architectural, I designed the Thompson valves in my group. I did the electronics in my group. They were brilliant. I cannot pay tribute to my group doing it. It was just brilliant. There were some poor stuff there that said, why are you making the design electronics? I'm like, well, because I don't understand it. Like, you're making this design stuff because you don't understand. It's like, yeah, like, can we not just buy some? I said, well, we can, but then I don't understand how to, what they're going to use and the serial ports and stuff. I just wanted, and I came up with a vision to design a bunch of valves, use power over one cable for power and data. Plug them all in the router, and then I made the state machine. And there was a couple of cool things I did. They did. We got the abstraction, so reaction, workup, separation, purification, and then I made this do it in batch. Now, as a batch, all chemistry had been digitized before, apparently. But everyone had been doing it in flow. Flow is continuous. There are infinities everywhere. You have to just. I realized that I could actually make a state machine where I basically put stuff in the reactor, go from one state to another state, stop it, and just read it out. And I was kind of pitching at electrical engineers saying you have it easy, you don't have to clean out the electrons. Electrons don't leave a big mess. They leave some EM way. But in my state machine, I built in cleaning. So like operation, and it cleans the backbone, then can do it again. So what we managed to do over a couple of years is develop the hardware, develop the state machine, and we encoded 3 modules. We did the first 3, we did nitol, drug, Viagra. And I could make jokes on the paper, it's a hard problem, blah, 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 blah.
That's very good.
and then the next one, what we did is, okay, my poor organic chemist, look, we've worked with this one, we've made a robot that looks like it's take our job away, and take our job away, the lab. But now we have to become programmers. We're not even good programmers. We have to spend ages writing lines of code that are boring, and it's not as elegant. I went, right. But I knew, because I had this abstraction, and I knew that there was language, I could suddenly develop a state machine with a language which was glossy and ambiguous, and populate my abstraction. So I built a chemical programming language that is actually going to be recursive, enumerable, in a picture and complete language. Actually, kind of cool, verifiable. So where we are now, we can now use the literature using a bit of natural language processing. It's not the best. There are many other groups that have done a better job, but we can use that language reading to populate a state machine and basically add, subtract. We got about a number of primitives that basically program loop dovetail together, and we can make any model of it.
Yeah, so that's program synthesis. So you start at like literally talking about like a paper, scientific paper being read. Yeah, natural process, extracting some kind of details about chemical reaction, chemical molecules or compounds involved. That's UBT term serves as the prompt for the program synthesis. That's kind of trivial right now. There's loops and so on that creates a program in chemical language and be interpreted by the computer. Yeah. Better in your British accent, by the way. I love it. So in the computer, that's able to then basically be a 3D printer with these molecules.
Yeah, I would call it I would call it a universal reaction. Really putting it the wrong impression, but yeah. And it purifies. And the nice thing is that code, now that we call it IDL code, is really interesting because now computation what computing is about it. Process of taking chemical code, put reagents, making the molecule reproducible every time without fail. Computation. The process of taking using a program to take some input, computation, and give you an output, same every time, right? Reliably.
So the problem is, maybe you can get back and correct me. I know biology. How so the analogy of the computer is easier to make computation in a computer very, very precise, repeatable. It makes errors almost never. It does the exact same thing over and over and over. What about chemistry? Is there a message in the whole thing? Can that be leveraged? Can that be controlled? Can that water?
Oh yes, no, right. This isn't messy. There is messy. Chemistry is like your reaction on billions of they don't always work. But you've got purification there. And what we found at the beginning, everyone said they can't work. It's going to just fail. I said, but you managed to have you magic in something. So I would say, now go back to the first ever the NES. 5 million, 100,000 valves exploding all the time. Was that? We've gone, okay, that's messy. So we've got and have we got the equivalent of the ENIAC in my lab? We've got 15 computers in the lab now. And are they unreliable? Yeah, they fall apart here and there. But are they getting better really quickly? Yeah. Are they now able to reliably make? Are we at the point in the lab where there are some molecules we'd rather make on the computer than a human being make? Yeah, we've just made a anti-influenza molecule, antiviral, 6-step computer that would take a human being about 1 week make arbitol of continuous labor. All they did was load up the reagents, press go button, go away and drink coffee.
I mean, and this, you're saying early days, so like some person just have to yes, I'm something like this is quite possible. The fact that you're doing is incredible. Not impossible.
It did seem really difficult, and I do keep myself when I go in the lab. I'm like, is it working? I'm like, yeah. And it's not, it does clog. It does
Clean, great.
But it's getting more reliable because I just made design decisions that we are not going to abandon the interaction. Think about it. If the von Neumann implementation was abandoned, think about what we do with semiconductors. We really constrain them to what we do with silicon in a fab lab. Take computation for granted. Silicon is not in its natural state. We are doping the hell out of it.
Incredible. They're able to accomplish it and achieve that reliability. You know, that's after Moore's law we have now.
Yeah.
What we
think about it now.
At the bottom now.
We only have 20 million molecules. Well, say 20 million molecules in one database, maybe 200 million for the pharmaceutical. And those 200 million molecules are responsible for all drugs had in humanity, except biologics, the last 50 years. Now imagine what happens when a drug goes out of print. Because only a finite number of manufacturing facilities involved that make this drug. Yeah.
It's a printing press. For chemistry.
Yeah. And not only that, we can protect the KDL, so we can stop bad actors doing it. We can encrypt them. And we can give people license.
That's the name of the programming language.
The KDL is the name of the programming language and the code is chemical. So Chi, as in, it's actually like an XML format, but I've now taken it to script to a fully expressible programming language, so we can do dynamics and for loops there and conditional statements.
But the structure is started out as like an XML.
Yeah. And now we also, the chemist doesn't program KDL, they can just go to the software and type in add A to B, reflux, do what they would normally do, and just convert it to KDL, and they have a linter to check it.
So how do you, not with ASCII, but because it's a Greek letter, how do you go with, how do you spell it using the English alphabet?
But we're just XDL, put in Chi. And it was named by one of my students, and one of my postdocs many years ago, and I quite liked it. It's important, I think, when the team are contributing to such big ideas, their ideas as well. I try not to rename a acronym or anything like that, because they keep saying, here's the chemistry, when they're putting stuff in the computer, one of my students said, we're asking that as acronym complete, and I was like, what does that mean? So, well, can we make up the machine? And I was like, oh, is that a compliment or pejorative? And they're like, well, it might be both.
Yeah, so you tweeted, quote, why does chemistry the universal programming language, ? For all the reasons, reliability, interoperability, collaboration, remove ambiguity, lower cost, increase safety, open up discovery, molecular customization, and application, execute chemical code, which is public code. And maybe elaborate more about the KDL. What is the universal language of chemistry? Acronym complete language.
Very complete language, really. But what it has is a series of operators, like add, there's a bunch of unit operations. And all it is really is just the chemical engineers, when I talk about this, just rediscovered chemical engineering. I said, well, yeah, I know. It's trivial. I said, well, not really. Well, yes, it is trivial. That's why it's good, because not only have we just rediscovered chemical engineering, we've made it implementable on the universal hardware that doesn't cost very much money. So the KDL has a series of steps, like define the reactor, defines the reagents, so they're all labeled, define them. And what I also implemented at the beginning is, because I give all the hardware IP address graph, what it does is like a graph is equivalent to the processor firmware, the processor code. So when you take your KDL and you go to run it on your computer, you can run it on any Apple hardware in any configuration. So what's your graph look like? So I can solve the problem on the graph with these unit operations. The resources available chem files. I would carry on for years. But it is really, it's compilation. And what it now does is it says, okay, the problem we had before, it was possible to do robotic, but the robots were really expensive. They were vendor locked. And what I want to do is to make sure that every chemist in the world can get access to machinery like this at no cost. It makes it safer. It makes it more reliable. And then if you go to the literature and you find a molecule that could potentially cure cancer, and let's say the molecule could potentially cure cancer, it takes you 3 years to repeat, and maybe a student does their PhD in the time and they never get it back. So it's really hard to kind of get all the way to that molecule, and it limits the ability of humanity to build on it. If they just download the code, they can execute it. It turns, I would say, the electronic laboratory notebook into a data cemetery, because no one will ever reproduce it. And now the data cemetery is a Jupyter notebook. You can just execute it.
You can play with it, access to it,
Version it.
Increase. We'll talk about as with all technologies. I think they're more exciting, but they're also terrifying. We'll talk about all that. But let me kind of around the programming, but it's the language. Heard about OpenAI codec.
Playing with it.
Fine. Of course you are. You are Rick from Rick and Morty. Great. Okay. Except philosophically. He is, I guess, kind of philosophical. So, for people who don't know, GPT-3 language model, they can do natural language generation, give it a prompt, and it can complete the rest of it. It turns out that kind of prompt not just complete the rest of it, generating like novel sounding text. You can apply that generation of other kinds of stuff. Kinds of transformer-based language models are really good at forming deep representation of a particular space, like a medium language. So you can now apply it to some language programming. You can have it learn the representation of the Python programming language, and you then generate tactically correct program. So you can start to make progress under the hardest problem. It could be science programs such as how do you write programs that accomplish different tasks. So what OpenAI Codex does is it generates programs based on a prompt of some kind. You can do natural language prompts. So basically, as you program, you write some comments which serves the documentation of the input and output function of a particular set of code, and generate that. Point being, it generates programs using machine learning neural networks. Those programs operate on a boring old computer, and you generate programs that operate like commercial programs, but you write programs that operate on a computer.
Yep. There's actually software out there right now, and you can do it.
Really?
Yeah, it's a heuristic, rule-based. We have what we've done, inspired by Codex, is over the summer I ran a little workshop. One of my groups had an idea that we should get a load of our students and ask them to manually collect data to label chemical procedures, IDL, and we have a reader. So there's a lot of people doing this right now, but they're doing it about abstraction. And because we have an abstraction in hardware, we've developed basically a chemical analog of Codex.
What we say abstraction hardware.
But right now, a lot of people doing machine learning and reading chemistry and just saying, oh, all these operations, add, take, whatever here. But because they don't have a uniform, there's a couple of groups doing it competitively. Good, very good. But they can't run that code classically. They are losing meaning. And the really important thing that you have to do is generate context. So what we've learned to do with our abstraction is make sure we can pull the context out of the text. So can we take a chemical procedure and read it and generate our code? Yes.
What's the hardest part about that whole pipeline? Interpreting the initial text of the paper, extracting meaningful context and chemical information, then generating the program, then running
So the hardest thing with the pipeline is that the software, the model gets confused between some meaning, right? So if chemists are very good at inventing words that are broken down. So the classic word used for boiling something is reflux. So reflux is you would have a solid ground bomb at reflux, boiling, going up the reflux index and coming down. But that term reflux could be changed, to people make up words, new words, and then the software can fall over. But what we've been able to do is a bit like in Python or any programming language, is identify when things aren't matched. So you present the code and you say this isn't matched. You may want to think about this, and then you goes into I mean reflux, ticks the box, exit. So what the codex, the chemex does in this case is it suggests the first code, and then the chemist goes and corrects it. I really want the chemist to correct it. It's not safe, I believe, but to allow an AI literature generate code at this stage.
Now you're having actual, by the way, chemex, nice. Let's say, you are unlike fascinating, live in a fascinating moment in history. Yes, you're literally connecting AI to some physical, and like it's building something physical realm.
Yeah.
Especially in the space of chemistry that operates sort of invisibly.
Yeah. I would say that's right. And it's really important to understand those labeling, right? And one of the things I was always worried about at the beginning that the abstraction was going to fall over. And the way we did it was just by brute force to start with. Kept reading the literature and saying, is there anything new? Can we have a new rule in? And actually, our KDL language exploded. There were so many extra things we had to keep adding. And then I realized the primitive maintained, and I can break them down again. So it's pretty good. I mean, there are problems. There are problems with interpreting any big sentence and turning it into actual code. And the codex is not about this problem. You can crash it quite easily, right? You can generate nonsense. Boy, it's interesting. I would love to learn to program now using codex, right? Hacking around, right? And I wonder if chemists in the future will learn to do chemistry by just hacking around with systems writing different things. Because the key thing we're doing with chemistry is that where a lot of mathematical chemistry went wrong is people, and I think Wolfram does this. Mathematica, the chemistry is a reaction where atom A or molecule A reacts with molecule B to get molecule B. That's not what chemistry is. Chemistry is take some molecule, take a liquid or a solid, mix it up, heat it, and then extract it. So the programming language is actually with respect to the process operation. And if you flick in process space, not in chemical graph space, you unlock everything. Because there's only a finite number of processes. And that's reassuring. And so we're in the middle of it. It's really exciting. It's not the be all and all. There is, like I say, errors that one day we might be able to do it without human interaction. We'll know enough about the situation that that won't catch fire. But there are so many safety issues right now. Now we've got to really be very careful. Protecting the user, protecting the environment, protecting the use. I mean, there's lots of stuff if you want to go down that route. Very, very interesting. You don't want novelty being made or explosives being made or recreational drugs being made. But how would you stop molecular biologists making a drug that's going to be important for them, looking at their particular assay, and a bad actor trying to make methamphetamine?
That's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm trying to get the details. This first.
Don't worry, we can protect you yourself.
Okay. I'm not sure that's true, but that statement gets cutting edge of progress that will have to happen, that will happen. There's no stopping it. And as we were talking about, I see obviously a number of exciting possibilities. So whenever you automate these kinds of things, the world opens up. It's like programming itself. Computer, regular computer, has created innumerable applications, make the world better in so many dimensions. Create, of course, a lot of negative things that we, for some reason, like to focus on using that very technology. Read about it, but I think it's made a much better world. It's created a lot of new features. So maybe you do have you kind of end at the end of the road for building a really solid, reliable, universal computer. What are the possibilities, positive, negative? How can we minimize the chances of negative?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So there's so many positive things: drug discovery, supply chain stress, or basically enabling chemists to basically feel more productive in the lab, right? With computers not going to replace them. There's going to be a more molecules, right? There's going to be so many more molecules to design, so many more diseases.
Chemists in the lab as it's better for science. So build a bunch of like they can do science. Okay, so it's not just the development of drugs; it's actually understanding the science of drugs.
And the personalization, the cost of drugs right now, longer, we know more about our genomic development, we know about our predetermination, and we might be able to. One dream I've got is like, you know, you can work in your genome as you're going to get cancer in a year's time, and you have your personal computer that cooks up the right molecule for you to cure it, right? That's a really positive idea. The other thing is when drugs, but right now I think it's absolutely outrageous that not all of humanity has access. And I think the computer might be able to change that fundamentally because it will disrupt the way things are manufactured. But let's stop thinking about manufacturing in different factories. Let's say that clinical grade computers or drug grade computers will be around the world, and they can make things on demand as a function of the cost. So maybe people won't be able to afford the latest and greatest patent, but maybe they'll be able to get the next best thing, and we'll basically democratize and make available drugs for everybody that they need. There's lots of really interesting things there. So I think that's going to happen. I think that now let's take the negative. Do that. Let's imagine what happened if we go back to a really tragic accident 2 years ago. Well, not accident, an act of murder by that pilot on video. I think it's Eurowings or things of. Well, what he did is the plane took off. He waited till his pilot went to the toilet. He was a co-pilot. He locked the door and then set the pilot above the Alps. He set the altimeter, the descent height 0. So the computer just playing into the Alps. Now, I mean, that was such a tragedy that obviously the guy was mentally ill, but tragedy for him. What if? And I was inspired by this. I'm thinking, what can I do to anticipate like this with the computer? Had the software, I'm sure Boeing and Airbus will be thinking, maybe I can get the computer situational awareness. And whenever some tries to drop the height of the plane, it knows it's above the Alps and say, no, computer says no, we're not letting you do that. Of course, he would have been able to find another way, maybe fly it to runs out. But,
spending all the large number of negative the Alps and try to make it easy for the engineers to build.
Yes, and let's just think, what in the computer world right now with KDLs, let's just not think about what I'm doing right now. What I'm doing right now is completely open, right? Everyone's going to know KDLs, it's playing with them, makes it more easier and easier. What we're going to start to do, it makes sense to encrypt the KDLs where let's say you work for a pharmaceutical company, you have a license to make these molecules. You get issued with a license by the FDA or your authority. They write your license to it. Here it is. It's encrypted, and the KDL gets run. You have a license for instant use. Easy to do. Computer science has already solved the problem. So the fact that we all trust online banking, right? So right now, then we can secure it. I'm 100% sure we can secure the computer. Because of the way we have many, it's like the same mapping problem. You actually reverse engineer a KDL will be as hard as reverse engineering the encryption key. Brute force will be cheaper to actually buy the regulated medicine. And actually, people aren't going to want to then make their own fake pharmaceuticals because it's so cheap. Do it. We'll drop the cost of drugs. Now, recreational drugs. People start saying, I want access to recreational drugs. Well, it's going to be up to, it's going to accelerate that social discussion that's happening in the US and Canada and the UK, everywhere, right?
Goes down.
Yes.
Access goes up.
Even cannabis, THC, to some people, epilepsy isn't literally, give the term, a no-brainer. These poor people go from seizures like every day to months.
That's an interesting idea that tries to minimize the chance that it can get to the hands of individuals like terrorists or people that want to do harm. Now, that kind of thing, you're putting a lot of power in the hands of governments, hands of institutions, kind of might have a government that use them as weapons of war, weapons, not tools of betterment. So it's sometimes not just war against other nations, but war against other people. That's another history.
Well, I'm thinking there's another way of doing it, decentralized version, where, and what you have to do, I'm not saying you should adopt a blockchain, but there is a way of maybe taking IDLs, put on blockchain. An idea. Let's just say, the way we do it in my lab right now is we go to the literature, we take a recipe, take a molecule, convert that to IDL, diligently make it in a robot, validate that. So I would call mining proof of work, proof of synthesis. Right?
Proof of the synthesis.
Yeah, but this is cool because not only when you actually synthesize it, you get the analytical data, but there's also a fingerprint in there of the impurities that get carried across. You can make something 100% pure. That fingerprint will allow you to secure your KDL. What you do is encrypt these things. So suddenly you have people out there mining. What you could do, perhaps, is do the type of thing that we need to basically look at the way that contact tracing should have been done in COVID, where people are given the information. But if you've just been in contact with someone with COVID, you choose. I'm not telling you to stay at home. Choose, right? Now, if we could imagine a simpler thing, like, you have got access to these chemicals, you will have these effects. Choose and publicize it, or maybe it's out somewhere. I don't know. I'm not a policy maker on this. And my job here is to not just take the technology, but to have it as open as a discussion as possible. Say, hey, childhood mortality with this technology, and do those benefits outweigh the one-off where people might use it for terrorism, or people might use it for recreational drugs? Chemify, the entity will make this happen. I think we have some sort of responsibility to then make sure that we're not enabling people to manufacture personal drugs, weapons at will. And what we have to do is have a discussion in society, the people invested, people that are going to pay for this. Say, we want to live longer, we want to be healthier, and are you going to accept something? I think that's a discussion.
So when we say drugs, the ones, do you have a concern of putting the manufacture of any kind of legal drugs in the hands of regular people who might eat like those matters, might way too much?
I mean, I would say, to be honest, that the chances of computers being, well, always never. So the fact I even say this means totally going to come true, right? So,
I'm going to do it.
I cannot imagine that computers will be in people's houses anytime soon, but they might be at the local pharmacy, right? And if you've got a drug manufacturing facility in every town, go and they give you a prescription. They do it in such a way, they format it so that you don't have to take 10 pills every day. You get one manufacturer for you that has all the materials you need and the right distribution.
But you mentioned recreational drugs, and the reason I mentioned, people are gonna speak up on this. If the drug is legal, I mean, no reason why you can't manufacture recreation.
I mean, you can do it.
What do you have against funding?
I have. So, I mean, I'm a chemistry professor at a university who's an entrepreneur as well. I just think I need to be as responsible as I can in the discussion.
Sure.
Sure.
Yeah, but I know but me be the one that says like there's nothing, because you have said recreational drugs and like terrorism in the same sentence.
Yeah.
I think let's make sure we draw a line that there's real danger to the world of terrorist of bio warfare, and then there's a little bit of weed. So
I mean, I think it's up to the society to tell its government what's acceptable, right? And if it becomes, let's say that THC become, heavily acceptable, and you can modify them. So let's say there's things like blood type, a particular type of THC that you tolerate better than I do, then why not have a machine that makes the one you like?
Yeah.
And why not have
the perfect drowning?
And I think that's fine. But we're so far away from that. I can barely get the thing to work in the lab, right? And I mean, it's reliability and all this other stuff. But what I think is going to happen in the short term is going to turbocharge molecular discovery, reliability, and that will change the world.
Super exciting. You have a draft titled Autonomous Intelligent Exploration, Discovery, and Optimization of Nanomaterials. So we are talking about automating engineering of nanomaterials. How hard is this problem? And as we continue down this thread of the positives and the worrisome, what are the things we should be excited about, and what are the things we should be terrified about, and how do we minimize the chance of the terrifying consequences?
So in this robot, the robot does all the heavy lifting. The robot basically is an embodied AI. I really like AI in a domain-specific way. I should say at this point, there was an attempt in Joshua Ledenberg and really that made an AI to try and guess organic molecules in the mass spectrometer were alien.
Yes.
And they failed because they didn't have assembly theory.
And what is assembly theory about alien versus human?
Well, no, it talks about unknowns, fingerprint stuff. They were trying to basically of complex organic molecules. So when I was a bit down about assembly theory because I couldn't referees, couldn't computational people interested in computational complexity, I was really quite depressed about it. And I mean, I've been working with Sarah Walker's team, and I think she also invented assembly theory. So I'll talk about it later. When I found the AI not working for the Dendril project, I suddenly realized I wasn't totally insane. Coming back to this nano robot, what it does is basically like a computer, but now what it does is it works a liquid gold in a test tube, and it adds some reducing agent, there's electrons to make the gold turn into a nanoparticle. Now when gold becomes a nanoparticle, it gets a characteristic color, a plasma, like if you look at the sheen on the gold wedding ring or gold bars, the way the conducting electrons reflect light. What we did is we randomly put the gold particle and reducing agent in, and we measured the UV, measured the color. And so what we do is the robot has mind, so it has a mind where in a simulation it randomly generates nanoparticles, the plasma, the color that comes out, randomly generated, imagine instead. It then, so that's the imaginary side of the robot. The physical side of the robot works in the chemicals and looks at the color, and it uses a genetic algorithm and a map elite actually on it, and it goes around in cycles, refine the color to the objective. Now we use two different colors. We have an exploration optimization. They're two different. You've got exploration, there's just do random stuff and see how many different things you can get. And when you get different things, try and optimize and make the peak sharper, sharper, sharper. And what it does, after a number of cycles, it typically takes a sample of the optimized nanomaterial, resets the round bottom class, cleans them, and puts the physical feed back in. And what this robot is able to do is search a space of 10 to the 23 reactions, just 1,000 parameters per day. And it makes 5 generations of nanoparticles, which get nicer and nicer shape, color, and density. And then at the end, it outputs IDL code. It can then be
during the search programs.
Yeah.
Doing a kind of reinforcement learning.
Yeah, in the physical space.
With the exploration and optimization.
And that idea will work on any computer or any qualified hardware.
So now that's it. That's general piece of code. Replicate something maybe perfectly.
Yeah.
That's amazing. That's incredible.
But the nanoparticles themselves are dumb. The robot has all the thinking. So we don't try and apply any self-replication, try and get the particles to make themselves. Though it would be cool to try.
So, well, there you go. Those are famous last words for the end of human history. It would be cool to try. So, is it possible to create molecules? Are approaching the question at the start of this conversation, that will life start to create molecules that have life-like quality. So, have the replication, have like complex, start to create complex.
So we have done this with the oxides I talked about earlier, with the lithium oxides, rings, tools. And the problem is that what they do, they autocatalytically enhance one another, so they would, I guess you could call it self-replication. Because there's limited function and mutation, pretty dumb. They don't do very much. So I think the prospect of us being able to engineer a nanomaterial life form in short term, like I said earlier, my aim is to do this, of course. I mean, on one hand I'm saying it's impossible, on the other hand I'm saying I'm doing it. Physically, it's like, I think we could do it, but only in the robot. The core chain that's going to allow it is with the robot. These particles, if they do start to self-replicate, can be so fragile that I don't think anything dangerous will come out. And it doesn't mean we shouldn't treat them as potentially, I mean, I don't want to scare people like gain of function when they produce stuff that comes out. Our number one kill switch, we always try to search a space of objects that don't exist in our don't exist in the environment. So even if something got out, it just die. It's like making a silicon life form,
it's the opposite of gain of function research. It's focused on like how do you get a dangerous thing to be close to something that works.
Yeah.
Have you jump to human? So that's one good mode to operate on. Always try to operate on chemical entities that are very different than the kind of chemical environment it's operated.
Yeah, and also, I mean, I'll say something dramatic. May not be true, so I should be careful. If, let's say, we did discover living, but it was made out of a shadow biosphere, and we just released it in the environment, who cares? We can use different stuff.
It'll just live.
Yeah. I found one of my biggest fantasies is like a planet. Basically, half in the start, it doesn't rotate, right? And you have two different origins of life on the planet. And they don't share the same thing. Then the only time they recognize each other is when they become intelligent. They go, well, what's that moving?
Yeah.
I wonder if
it's co-evolving. That's fascinating. I mean, so one fascinating thing to do is exactly what you're saying. The life bomb is like try to focus on atmospheres, chemical conditions on the planet. Try and find exploration optimization discover life forms that can work in those life forms. can do large scale, kind of a stable environment, large scale experiments. Another.
Yeah, so look, I'm going to say something quite contentious. I mean, Elon wants to go to Mars. I think he really wants to go to Mars. But I would counter that and say, but is Elon humanity or Earth or that technology? So we do technology. So Elon either needs to take a computer demand, right? Because zero cost payload and all that stuff is code. Or what we do is we actually say, hang on, it's quite hard for you to survive on Mars. Why don't we write a series of origin life algorithms where we put our embed our culture in it, right? It's a very rich book, Prometheus, right?
Yeah.
Which is a terrible film, by the way. But anyway, and dump it on Mars, terraform Mars. We evolve life on Mars that is suited to life on Mars, rather than human life on Mars.
One of the questions, what is culture? What is code? Some of the knowledge, some information. But the thing that Elon talks about, the thing I think about, I think you think about as well, is some of the more unique aspects of what makes us human, our particular kind of consciousness. On the flame.
Yep.
That's one of the questions. And we instill consciousness into other beings. Because that's a sad thought that whatever thing inside our minds that hopes, dreams, fears, loves, all die.
Yeah, but I think you already know the answer to that question. I have a robot lawnmower at home. My kids call it CC, cool car. The robo-mow. And the way it works, it has an electric field around the perimeter. And it just tells it the area. It goes out, goes from the base station, goes a bit, goes to the perimeter, detects the perimeter, and then chooses a random angle, rotates round, goes on.
Yeah.
My kids cool cutter, it's a she. I don't know why it's a she. They just, when they were like quite young, they called it, I don't want to be sexist there, it could be a he, but they like,
they gendered the lawnmower.
They gendered the lawnmower. Okay. Why not? But I was thinking the lawnmower, if you apply integrated information theory, now integrated information theory is that there's a measuring consciousness. Well, I don't think it is. I think assembly theory actually measures consciousness in the same way. Consciousness is generated over a population of objects, humans. Consciousness bring it. Our consciousness evolves together, right? The factor here, and the robots leave behind, they will have something. Lose it all. Sure, consciousness requires that we have many more generated. It's not just one domain specific AI. Right? So I think the way to create consciousness, I'm going to say unashamedly, the best way to create chemical consciousness is make a conscious chemical system, because you just have access to many more states. And the problem right now we're making silicon consciousness is you just don't have enough states. So there are more possible states, there are more possible configurations of the brain than there are atoms in the universe. You can spin them. You can't do that on a Core i10. It's got 10 billion, 12 billion, 40 billion transistors. You can't reconfigure them dynamically.
Well, you shared this situation in terms of the larger number of states somehow correlate to greater possibility of life. It's also possible the constraints that are essential here.
Yeah. I mean, coming back to you worried that something's lost. I agree. But I think that we will get to an AGI, but I wonder if it's not, it can't be separate from human. It can't be separate from consciousness, because data producing humans. So what I kind of try and suggest heavily to worry about the existential threat of AI, saying, I mean, you put it much more elegantly earlier, like worry about algorithms, dumb algorithms written by human beings on Twitter, driving us insane, right? Acting in odd ways.
Yeah, I think intelligence, so I'm eloquent in trying to describe it, partially because I try not to think too deeply into stuff, but philosopher, I get inspired actually building a bunch of stuff. But my sense is super intelligent integration in society. So like intelligence is strongly correlated. Like intelligence, we conceive of intelligence materializes as a thing that becomes a fun entity to have at a party.
Yeah.
So like intelligence, where intelligence, knowledge, ability to reason, fun, but also humor, emotional ability to love, to dream, to share those dreams, to play the game of human civilization, push and pull, the whole dance of life. And I think that kind of intelligent being is not that that ultimately will enrich life. Again, dumb algorithms that scale in the hands of people that don't study history, that don't study technology and nature, applying broadly for some near-term interests. That's the nature.
Yeah, I think it's not a new danger, right?
Right.
I now know how I should use Twitter. I shouldn't use Twitter, right? I like to provoke people to thinking. I don't want to provoke people to outrage. It's not right. And I think that when you get people to outrage, they take sides. And taking sides is really bad. But I think that we're all beginning to see this. I think that actually, I'm very optimistic about how things will evolve. Because, you know, I wonder how much productivity has Twitter and social media taken out of humanity. Because how many now? I mean, so the good thing about Twitter is it gives power, so it gives voice to minorities, right? And that's good to some degree. But I wonder how much voice does it give to other problems that don't need to emerge.
But when you say minorities, I think, or at least if I were to agree with you, what I would say is minorities broadly defined. Any small of it magnifies the concerns of the small big.
That is good to some degree. But I think, I mean, I have to be careful because I think I have a very, I mean, I think that the world isn't that broken, right? I think the world is a pretty cool place. I think academia is really great. I think climate change presents a really interesting problem for humanity to solve.
I like that you said it's a pretty cool problem. I think Brazil, it's a big one.
What's the budget?
There's a bunch of really big problems that if solved significantly improve the quality of life. That's what we're trying to do. Improve like how awesome life is back to number.
Yeah, and I think the coming back to consciousness, I don't think the universe is one of the optimists. That's why I want to kind of nudge you into thinking time is fundamental, because if time is fundamental, suddenly you have to give it back. You know, the universe just constructs stuff. And what we see around us in our construction, I know everyone's worried about how fragile civilization is. Look at the fundamentals. We're good until the sun expands, right? We've got quite a lot of resources on Earth. We're trying to be quite cooperative. Humans are nice to each other when they're not under enormous stress. Coming back to the thing, are we going to send Mars or conscious robots, or are we going to send some hybrid? And I don't know the answer to that question right now. I guess Elon's going to have a pretty good go at getting there. I'm not sure whether I have my doubts, but I'm not qualified. I'm sure people have their doubts that computation works, but I've got it working, and
and most of the technologies we have today and take for granted the airplanes, aforementioned airplanes, things that people doubted, like majority doubted, they came to life.
Yeah.
They come to life. And, hybrid AI and humans, it's fascinating about all different ways that hybridization, that merging happens. We have currently have a smartphone, so there's already a hybrid. All kinds of ways that hybrid happens. We and other technology play together, like a computer. How that changes the fabric of civilization, like those. Those, if you remove, cancer, if you remove major diseases from humanity, there would be a bunch of consequences for that. Many of them positive, but many of them negative. Many of them, most of them, at least I hope, are weird and wonderful and fun in ways that are unexpected. And we've been at a point like Daniel Rock, kids these days don't appreciate how hard we had it back in the day. I gotta ask, speaking of nudging, you and your boss nudge each other on Twitter quite a bit in wonderful intellectual debate. And of course, we all know Joshua Bach is a guy. He's been on the podcast a couple times. You tweeted, or he tweeted, Joshua Bach. Everyone should follow him as well. Definitely follow Cronin, Dr. Cronin. He tweeted, dinner with Lee Cronin. We discussed that while we translate every working model into a Turing machine, the structure of the universe might be given by weeks of non-existence and a pattern generated by possible automata which exist by default. And then he followed on saying, base that. So the dinner was basically, what is Joshua talking about? Weeks. Quote, weeks of non-existence in a pattern generated by all possible automata by default. So automata exist by default, apparently. And there's weeks of non-existence. The hell is non-existence universe? That's and also in another conversation, you tweeted all the way down, presumably origin story of the day, especially. And George said, again, nudging class. Joseph said, the light, welcome. Foundation effectively some form of hypercomputation be coming around this idea. And then you said, I think there are notable differences. First, I think people do not have computers. Second, I want to understand the structure of those computers. And third, there is something below church story. Okay. What the heck is dinner conversation about? Maybe put another way, out a little bit, are there interesting agreements and Joshua Bach that can elucidate some of the other topics we're talking about?
Yeah, so Joshua has an incredible mind, and he's so well read, and uses language really elegantly in its time. So I'm using describing concepts in a way that I built from the ground up, and so we misunderstand each other.
Like he's putting in
not quite, but I think so. The concept of Turing machine. So Turing machine, I would argue, and I think the Turing machine, the universe is not a Turing machine. Biology is not even a Turing machine, right? Turing machine evolved, right? There is a problem that people see Turing machines everywhere, but here's the interesting. The universe gave rise to biology, gave rise to intelligence, gave rise to Alan Turing, who invented the abstraction of Turing machine and allowed us to and so I've been looking for the mystery of the origin of life, the origin of intelligence, the origin of life. When I discussed with Yasha, I think Yasha is saying, well, the universe, of course, the universe is a Turing machine, of course, hypercomputer there. And I think we're kind of trapped in our words and terms. Because, of course, it's possible for a Turing machine or computers in the universe. We have them. But what I'm trying to understand is, where did the transition from continuous to discrete occur? And I think this is because of my general foolishness of understanding the continuous. But I guess what I'm trying to say is there were constructors before there were abstractors. Because how did the universe abstract itself into existence? And it goes back to earlier saying, could the universe intelligence come first? abstractor is the ability of, say, of Alan Turing and Gödel and Church to think about the mathematical universe and to label things. And then those labels come up with a set of axioms with those labels and to basically understand the universe mathematically. Say, okay, calculate things. Where does that come from? Where is the prime labeler?
Even if the universe is not a Turing computer, does that negate the possibility that Turing computer can simulate the universe? Like, just because abstraction was formed at a later time, does that mean that abstraction is to our cellular automata conversation?
Yeah,
you were taking away some of the magic of cellular automata because very intelligent biological system came up with that cellular automata.
But this is where the existence involved, right? Is it does the fact that we exist and we come up with Turing machine, does that mean the universe has to be Turing as well?
But can it be? There has to be, and can it be?
Can it be? Sure. I don't know. I don't understand. It has to be, or can it be? But can the universe have Turing machines in it? Sure. They do exist now. I'm wondering though, maybe when things get really hairy, I think the universe maybe does not have the computational power now.
It's almost like a law. The computation power is not get some free lunch.
Yeah, I mean, with the fact that we now, with this period in time, and we can imagine all these possible things that we built. And so we can easily imagine going back in time that the universe was
a lot dumber computation.
And that's why I don't want to go back to the time discussion, but I think it has some relationship with it. The universe is basically smarter now than it used to be, and getting smarter over time because of novel generation and the ability to create object in object in object.
Perhaps it's grounded in intuition of conservation. Yeah, it's stuff that's conserved. Like, not, you've always had everything just rearranging books on the bookshelf. Time.
So,
you're saying, like, new books are being written.
What do you want to break? So the origin of the Big Bang, you had to break the second law because we got order for 3. One of them telling now is that the universe.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Because but not in a bad way.
Okay, so computation potentially not conserved. Fascinating idea. Not complexity is not. I suppose that's connected to time being fundamental.
Natural consequence of that, time is fundamental, and the universe is inflating in time. If you like, and there are 1 or 2 conservation laws to have a look at. And I wonder if that means that total energy of the universe is actually increasing. And this may be completely ludicrous, but we do have all this dark energy that we have anomalies, let's say, dark matter and dark energy. We don't have them in galaxies, so dark matter, I think, doesn't need to hold the galaxy together, and there's some other observational issues. Could dark energy time?
So figuring out what dark energy is, I guess, about this, not just time, but the concept of time.
So it could be that, I mean, I'm not saying there's perpetual motion about it. I'm saying if the universe is and it appears to be, and it's generating it appears to, could that just be a mechanistic how reality works? And therefore, I don't really like this idea that if I want to live in a universe, it's not determined. Yeah, right? The only way I can do that is if time is fundamental. Because otherwise, it's all the rest of it's just the sleight of hand. The physicists say, yes, everything's deterministic. Newtonian mechanics is deterministic. Quantum mechanics is deterministic. Take the Freudian view. And then basically we can just draw out this massive universe branching, they close it again, and get it all back. And don't worry, your freedom of free will is effective. But what the physicists are actually saying is the entire future is mapped out. And that is clearly problematic. And clearly,
that's not so clear.
Yeah,
it's just
yeah. So it's
because then maybe it's made it problematic.
Well,
a creature.
I want to reduce the number of beliefs in the universe. So if time is fundamental, I don't have magic order at the beginning. I don't need a second law.
Which magical time is fundamental.
Well, I need the observation that I'm seeing how it is all the way down.
The Earth also flat. If you agree with the observation, so we can't necessarily trust our observation.
I know the Earth is flat because I can send a satellite into space.
But you're using the science and technology.
But I'm saying I'm going to do experiments that start to show. I mean, I think it's worth. So if I cannot do an experiment or a thought experiment that will test the assumption, then the assumption is without merit, really, in the end. So that's fine.
So that's a beautiful idea to hold yourself. That's given that it can be in a philosophical way, about some issues in theoretical frameworks like assembly theory. It's really nice that you're always grounded in the experiment. That's all I have. That's so refreshing. So refreshing. Now that we're holding you grounded in experiments, the harsh truth of reality, let me ask the big ridiculous question. What's the meaning of life? Why? Time is fundamental. Marching forward in a long timeline, along a bunch of things that have come up with cellular automata, computers, computers. Why?
I have so many different answers to this question. Depends on what day. I would say, given the way the conversation today, I'd say the meaning. Well, we make our own meaning. I think that's fine. But I think the universe wants to explore every possible configuration that's allowed to explore. And this goes back to the kind of question you asked about Yasha and the existence, non-existence of things, right? So if the universe is Turing turning through a lot of states, think about combinatorial theory, force assembly theory. So everything. What Yasha and I were saying is, not everything. We don't see the combinatorial explosion. We see something else. And what we see is evidence of memory. So there clearly seems to be some interference between combinatorial explosion of things and what the universe allows. And it's like this kind of constructive interference. But maybe the universe is not just about it is assembling objects based on time, and those objects are able to search space and time, and the universe is infinitely creative. I guess I'm certain why the universe is creative. It is infinitely creative, and maybe the meaning is to make as many objects, create as many things as possible. And I see a future universe that doesn't result in the death of the universe. The universe is going to extract every ounce of creativity it can out of it, because that's what we see on Earth, right?
And if you think that almost like intelligence is not conserved, that creativity is it'd be like it's infinite. Wow, like creativity is novelty. You're coming up with new configurations. That just continues definitely. And the human species along the way is probably one method I think that's able to ask the universe about itself. One way to explore creativity. Maybe there's other meta levels that, like, obviously, collective intelligence, great organisms. Maybe there'll be organisms that ask themselves questions about themselves in in a deeper, bigger picture way than humans do. First, to ask questions about humans, because kind of hyper ask themselves about the collective aspect. Just like some weird stacking.
That's that stacking. I mean, I've discussed this stacking a lot with Sarah Walker, professor and astrobiology at ASU, and we argue about how creative the universe is going to be, and is it deterministic and all that. I think she's more of a free will thinker. I'm of a less free will thinker, but I think we're beginning to converge in understanding that. Because there's simply a missing understanding right now. We don't understand how the universe. We don't know what the universe has without the universe to contemplate itself. So asking the meaning of it before we even know what those requires is premature. But my guess is that it is not meaningful. It isn't just about. And there are three levels of meanings. Obviously, the universe wants us to do stuff. We're interacting with each other to create meaning in our own society, in our own interaction with humanity. I do think there is something else going on. But because reality is so weird, we're just scratching at that. And I think that we have to make the experiments better. And we have to perhaps join across not just the computation of this, what I try to do with Yasha as me way. What happens if I become a computation? What do I gain? A lot, it turns out. Because I can make Turing machines. Because on the one hand, I'm making computers state machines by Turing. On the other hand, I'm saying they can't exist. Well, clearly, I can't have my cake and eat it. So there's something weird going on there. So then, the universe have to make a continuous to a discrete transition, or is the universe just discrete? So if it's just discrete, then I will then give Yasha this Turing-like property in the universe, but maybe there's something else below it, which is the constructor that constructs the Turing machine, that then constructs, is a bit like you generate a computing system that then is able to build an abstraction that then recognizes. It can make a generalizable abstraction because human beings, mathematics, have been able to go on and build physical computers. That makes any sense. And I think that's the meaning. I think that's, we can. It will be further elucidated with further experiments.
Well, you mentioned Sarah. I think you and Sarah Walker are just fascinating. The opportunity to be present, your work, to follow along with your work. I'm a big fan. I talked to you offline. Get a chance to talk again with perhaps us, but also Sarah. That's a fascinating dynamic. Who haven't heard pauses where I heard you guys talk, but you have an incredible dynamic. I also can't wait to hear you and Russia talk. So I think there's some point in this predetermined or yet to be determined future where the three of us, you and Sarah, or the four of us, Russia, could meet and talk. It'd be a beautiful future. And I look forward to most futures, but I look forward to that one in particular. Thank you so much for spending your valuable time with me today.
Thanks, Lex. It's been a pleasure.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Bonus. For this podcast, please check out our sponsor, subscription. And now, I'll leave you with the words mad scientist, Rick and Morty. To live, risk it all. Otherwise, you're just an inert chunk of randomly assembled molecules drifting wherever the universe. Thank you for listening. See you next time. Following conversation with Rabbi David Colby, someone who I've been a fan of for many years. Kindness, heart, strength, character, kind of friends he talks with. Many of whom disagree with him, love him nevertheless, including the late Christopher. I'll have many conversations like these about Islam, Christianity, Hinduism, and others, looking to understand and celebrate the culture of the people who practice. Of course, not shy away from I will talk about hate, war, conversation, so allow me the time to see what has been on my mind. Some people ask me to say a few words on the war in Ukraine. I think my words are worth little. Perhaps try. I consider doing a long solo episode. Try several times. Give you context. Talking to friends about the Ukraine, Russia, Poland, Slovakia, Moldova, Romania, UK, Germany, Canada, India, China, of course. Some of them crying, angry, I'm helping as best as I can privately. I'm hoping to help in the future. I'm traveling to Russia, celebrating the humanity. This was all set up for Ukraine and Russia trips for 2020, including scientists, artists, athletes, leaders, just, quote, regular folks who are equally, if not more, fascinating. For now, it's become much more difficult, but I'll keep trying to find a way. I was born in the Soviet Union. My roots were both Ukrainian and Russian. Today, till the day I die, I'm an American. I'm proud of all of this, celebrating the culture and incredible human beings that make up these nations, humanity as a whole. We're all one people together. That's how I feel about the people of this nation. Now let me speak of those in power. I condemn all actions of leaders who geopolitical games on the world stage disregarding the cost, pain, and suffering on the scale of them, Vladimir Putin, Ukraine, and condemn any military intervention by the superpowers of the world, including by my country I love, the United States, that after World War II has the nation. Many studies finding that the United States is culpable for an unfathomable number of civilian deaths. I condemn all heads of state who wage wars, watching young men and women burn in the fires they started. I don't understand how humans rather understand, but I believe in a future world where this is no longer true. We also say a few words of what I hope to do with this podcast. I want to explore the full complexity of human behavior. I believe each of us are capable of good, and I want to understand how the mind and circumstance want to choose the former path or the latter. I believe conversation is one of the best ways to work toward this. For that, I think I have to not only talk to the most inspiring human, but also the most controversial. I will speak with many people by this politicians, activists, CEOs, state, very different opinions. Try hard to challenge their ideas without closing my mind to the depth of complexity of their perspective and method. My presence in the same room with wildly different people make it easy for media and the internet to clips and snapshots backing for one side or the other. I can't defend this say that I'm a someone, that I hope he ranks in my integrity, that I won't be influenced by any of them, no matter how powerful, charismatic. Poem Myth by Roger says, talk with crowds, or walk with lose the common touch. Those friends you. All men countless too much. Really important thing that by all humans criticize me wanting to have something like Vladimir Putin and and times in the past about that serious topic this clearly like wanted change or work hard better. When I'm joking, it should be clear joke and the actual funny. When I'm being serious, care. I've now done many hundreds of hours of podcast conversation. Despite my frequent failures, know where my heart is. Fortunately, I think people will get clips of me sent to attack. It will happen more and more. Nothing I can do. Send them my love. In the meantime, try to be a better person, better. Let me also say that I like humor, especially dark humor. I like being silly, not taking myself serious. I will risk that. All with the goal of having fun and celebrating humanity at its most absurd and most. I will occasionally dress up strange and weird outfits to celebrate the absurdity of life. I will hang out, bring bread and jokes with all kinds of people. I have to use them to laugh at them in order to escape the potential conflict and hatred in the world. Humor just might save little chaotic little civilization powers. I love the Ukrainians. I love the Russians. And of course, I love my fellow Americans, Californians, and Midwestern, Yagas, and I love life. I want to share that love with others. If I mess it up, really, really sorry. Try my best. And no one to tell me what to do. I feel like the luckiest guy in the world. You have all these lives, share that joy. Other means. For all the love you sent my way, I will work my ass off at this point. Love you all. Let's get the podcast. Check out our sponsors. Now, my conversation. Let's start with a big question. According to God, it's difficult because Judaism, like any tradition that is thousands of years old, encompasses so many different lands and language thinkers, um, it doesn't give a single answer to the simple question. The large question certainly doesn't give a single answer. Although Judaism was responsible for introducing the monotheistic idea into the world, it's one idea. So if you take Maimonides, the greatest sage in the Jewish tradition, medieval philosopher, he would say that God is an omnipotent, benevolent, tangible, unimaginable. In fact, he said you can't say what God is, only what God is not, because you have to emphasize. We'll talk more about that, but basically you have to emphasize the unknowability. You have a modern philosopher like Heschel who says that God is a God of pathos, a God of feeling, which probably would make my mom shiver if heard such a description. And if you look at the Bible, God is always regretting, having human emotions. So there are so many different kinds of depictions and ideas, and there is this tremendous tension between transcendence and immanence. That is, in the Jewish tradition, God is exquisitely close, God is immanent. The Talmud's words, God is as close as your mouth is to your ear. In other words, whatever you say, God hears it. And yet at the same time, God is unfathomably distant. Sometimes when I speak
high schoolers, I will say, in the Jewish tradition, think of it this way. When you were 2 years old, you had no idea what it was to be at 15. Not only did you not know, you didn't know what we conceive of God as being, the distance between God and human beings is far greater than the distance between a 2-year-old and a 15. But when we speak about God, we have to acknowledge how limited.
So, okay, a lot of on the knowability, then the idea of feeling, again, God operates in the space of feeling, not just of the sense of in God knows, God by 3-year-old analogy versus the nature.
So I will take refuge in a beautiful phrase by Martin Buber, another Jewish theologian. He says, God cannot be expressed, God cannot be expressed. In other words, you can speak to God, you can feel a sense of God, but can you begin to comprehend, know God? No. Joseph Kospi, again, a couple of early Jewish philosophers, said, to know God, I would have to.
Okay, we get close. Is it useful or is it a distraction? Visualize the body to create, to attach kind of visualization in our mind. For example, genders, old man and guy.
So it's almost inevitable, but I think ultimately you try to transcend. This was the great, we just read this actually in synagogue, story of the golden calf, and the story is that human beings found it impossible to not have a visualization because they had just come from Egypt and pagan world of pagan worship. Everything is. It's not that pagans thought that idol was actually God, but it represented visually what God was. And along comes this idea that God is actually not being visual, which is very difficult and it stretches the bounds of human comprehension.
So, say the proper way to operate the God is humility that you're screwed, you're not able to basically know. Almost.
Well, the reason that your salvation of this is that you can't. I was going to say the reason you're not screwed, but then I thought somebody might be upset at the rap by saying that. So I didn't say it and have not said it.
Yeah.
But the reason you're not is that you don't have to have a comprehension of God. You have to have a relationship to God. And those are not the same. I mean, to draw an analogy, not far from perfect, as most analogies are, but especially. You have relationships with people who are mysteries to you. You're a mystery to yourself. You can live and love somebody for 50 years and they can say something that surprises you. Because ultimately, we are trapped in here. And when a child first says I, we call that individuation. What that really means is I now know that I am cut off from the minds of all other children and all other people. And so you have the God relationship because you can believe that God is, you are known by God and you have a relationship to God despite the fact that you can't know God.
Some would say to have a good relationship.
Right.
You don't want to
well, the world, yes, the world that God created is constantly surprising. But and by the way, the caveat to this, when I had all these debates with Christopher Hitchens, he always say that God is a greater tyrant than North Korea because he continues after their death. And the idea of being known by God is, after all, frightening. Think God knows what I think and so on. It's your image of God.
We jump to this friendships and a lot of fascinating figures of the past 30 years. One of of which perhaps one of the great is Christopher Hitchens. What have you learned from conversation?
So there are a lot of views he held that I really did not agree with, but he was a remarkable person.
That was a good line about North Korea.
Incredibly good line. But one of the things I learned was you can't win a debate, Christopher. One of the reasons you can't win is because he has this British baritone and this ready wit that because you can't triumph over laughter. It doesn't matter if your argument is better. If your quip is better, you win. And so I remember once we were arguing about free will, and he said, "Well, I choose," and everybody laughed at that, despite the fact that that's not really an argument.
Or like half that on.
Right, exactly.
And people should watch it. It's great. I mean, it's a kind of David Glad situation. Quite masterful at the charisma and sweet talk.
Genuinely liked him. I spent a 3-hour limousine ride with him from one debate to another, from LA to San Diego, and the entire time his can't talk about it. So we talked about literature, and he gave me a long lecture about God. He was exhausted. I mean, not only did he, I wrote a couple of obituaries about him. One I began with the historian Keith Thomas, that there are two ways of achieving immortality: by doing things worth remembering or saying things. And by that standard, he did both. I mean, he went all around the world to all sorts of danger zones. He knew like the best bars everywhere, from Kuala Lumpur, to Beirut to LA, and he could drink all night and write a 2,000-word essay on the poetry of Yeats and go to sleep. I remember before one of our debates in Boston, he was at the bar, and he said, "Come have a drink." And I said, "I'm not going to have a drink before I go to debate with you. What, are you crazy?" He said, "Water." So he was, he really was a constant fountain of intrigue and interest.
One of the things you mentioned, and just enlightening you, helping you change your mind.
So I think
unrelated to God.
Yeah, unrelated. In the that idea, I mean, I had my doubts about it and have my doubts about it, but he convinced me through many debates. Not only he, the idea that religion makes you better is not ipso facto wrong, but it's a much more complicated argument than I wish it to be.
He is, however you term to be, he's one of the more beautiful human, weird little earth produced. So how do you explain the atheism combined with beautiful, your perspective and of faith? How do you think about that?
So, of the atheists that I have debated, I think about all of them somewhat differently. So, I think that in some deep way, for example, Sam Harris is a religious personality. I don't even think that he wouldn't like the word religious, but I don't even think that he would take issue with that. I think that he would say his is a pure material-based spirituality, but I mean, his orientation towards meditation and appreciation of Buddhism, something deeply being spiritual. With Hitchens, I honestly, and I know that some of his fans would really not like this. It's not that he was any kind of closet, certainly not at all. But I almost feel as though he was less a passionate arguer against it than he was, first of all, extremely upset by the book. And then once he trained his intellectual powers, he had so much fun inventing arguments and hacking it that I really believe he gets carried away sometimes by his own eloquence and intellectual range. So, for example, the idea that you would call a book that religion poisons everything, I think that deliberately, provocatively, defend a proposition that obviously is indefensible. Um, so, I don't know. I think he had tremendous drug abuse. That's what sums him up. This guy who loved life in all of its manifestations. And and arguing against something that someone else believed was one of his greatest joys.
Yeah, and practice that he saw the powerful and
Absolutely.
and you could argue perhaps that he was the highest man as maybe us little humans take things over. Sometimes we laugh at it all, laugh at ourselves, and that's probably the purest form of wisdom.
You know, poet said, among the people that I like or admire, I can find no common quality, but among those I love, and all of them laugh.
There you have it. Speaking of people that make you laugh, Sam Harris. He actually has a really great sense of humor. He's very cold, monotone delivery. He's another one that you runs with, good conversations with. What's your fundamental disagreement?
Sam believes that religion is intellectually independent. He really like it is, um, and he gets angry at the idea that a proposition unchallenged if it offends his sense of logic.
He cannot move on.
Right. No, in fact, I mean, I did a podcast with Eric Weinstein, and then Sam did, and Sam said, when I heard your podcast with David Wolf, I learned stuff about what he thinks that I never learned in my conversations because I could never let him make those unfounded assertions without challenging them, and you just let them go. And I think there was something to that was like, finds it hard to have a conversation about religion that doesn't arouse his real ire about the harm that he thinks religion does.
About the implementation. It is really fundamental.
I think he also thinks it's fundamentally intellectually shoddy and disreputable. I don't know how to put it. They're both capable of separating their contempt for religion from the people that they have sitting in front of them.
I mean, Christian.
Yeah, both of them.
Okay, well, let me Eric Weinstein. We should your conversation with Eric. Great. It's non-standard. It goes all over the place and humor and wit. It's great. So one interesting aspect that I also learned, perhaps not about you, but about Eric, about both. Eric has a similar thing as Jordan Peterson, which is you ask them if they believe in God. I think they answer. They're not comfortable answering the question, or they might say no, but they're usually not comfortable answering the question. But they're the kind of sense that they would like live life, a religious life, as if God exists.
I think that's exactly right. I think, first of all, Eric has a really deep appreciation. I don't know. I've read his stuff, but I think that Jungians are, in their very approach, they believe that myth is the way the world works. So it's not that big a leap to God, but there's still a
Possible have your cake into possible have the depth of life without believing in God. But how do you make sense of science about life? I mean, I honestly think he believes in God, but doesn't believe in God. It's obviously can't believe or
Schrodinger's God. So I think that he would probably agree with what Elie Wiesel said. You can be angry at God or disbelieving of God, but is not allowed to be different. And I think Eric's not God. And it's different than Christianity. I've had this conversation many times because you can be very Jewish and have deep doubt about logical question because Judaism is a religion. It's a religious family. So you're born Jewish. Like if I said to you tomorrow, if I was Christian, and I said, oh, I believe in Jesus today, and then tomorrow I didn't, I'm not Christian anymore. But if tomorrow I said, oh, I don't believe all this stuff, I'm still Jewish. So it's a more complicated system. Having said that, though, I think it's very hard to sustain over generations without some belief that the source of it is beyond ourselves. And in that sense, as in many others, Eric is.
Well, he was actually making that claim that we need faith to propagate through generations. Without that, traditions crumble. Very interesting. Yeah. Very interesting argument for about faith. The glue that holds a tradition together. Otherwise, the traditions fall apart. Right. You can't have that tradition. I mean, on the other hand, you do tradition like Thanksgiving.
So I would say traditions that are demanding, traditions that require turkey, but not traditions that make demands of you that are countercultural, hard.
I think I need to introduce Thanksgiving dinners that are demanding. Getting the family together.
You know, there's a first of all, I'm a vegetarian. I'm not to have Thanksgiving dinner, but there's a comedian in Kathy Liz. One year I heard this on the radio and it stuck with me. He said that holidays are a chance to renew your resentment fresh. That's basically what people do with their family. Like, I'm going to go home and fight with the uncle again.
I apologize to take a dark turn, but you mentioned Ellie Bell. I recently saw a picture of Ellie Bell in camp. For some reason that hit hard. Like, you know, I've seen pictures, concentration camps, people I don't, or whose words I haven't gone through. For some reason, like, you're just a normal person, a normal body,
right.
Laying there. That was him.
I've seen it. And you can see his face, but at the same time, this is amazing. And I think what's so disturbing about it is exactly what you're saying. I've seen 1,000 people like this. I know he wanted, and I know what he became. What about all those other people who look exactly like him? Didn't make it out of it.
Maybe it's perfection, but it seemed like perhaps it's also combining as it seemed like it was a regular day, right? Picture. It seemed like, I mean, I'm not sure what I expected suffering looks like, but it's almost like there's no celebration.
I've never seen a picture of actually celebration be celebratory. It's true. It's really true.
What do you make sense? And I apologize to take a step in that moment in history. How do you make sense of the Holocaust that of Nazi Germany, that things can be committed by human beings? Is it religion? Is it thirst for power? Is it madness, proud, caring, forward?
I mean, for me, it's multi-causal. I don't think there's one reason. But one of the things, especially there, has to do with the special nature of anti-Semitism. Let's put that to one side for the moment. Second is, I think human beings are fundamentally split. They are mostly good, except when put under certain pressures. My first explanation for hatred is go to a playground. What happens when a new kid comes to the playground? Do the other kids say, oh, let's go share our toys with the kids? No. They say, oh, who's that stranger, and let's go get him. Because otherness is built into our genetic, I mean, we're tribal by nature. And people form tribes all the time of different kinds. I asked you before if you were a chess player. And when I was a kid and playing in tournaments, and I didn't do it for that long, and I didn't do it that well, when I was, it was like the whole world was divided into chess, which is ridiculous if you think about it. As though that's the way you divide the world. But we tend to do that. And the Jews were always the identifiable other. There were Frenchmen and Jews. There were Russians and Jews. There were Germans and Jews. And the great blessing of America is that there's no identifiable other quite that way. There are all these minorities, and there's not an American and a something. But once you have that identifiable other, and you have a long history of blaming that identifiable other for all the evils that befall you. Of course, people
still do try to, in America, they still try to find their immigrants go in here for a generation. So many ways to slice it. Still try to find ways. It's just more difficult in America because there's so many sub-tribes, hierarchies of tribes.
You're absolutely right, and I was moving fast because I didn't want to get bogged down in all the very difficult. It's true, I tried.
You're hoping I wouldn't mention the travelers that happens in America.
Stating, when you're on thin ice, your safety is in your speed. So I was trying to move fast. But for most of history in East and Western Europe, not obviously in Asia, but in East and Western Europe, we're the ones who, they're not like us. They're clearly not like us. And in addition, there's a peculiar quality, and I don't know, I wonder what you'll think of this explanation. There's a peculiar quality that is unlike any other hatred that I know of. Jews are both superhuman and subhuman. They're vermin. Nazis thought of them as vermin, and yet they control the world. And there was an English scholar named Hyman Maccabee who said the reason that that's so is the myth that Jews killed God. They killed Jesus. And to kill a God, you have to be superhumanly evil. You can't just be bad. Otherwise, you can't kill God. So there is some supercharged evil sense that people got from that about that still appears.
Yeah, that's a lot of the way we formulate the other tribes often human and they're here playground. But the both construction. Do you agree with Fulgent? All of that
100% through every human heart. No doubt about it. I know, and you probably do, but I probably know more both because of what I do and because I've worked a lot longer than you. I know a lot of religious leaders thought or think are above the human, and they are emphatically not. They're not. Some of them have done horrible things, but they've used their position to do horrible things. And it's because there is no perfect saint. There's no, I mean, all through history you discover all these saintly characters that we worship, people who actually knew them around them, some like them, some didn't. People are complicated, all of them.
is the thing that's the toughest for me. It's not very what is good and what is evil. Because certainly if you just look at history, it's not always propaganda. I really believe that part of Stalin thought and you ask the question yourself, good in the world, am I actually? That's a really difficult question. But like in technology, for example, creating technology, am I actually good?
I have a question about that myself. Not about Stalin. I'm sure that Stalin does not strike me from what I know of him as somebody who can get into a lot of self-doubt. But the question with AI to me is actually, it goes back to the God question, which is, we have an appreciation of the limitations of our intelligence that we know that just like we hear certain things certain colors, how much of the world is inaccessible to us because of the way our brains are constructed. How can we possibly have any confidence that we can create things that in certain ways are far more intelligent than we are and control them the way we think is best? Seems to be hubris that might end up being destructive.
Definitely. Well, any sentence word badly implemented at scale. But there's also, if you approach it, there is a sense, I don't want to over romanticize it, like a robot right behind. That's hilarious. The magic, I don't have kids, I would love to have kids, but there's a magic to bringing robots to life that feels like you are God, right? Because it breathes life into an entity that operates in the world, especially when they have legs and they move in a way that's more like a robot, like a dog. That I don't think I'm over romanticizing. The feeling is like with a child. He's like, crap, this is a living thing. I wonder what he or she are thinking about.
By the way, I'm not at all insensible to how remarkable it must feel to create that. I'm actually worried in part about how remarkable it feels to create that, because to maintain humility and perspective when it's such a fantastic thing is what's difficult. Um, and I think also because creativity is both part of what it is to be human and very much part of the legacy of Western civilization and the legacy of having a creator God. If you have a tradition where God is known primarily through what God creates, you know, the first debate I ever had, we talked about humor and God and creating. My one God creating joke. Because the first debate I ever had on religion and science was with Stephen Jay Gould. And it was wonderful because he had a deep interest in religion. And his interest was actually not to say religion was terrible. But I started with this joke, and I think it made the debate go a little bit easier. So the time has come when human beings can do everything that God can do. Scientists up ahead of God, look, you were great in your day. We thank you for everything you did. Now we don't need you. And God said, you don't need me? No, we can do everything you did. God said, everything? Human being said, yeah, we can do everything. God said, okay. Can you create a human being? Scientist goes, yeah. God says, dirt? Scientist goes, yeah. He says, okay, let me see. Scientist reaches down, dirt, and God says, oh, get your own dirt. Yeah. But the idea is that a creator God tells us.
Bring up Nietzsche, who claim that God is dead. God slowly disappearing, you think, and practice society. You wrote that religion is not our enemy. Western faiths capture the heart of our world, carnage and destruction. 20th century, when religion ceased to be a force of national politics, the scale of human slaughter was far beyond anything we could ever know. What is the world like?
I mean, I think Nietzsche was largely right. You know, it wasn't a statement about God; it was a statement about God's presence in the world. Um, and I think that that's largely true. That God is not a force in a lot of Western society, and I believe that the force of nihilism has no clear counter without an idea that we're all here for a purpose and that our lives are inherently meaningful and that there's a God who wishes us better. Um, so I worry a lot about it, and I think that the sort of optimism that things are going to get better and better is what one philosopher called cut flower ethics. That is, we're still living off the morals that religion gave us, but now that they're separate from the soil that gave birth to them, I see them with
this kind of optimism, more grounded.
that Greeks look back at the golden age of the past. Jews that know the golden age, right? The Messiah. And I think that idea that we're moving towards something better, which I really believe humanity can do, and absent destroying ourselves will do. I mean, I'm very excited about the technology that I want with this. I think it's fantastic.
That excitement is a kind of excitement. At least preserve.
Absolutely, because I really think, I know this sounds absurdly anthropomorphic, but I really think God is cheering us on. I feel like this is why we're here. We're here to grow in soul and to grow each other.
Yeah. So what do you think the world goes force of nihilism with both based what do you make of that atrocity? At its core, it's part of nature. It has nothing to do with you can assign nihilistic.
I think it has to do with the religion that doesn't make sense. That is, for Stalin and for Hitler, they both had religions, but they were, in a sense, they were religions that didn't make sense for the other. I mean, 36 times we're talking about the stranger. The point is, it's trying to educate people away from their natural inclination towards distrusting and liking the other. And it's a lot of work. That's really difficult to do. But if you have a tribal passion and not a universal ethic, then you're in trouble.
Well, the Jewish tribe, very strong tribe. How do you make sense of the mention of the stranger versus the power of the tribe, which is the point, not the point, but
right.
propaganda.
So it's both. I mean, the Torah does not start with Jews. It starts with Adam and Eve. It's a way of saying, yeah, this is going to be a story about a people, but understand prior to a kind of people, there are people. I'm a human being who wants to. And in fact, the Jewish New Year, the Muslim New Year starts with Muhammad's journey, and the Christian New Year starts with Jesus. The Jewish New Year starts with the creation of the world, because the idea is, yes, this is a particularist tradition, but it makes a universal statement, which is all of humanity are in the image of God, are children of God. I think that the idea of was to try to exemplify a certain way of making that statement over and over again. And I want to say one other thing about chosen. It's very name dropping, but when I tell you how I got there, it won't be name dropping. So my brother is a professor at Emory, and so is the Dalai Lama actually at Emory. So he no longer does because he didn't go to Emory, but for many years taught at Emory, and so my brother he's the head of the ethics center at Emory, bioethics. He brought a bunch of students to Dharamsala to meet with the Dalai Lama. So I went to India. I was on sabbatical then anyway. I met my brother there, and we had the chance to meet the Dalai Lama. Okay, that was the name drop. So we're sitting in the audience. Before he speaks to the students, he was speaking to us. But not because, I just wanted to make it clear, not because he said, I got to talk to that rabbi, because I happened to go along with my brother. Sit down. The first thing he says, he points at me and says, what's this about the chosen people anyway? So, and by the way, he had asked that I give a lecture, which I did later, to his monks about how Jews survive and that they asked for us. But it's not like he doesn't know about Jews. He knows a lot about it. But he came right away with, I said, yes, Jews believe that they were chosen for certain missions in the world. That doesn't mean other people weren't chosen for other sorts of things. They certainly, it seems to me that other people believe they're chosen for things too. Burst out laughing and said, yeah, we also think we're chosen.
So the idea is that no tribe is better than
better? No.
From a Jewish perspective, you're chosen for a thing, but that doesn't make you better.
No. The only place where the betters came in, honestly, if I'm going to be honest, not with the idea that you, but Jews were small, persecuted. The way that you take this sort of psychic revenge is by saying, no, we're better than our persecutors. But the idea is, different people have different missions, which is, like, there was a Jewish philosopher, Franz Rosenzweig, who used to say, he didn't know very much about Islam. He used to say Judaism is the sun, and Christianity was the raison. Like, Judaism introduced the idea of God, and Christianity brought it.
Different similarities between Judaism, Christianity, and
the religious family part is different, and the greatest difference, which I talked about in the Eric Weinstein podcast, is that Islam and Judaism are more similar in a lot of ways than Judaism and Christianity. The reason that is so is Christianity, its core, is not a religion of law. The reason it's not a religion of law is because it grew up in the Roman Empire. The law was taken care of. And Jesus didn't have to create civil law because you had Roman law. Muhammad and Moses created a religion in the desert where there was no law. So you have to create a religion of law. Otherwise, you have anarchy. And that's why, in a lot of ways, like, there was never a separation of church and state in Islam or Judaism. That was a gift that Christianity gave the world. And it could do it because of render unto Caesar what is Caesar. But when Moses came along, there was no Caesar. When Muhammad came along, there was no Caesar. So, historically, the tradition shaped differently. But all three of them have this core, I think, the single most important statement and insight in all of human history, which is every being is in the image of God. And if you really believe that, that's a transformative.
So that means you should love thy neighbor as
thyself, which comes from Leviticus, right from the Torah.
So I don't know if I've been chatting with Omar Soleiman. I don't know if you know who that is. I'm in Dallas. A guy. I enjoy his interfaith dialogue. And do you ever do that kind of talk? Muslim?
Yes.
Whenever I at least in context of conversation, so much love and empathy and appreciation, and also ability to make fun of the quirks of little one's own communities. Like, it's not necessarily that's because of tradition, but these are communities, and they're full of weird people because we're all weird. And so there is very particular flavor of the weird that emerge, and they can make fun of them, and in that way, they well, beautiful idea. I don't know, you engage in these kinds of things. What you learn from them?
So one of the things I learned is exactly what you said. Personalities that you think are unique to your own community. In fact, they exist in all sorts of communities, and religious communities in particular draw, I think, some interesting personalities. And also that especially as clergy, some of the pressures that you feel are shared. And weird, again, it has to do with that tribal association. It's almost like there's understanding among clergy because they have similar great, and it's a strange role in the following way. It's one that you never escape. That is, you're not my lawyer at the Super Bowl, but you are my rabbi. It doesn't matter why you're there. That's not every religious leader is aware of that that strange assumption of stepping into something that you can never step out of.
You're also a source where people can think about the question of our lives, our universe. That's some heavy, when people are suffering, they need more answers.
Every privilege comes with the cost of one kind or another. The reason you get to be in that role is exactly because you get the privilege of being there at crucial moments in people's lives. The fact that I get to marry people and get give eulogies for people and come to the hospital. That's inexpressible. I have this joke with people that I know that, like, when I'm sitting on the couch on Saturday night, I don't want to get up. I really don't. I want to sit there and watch Netflix like everybody else. But when I'm actually doing the wedding, I always look. Always, always, always. Um, and and the reason is that I don't think, I mean, yes, people go to you for answers in calmer conversations. Like if you ask me now, like, what's my theory of why God allows evil, I could give you a conversation about it. But they really go for presence and comfort, not really for answers. Someone's suffering, an answer doesn't make them unsuffer. You know, it's just they want to know they're not alone.
Heard and feel things in silence together. In terms of wedding, marriage, what's the role of that? Hold on, take some notes here. What's
the role of a rabbi?
The role of marriage in
it is, first of all, to teach you how to care for someone unlike you, which could be anyone you marry. And I think it's create a home and a family.
So there's a commitment to care for a long time.
Right, exactly. And also, when couples come to me and they say, we don't need to be married because it really won't change how we think about ourselves in a relationship, I say, and that's true. It might not. But it will change how everyone else looks at you. And because it changes how everyone else looks at you, it changes you. One thing to say, this is my partner. It's another thing to say, this is my husband. Say this is my husband, that means we've made a real commitment to this.
Yeah. What do you worry that does that as well? Of how, you know, as religion debates, it on society, impacts on society. Do you worry about that?
I worry about it. I do think that it is possible that we're rather than going through a transition. That is different kinds of family and different configurations of family. That is, I see some of that. But I also do see it's less a dissolution of marriage than it is of the idea of commitment. And I'll give you like a simple example. I was growing up. A player on a sports team was always on that team. And you rooted for the team because you knew the players for 20 years. Now, there are very good reasons, starting with Kurt Flood, why people got free agency and they can move around and it's better for the players. I understand all that. I'm not saying, oh, they should. But just like people move jobs, they move sports teams, and they change careers, and they change partners. And there's a diminishment of the commitment to commitment that I actually think has serious societal consequences, and that I am worried about.
Yeah, there's a cost to that. I don't know what it is about like because like some of the deepest friendships I have is about
yeah.
But like the hard times, going through hard times together, especially when the hard times are you. That if that's always if you can find a way through, it can bond you stronger. That's the fascinating thing.
No question. And even if it doesn't keep you forever, you still have a connection that doesn't exist. So I can give you one. You said, what is it about commitment? I'll give you one, I think, beautiful answer. Someone once asked Rabbi Soloveitchik, who was the great thinker and leader in the Orthodox community in the 20th century. They said, you know, I go from religion to religion. I just take what I think is beautiful. His answer was that you're treating religion like a nomad. That nomads go from place to place. They what they want and they move on. Farmers stay in one place. The difference is farmers make things grow. And I think that that's true also when you think about the relationships you have. Things have grown out of the relationships that you've invested in, that you farmed, basically, that can't exist in life.
We talk about Torah.
Yes.
What is it? And is it the literal word of God? Easy question.
So, yeah. 5 books of Moses written in Hebrew. Like most, I think, modern rabbis, non-Orthodox or non-literalist rabbis will tell you that it's not a human being. I believe that they are inspired by God, but it's clear to me that it's a human product. And I think that people who study modern biblical criticism, it's really hard to study modern criticism. It gives a wrong impression. I would say modern scholarship on the Bible and not appreciate the fact that it even has levels of language. It's just like if you read today somebody writing like Shakespeare, you would say this is it's like English is developed. Different. That's not the English we speak today. If you study the Bible and you know Hebrew well enough, you see this was written over hundreds. It is a holy book, and I like the idea that it is what they say in Hebrew, Ramin Hashamayim, and that is, it was from heaven, but it's not from Sinai. So it has its origin beyond us, but it has things in it that I think, and this is one of the things that was a huge controversy at my congregation when it started same-sex marriage. There are some people who try to argue that the Torah does not forbid them. Whether it does or not, it's easy to understand things that were not understood in the ancient world about gender and sexuality. So
the thing that scripture can find the kind of spirit that supports the idea of gay marriage.
Well, that's my argument is that you criticize the Torah. That is, it gives you the understanding that you use to evaluate its own claim. And I think that Judaism, by the way, has always done that. It's clear that there are things in the Torah that the rabbis changed, altered, grew, expanded, diminished. I think that's what it is to be part of a living tradition.
Yeah, you wrote in your book Why Faith Matters. But Walt Whitman wrote, in order for there to be a great book, there must be great readers. The book to remain powerful throughout generations does not have a scripture like great poetry is not written on the word. That is, one cannot paraphrase it, capture the totality of it. So, how the heck do you capture the meaning of the word scripture? The ongoing process of centuries.
Yes, that's exactly so. It's a continual conversation of sages, scholars, readers, strugglers, speakers, mystics, visionaries, all of them making a contribution. I mean, I write a weekly Torah column for the Jewish Post. Now, what is there left to say? But every week, what I do is I start opening books and seeing what people say, and it starts to percolate, and you realize that you're entering this conversation that's been going on for thousands of years with remarkable minds, and it's constantly fertile in new insight. So yes, that's what it is to be part of a tradition.
Why do people keep writing love poems? You should have figured out love by this point already.
I use the analogy sometimes of diet books. If any diet worked, there would be one book. There'd be one book and you'd be done.
You mentioned fascinating stories. You were a part of several controversies.
I've had a few.
So, for someone who walks race fire, you sure have found yourself in a lot of fires. One of them, can you tell me the story of your gay marriage, underlying principles that led you to fight the battle of gay marriage in the Jewish community?
So I'm part of a congregation that is really politically split, and and split not only politically but split in terms of origin. We have a lot of Jews from Iran, a lot of Persian Jews, a lot of Jews from Israel, Mexico, other places, and many that grew up in LA. And
you have any Russian Jews?
I have a few Russian Jews, not as many as I should, but what happened was increasingly I became uncomfortable with people who would come to me and say, um, "This is the only kind of person I can love." It's not. It's not the same question in intermarriage as a Jew marrying a non-Jew, because you could find a Jew who may not have found a Jew, and that's a whole separate question. But I would have men in my office, primarily, a couple of women. They would say, like, "This is the only kind of person that I can enter into an intimate relationship with. How can it be that my religion has no room for me?" And and that was very persuasive. So, but I knew that it was going to be exposed in my community. Um, when, by the way, finally happened, literally front page of the New York and the LA Times, that exposure. It was not a small controversy. Um, and what I did was I started to teach classes, not that many came, about sexuality, Jewish tradition, and so on. It's funny, much less about lesbians. I'm talking about in terms of the story and so on. It's almost always about sexuality. So, and then I got ready to send out a letter. Um, and I said to my daughter, who at the time was maybe 10 or 11, now in her mid 20s, um, I said, "Look, honey, when you go to school tomorrow, or whatever it was," I said, "people might be saying bad things about your dad. Be prepared for that." She said, "Why?" And I said, "Because I'm going to start marrying. I'm going to start doing same-sex marriages." And she looked at me quizzically and said, "What took you so long?" And I thought, really, her face was like I said to her, "I'm going to start marrying blonde-haired people to brown-haired people." It's like she really did not understand why there was an issue. And I thought, that's exactly why. Because I know that it's generational. People are raised with it. They have it deep in there, but it's not really um, right. It's just not right.
But if you just look back that journey, how difficult it is to make. So, because you have to think about that, or think about the yeah, nice stuff to make in the
And I will tell you one thing I did wrong with that and one thing I did right. The thing I did right was I waited until in the communities where people objected to it, I had enough people whose kids had come out so that I had parents of kids who come out to refer later on other parents to, so that they wouldn't feel like they were the only ones. Because once I announced it, as I thought would happen, a bunch of kids came out and said, now that the rabbi said, "Mom, Dad, I want you to know I'm gay." And when the parents came to me, I could say, "Well, listen, you're not alone. This person also, you can go." That I did right. What I did wrong was I don't think the classes were enough. I don't think I was prepared. Part of the explosion was shot. And I should have prepared even more.
The words you used, talk about it, when you thought about it, was it more scholarly in the Jewish tradition? Did you go to the feeling?
No, I went to the feeling. I said, quote, "Habriot," which means respect for honor for God's creation, and and caring for other human beings, and understanding. Um, it wasn't scholarly because I knew that the objections were not scholarly objections. Um, they were, and I had many beautiful and also painful stories as a result. Some of which can be told, some of which can. But what I tried to impress also on how painful it is to not be able to tell the world and your own parents who you are. And your sexuality is not a trivial part of who you are. I mean, it's core to people. So it's one of the reasons why it evokes such reaction. But I would say to them, the same reason that you're reacting so strongly tells you how strongly, anyway, it was a very powerful experience, and for that you know, I feel good about it. Afterwards, the other thing that I again said to my daughter after it all died down, After all the bad things are said, go to the Churchill. Exhilarating to be shot at without result. You go into a battle and you make it through and you're still okay. That's good.
The problem is when you're in the battle, you don't know.
No, you don't know.
So how did it feel like looking back? You've been, you know, used or canceled a couple of times. I guess when you ask the most difficult of questions, how did the or community that you really deeply care about some part of it saying that you have failed?
I wasn't canceled the way, like I didn't lose my job, didn't lose my home, but I hurt people that I cared about. That was hard. Like I went into this, to be someone who brings people together, and then I would sit there and do even now, like you're well aware with stuff that's going on now. I sit there and people are really upset at me, who I either am or used to be close to.
Those people in time, when you look now, because those are real feelings in the moment. We learn that about social media. People, especially during COVID, there's a feeling about stuff. And have you learned something about the passing feeling in terms of wisdom?
No question. The sermon I gave this Saturday was about how, you know, Moses came down the mountain, saw the golden calf, he broke the calf. If he'd sat with it, I probably wouldn't have broken the calf. But the instant reaction is always anger. And in our age, unfortunately, the instant reaction gets on social media forever and ever and ever. And by the way, once you've actually said that, it's harder to back down. If you keep quiet for a day or two, then you can back down because you haven't put yourself out there. But once you said this is terrible what you did, it's harder to write and say I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that.
And so it almost becomes. I actually really powerful statement that the downside of saying something on the internet is that it actually pulls current. Will create the current that pulls you into it, where it's actually very hard to escape. 2 days later, you feel different. There's momentum. There's now a tribe of people that feel this way. The momentum.
There's a momentum, and also you don't want to betray your own tribe. Then people will get upset at you. I really think that a lot of the antagonism is not so much that you don't want to give ground to the people opposed to you, it's that you don't want to break with the people who are behind you. And that's really hard.
You tell the story of the controversy.
Sure.
The sermon you
Why
just
not?
gave to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people would relate to this. Because to me personally, I apologize to anybody hurt by this. The absurdity of it is.
So here's the story. The LA County mandates masking children in school. And all the kids in our school are masked, and many of the parents are extremely upset about that. I will just leave that as that. I went to the Super Bowl. There were 70,000 people. Frank Luntz, we know, wonderful guy, gave me a ticket. And so I was at the Super Bowl. I maybe saw two masks among the 70,000. I didn't even think about it on my part, no question. I took a picture of myself unmasked, and people were, many people thought, oh, great, wonderful, glad you're having a good time. So I don't want to diminish at all, but many people said that. A lot of people were vivid. And they weren't, what was instructive about it was, they didn't say, nobody wrote me a private note and said, I think that this was a bad idea, you should have thought about this. No. They were, you're a hypocrite, you're a clown, you're an idiot, how could you do this? This is a disgrace.
They say that public.
Oh yeah, on my Instagram, you can still see I left the remarks up because I really thought it was important. If I only deleted the really vile comment because I thought that shouldn't stay up. But I left them up because I thought like people should see, and I should remind myself what I did, and I didn't want to just delete the picture as though it didn't happen because it did happen, and I did do it. And I felt terrible about that, and I felt terrible that I had not about. The comments weren't weren't pleasant. I didn't like it. Nobody likes it. But I felt worse that I had hurt all these people that I'm close to. And I defended all these people who were really upset that their kids were wearing masks, and now their kid says, why doesn't the rabbi have to wear a mask?
Well, first of all, it is tough to be a rabbi. The mask, as these kinds of discussions symbolize not necessarily the issues at hand, but the necessities. And people are really struggling. People are in pain. They're lonely. They're in uncertainty. You don't know who to trust. Everything's under question. The institutions, the scientific institutions, all these conspiracy theories flying around. You don't know who to believe in. People just yelling at each other, and politics is creeped into this whole thing in a messy way. It ain't, I mean, honestly, it's just like, it's frustration. Go back to marriage. I'm just hanging out with kids, wife, husband, stressed up all the time, no release, and people want to tell you, rabbis not wearing a mask. Damn Super Bowl, you want to comment on the Super Bowl part, which is awesome. But anyway,
it released clearly a dam of all kinds of feelings that we're talking about.
So how do you then write a sermon?
So what I did was I didn't answer on social media because I knew that I wouldn't be able to formulate it the way I wanted. And I was going to wait. I was going to be able to give a longer. I mean, the sermon is 15 minutes, not that long, but I want to be able to give a longer answer as opposed to a tweet. And so I was really. I mean, I tried to make points during the sermon, and I published the text. I never do because I never speak from text. I always speak from either notes or not even from notes. But this time I thought it was really important to have the text up there too, but actually over it. Um, and I just wanted to make 2 points. One of which was that I really feel terrible, and I did. That all these people hurt, and that there is this, contradiction between the way I acted and the way they. Well, I mean, I also think, by the way, I didn't speak about this, but I also think that there are some people who just don't like the idea of a rabbi being at the Super Bowl. Like, you're supposed to be rabbi stuff. So I understand that too. But then,
rabbi at the Super Bowl. I mean, you are also. I hate to say it, but there's a rock star nature to you talking to defending with ideas, inspiring minds. I mean, there's an educational aspect.
I appreciate that.
Making ideas. I mean, that's very powerful. I mean, that is also the job of a rabbi, not just supposed to rabbi stuff.
Yeah, but I didn't do that, at the game. So, nonetheless, but the second part of it, as I said, that we have to be able to express our anger and be better than that. You just have to. And in part because it doesn't get you the result that you want. I mean, when you scream at someone, that's not going to get them to realize what they did. And the most painful moment of it was this letter that I got from a Christian pastor who said, I always admired the Jews. I can't believe they could be so cruel, and especially to a rabbi. And I thought, not how I want my congregation to be perceived in the world. And by the way, some of them were from my congregation, some were, many were not from my congregation, but and I spoke about what you talked about, which is that, I mentioned before that Moses broke those tablets coming down the mountain. Torah doesn't say what happened to the tablets, but the rabbis say that they were carried together in the ark with the second attack. And that we all have brokenness, communities and individuals. We have brokenness, especially now. And we have to learn how to give each other space to be taken and broken, hurt, all of that.
Cool thing when you give people that space, it's better. I mean, you caring for the community feels better when you show empathy, compassion, kindness. You actually feel better a week from now. You feel much worse if you make some kind of negative statement of principle on the internet. Someone's just exclusively true. So if you care about feeling good, be kind first, right? Be empathetic first.
Always the case. mean, it settled down a lot. The single best reaction. There are people, and again, you can go on social media, you can see all the criticism and so on and so forth. But the single best reaction I got was from a man who came up to me right after the sermon. And said, "I have 4 words for you." And I thought, oh no. I gotta confess that I said, my mom. And I thought, wow. And I said to him, so it's like it takes so much courage to come up to somebody and say that. And I was so grateful. And the other thing that it tells me is, look, I've been the rabbi of that congregation for 25 years, and I taught 10 years before that. I've been a rabbi for a long time. I still have
We talked a little bit about the difference you did Christianity. Could you maybe talk about the difference between Torah, the Bible, and the Quran?
So there's the Hebrew Bible is actually what's called a step canon. That is, there are the 5 books of Torah. Then there are books of history and the prophets. So books like Samuel, Kings, Judges, and then prophets Isaiah, Jeremiah, Amos, Ezekiel, so on. And then there are what are called the writings. Writings are books like Psalms, Proverbs, Job, Megillah, which are Esther, Daniel, all of those books. Ecclesiastes. So in Hebrew, it's called the Tanakh. Torah, Nevi'im, Torah, the prophets, and the writings. And that is the Hebrew Bible. That's also the Torah using, but really the Torah generally refers to the Bible. Then there is the New Testament, which the Jews don't recognize as a sacred book. They recognize it as the book of another religion, and I sometimes say to Christians, in order for them to really grasp it, Jesus has as much religious significance to Judaism as Muhammad has to Christianity. That is, Jesus, although Jewish, became the founder of another religion, and for Judaism, that's not only in as much as Christians have a lot of interactions, but religiously has no significance. Said many beautiful things, said some things I don't like. Like what? Leave your father and mother and follow me? I don't like that. The religious model. Now, Christians will say that I don't understand that, but that's because Christians, like Jews, interpret their text in different ways at different times. So, anyway, the Quran, which I know less well, I've read it, but I know it less well than I know the New Testament, certainly less well the Hebrew Bible, is in some ways parts of it are, I don't say this word, I say this word because I can't find a better descriptive word, but Muslims will not accept this. It's a takeoff on the Torah, something that is the same stories as the Torah, but they're different. Now, Jews will say, I being a Jew will say this, that that's because Muhammad heard those stories from Jews and also heard Midrashim, which are rabbinic interpretations of the stories, and he wrote those down. Muslims say, no, the Jews got it wrong, and Muhammad came along to correct the record and tell the real story.
But they're all telling the story of the same
thing. The Hebrew Bible part, the Abrahamic part, they all tell the story of the same characters, but tell them, obviously Christians accept the Hebrew Bible, sacred scripture. The Muslims retell any of the stories. What is common to all of them is that all of them are monotheistic faiths. Now, in Christianity, that's more complicated because of the Trinity, but as Christianity has developed over time, it clearly presents itself and thinks of itself and is a monotheistic faith as well.
What's the role of the word scriptures in terms of, so first of all, oral tradition, the power of the exact word, scripture differ, or is it within the community?
It differs because in Christianity, the words are not all the words of Jesus. The words of Jesus' disciples, none of the books of the written by people who met Jesus in person. So they're different, and therefore and also we don't even know sometimes the original language of things. Bible, and I understand in the Quran, but also in the Bible, the idea is that that's Shon HaKodesh, that sacred language. Hebrew is that's the language of the tradition that God actually spoke to Moses. Therefore, the exact words are infinitely interpretable and meaningful. And
but the words spoken but written by Moses, and with Muhammad, but from memory. Or no,
there are different theories. I won't speak for Muhammad. I don't want to get that wrong. I don't want to get another religious tradition wrong. In Judaism, the words are written by Moses without dictation, basically. That's the traditional view. There are other views that I'm happy to go into if you want to, but basically that's the traditional view.
It's pretty close.
Right. What makes Judaism and Christianity different is Christianity has an ideal life. Judaism doesn't have an ideal. Judaism has an ideal book. So the holidays of Christianity are events in the life of God, God's birth, God's death and resurrection. In Judaism, the holidays are all events in the life of people, like the liberation from slavery, or in the people's relationship to God, which is the Day of Atonement. But there are no holidays in Judaism that are events in the life of God, because God doesn't have a biography. God is eternal, and God never came to earth.
And those events carry with them tradition to follow.
Yes.
They mention on one event, scripture, another time, fire.
That was the first.
You never forget the first. One of several controversies. You spoke 20 years ago, 21 years ago now at Passover, and said that, quote, the way the Bible describes the Exodus is not the way it happened. It happened at all. So, first of all, what is Exodus? What really happened?
Exodus is the liberation of the Jews from Egypt. It is the central story of the Jewish faith. And as I've said numerous times in various places, I believe that it's based on a historical kernel. I think Richard Elliott Friedman may have gotten this right in his book Exodus. It may have been the Levites who left Israel. But the Bible's not a book of history. I don't believe that there were 10 plagues and a split sea and 600,000 men, which makes about 2 million people, who actually, if there were 2 million people, would stretch all the way from Israel to Egypt alone, were liberated. And my point in that sermon was not actually to convince people that it didn't happen. My point in that sermon was to convince people that the historicity of the Exodus is not the basis of the faith of the Jewish people.
Well, what is the word historicity?
In other words, the factuality of it. It could be true without being factual.
You're not supposed to read it as fact.
Well, I don't read it as fact. I don't read it as a history book. I said, look, I was talking, again, to a congregation that has many Iranians. I said, you experienced the truth of the Exodus in your own life. There was a regime that wanted to destroy you, and you miraculously escaped before it did. And so a myth is something that may not have happened, but is always happening. And that's what I would say about the Exodus. It's not about whether, in fact, there was the killing of the firstborn. It's about, does God deliver? God delivered Jews in ancient times, does God deliver people in modern times? But the issue is, and me, it's the issue of faith is much deeper than the issue of fact. I wouldn't look to the Torah for my science either.
What are the limits of science in terms of what can science not tell us that or it can? So, historicity, the facts of things, okay. If Torah is much more than that, like you said, it's not something that happened, but something that's always happened. But presumably, it's interacting with the environment of the day to generate.
So you can live a life by Torah. I don't think you can live a life by faith. You can live a life that is informed by the values of the tradition of Judaism, And those values, by the way, what science does is it contributes factuality to the conversation and also changes the reality around us. So when you study Talmud on your iPhone, you're still, it changes the atmosphere in which you do it, but the wisdom and the life guidance and the connection to transcendence is something that science doesn't.
If we now step into M. Harris, here's the place of science. Talk about the kind of current assumption of science. For me, obviously, AI person, mind thing. What the heck is going on up there? How do you explain consciousness? How do you explain free will? Do you think, first of all, we have a free will? And if so, what is it?
This is where we had the debate earlier that I mentioned with Hitchens, where I think neither he nor the moderator understood what I was saying, which is, I'm sure, my inability to express it.
But he was very focused, delivered.
Yes. But what I was trying to say is, if we're entirely biological creatures, if we didn't choose our genetics, didn't choose our environment, then there is no space for free choice. I don't understand where it comes in. And I kept asking them that question, but didn't get an answer because I don't think there is an answer. I think if you're a thoroughgoing materialist, free will is impossible. There could be randomness, but randomness is not free will. It's random. I think you need a spiritual, non-material belief in order to get free will. And that's why I believe in free will.
Yeah, you were talking about sort of, actually moderated a glass of water and how you use free will. Because you could also, if it fits into the materialistic picture, it could be just a convenient quirk.
You would understand this better than I would. I don't understand how it could be a convenient quirk materialistic. I don't understand how to explain it.
Well, no, there's, you study perception, all these kinds of illusions.
Right.
Our mind plays tricks on us to make our life easier, more efficient, survive better, and all that. And so the feeling like choice.
Oh, that could be an illusion. Right, but actual free choice, free will, I don't see where you get it if you're a materialist. I think you have to have a spiritual component. By the way, I think this is also, I think Sam would agree with me. I think he wrote about not having free will.
Yeah.
And I think if you don't have a God and you don't have soul, that free will is a logical possibility.
And which is fascinating. It's not that free will, but the illusion of free will is it's not, we don't even experience anything like it. There's no illusion. It's not even on us to talk about it. We are, like the currents in the river. We're comparing it to the glass. We are just glass, right? I don't know what we're going on about with free will thing. To use free will on the eye that the young person is born with, that's somehow fundamental religion.
It's fundamental Judaism. I think the idea is that you are the custodian of your soul. And even though I grant that there's a certain emphasis in modern society on the individuality of the soul, that is, we are more interconnected than I think we believe. Still, the idea that every human being is an image of God, that being in the Torah is created singly. And again, do I really believe there was an Adam and an Eve in the Garden of Eden? No, not literally. But I think that it expresses deep truth about human life.
And tied into this subject of experience that we call consciousness.
I mean, this is the most fascinating and inexplicable discussion. And again, this is a discussion I'm privileged to have with Daniel Dennett, could not make any, you can imagine, any headway on my, but he was delightful and brilliant to talk to. Um, for me, consciousness is a real thing. I don't know it is. I mean, I kind of like the panpsychist, view that there's an element of consciousness in everything. That's constitutive of reality. Um, but I'm not wedded to it. But I think that it exists in different degrees in sentient creatures. I think that everybody who has a pet knows that they have some kind of consciousness. And since I don't have cats or dogs, I'm not going to.
Another reason you can be outraged. I
happen to be allergic to both, but I'm very fond of it. The thing that so perplexes me about this and is the denial of the reality of consciousness from people who are fully aware that they're conscious. I don't know how you divest yourself of the most present quality of being a person in your discussion about what it is to be a person.
You just don't really have a good sense of the alternative. Right. You can kind of divest yourself in that way. Maybe we're over dramatizing something. Like every living thing, perhaps every period, that it's the center of the universe. Right. But here we are telling ourselves these dramatic big stories about us being special. Maybe the possibility about the uncertainty and about our place in the whole.
Any statement you make about something like consciousness has, I think, a sort of level of humility. You're saying that we don't have it is as, not you, Lex, but you person saying we don't have it is as intellectually arrogant as I do. So I think for me, humility comes in admitting that we really, really have just the tiniest part of the puzzle. And as you get older, at least my experience has been not that you get more answers, but that you just get a bigger puzzle.
So to me, there's less. So the question is fascinating, but there's also an engineering practical question. And perhaps, right, I'll ask you a religious one on this point. Return back to thoughts. So, how to engineer consciousness, or I'll ask you a very simple question: is you have robots that exhibit capacity to suffer. I found in myself as a kid when I see that, I feel something.
Exhibit the capacity to suffer, or they exhibit behaviors that evoke you and that they are suffering. Those aren't the same thing.
From an observation perspective, they sure as heck seem similar.
You think they're feeling pain?
I don't know. I'm observing pain. Okay. Like when I watch a movie, there's people on screen. Some of them are dressed like Batman.
But you can make the distinction. Like if I have a doll and I bend the doll over and it makes a sad face, I know that doll is not actually in pain, even though I am observing pain. So the question, what's that?
What the question is, the doll becomes able to remember things about you, David,
right?
About the experiences you shared, right? And is able to and make you feel like there's an actual relationship.
So that's what I'm asking. At what point do you believe that, I know that this is an impossible question, but at what point do you believe that there is a consciousness in there as opposed to just an extraordinary, like when I play chess against a computer and it beats me, I'm embarrassed, even though the computer doesn't, I don't think the computer is going, "Oh, you idiot," but it feels that way. But there is some part of me that says, okay, I know that this computer doesn't actually know who I am or care who I am. It just knows how to move pieces. So at what point do you, you're giving me instances, it speaks, it does this, but at what point does that for you cross the threshold into it's actually a sentient being?
I think the question is whether there is a threshold that you can cross. Right, that's one question. I can answer this different from person to person, but chess engine is not at all trying that threshold. Let's just start there. And to me, personalization is what's the difference? Like a friend shared all these memories. The way they look at you will convey things they say that they've shared those memories. They'll be able to speak in shared humor and the language, but really the memory is the big one of having gone through things together. I think I would have more and more trouble, for example, turning off a system that I've been through. Right. Like, and by turning off, I mean delete all of its memory. Right. If me and the toaster have gone through a bunch of dramatic events, and the toaster remembers a certain level where, like, it's just me and the toaster together. And well, sentience, I don't know, but you know, I don't know. According to the scripture, can't live by bread alone.
But I mean, I know that there's no way to determine this, but it's still about what you feel.
Yes, but isn't that what human relations are?
Yes, but
make each other feel.
True, but it's true that I have the assumption that somewhat like I do. I mean, obviously, I don't. You know, and that could be illusion, and I don't know. And I know that you don't feel exactly as I. But I think we have at least to me, we have a long way to go before the detached part of our brain, that is the objective evaluating part, as opposed to the emotive, it feels this way part, that has conscious.
I think it's at least, without arriving at least possible that one day we'll look back and realize that we have yet once again formed another tribe, that scripture all along the ability for robots, that through the robot, the life that enters the body of another robot. What's the difference between a biological body and we will see that fundamental thing about the, whatever you want to call it, sentient, whatever permeates the object. That was.
So I mean,
And then you cancel one more time because
I denied it. I was going to say
you'll eventually.
I'll preach to the robot. Look, first of all, depends how quickly you do it, and how much longer I have to wait. I resist it tremendously, but I am also enough of a student of history to know that my instinctive resistance has nothing to do with whether it will come about. I have a hard time believing it.
Can I ask you about the maybe? I tend to believe that suffering is a connection with consciousness. Suffering is a fundamental part, the capacity to suffer.
I mean, look at when you're not conscious, you don't suffer. You know, we've had operations where we've been put under anesthetic. We're not conscious. We don't suffer during the operation. If we were conscious, we would. But there's also, I mean, there's a non-physical suffering that is very much tied to consciousness. I can think of things right now that will cause me suffering, like pain that I've caused or pain that other people I care about have felt or so on. So I don't see how. I think that way. I think it's equally true of joy. Joy is also a product of consciousness.
All tied in a beautiful, messy way with memory and so on. The experience of memories. Why is there? Why is there evil? Tell stories about this. Why is there suffering? Why is there evil?
So let's assume for a minute that everything was a primitive world. There would be no suffering, but there would also be no growth, and that implies choices. One of the things that I've said that I know why it hurts people, and I don't mean it quite the way that but I will say it nonetheless, is the Holocaust presents the exact same theological question as somebody who gets shot on the streets of a city in Los Angeles, which is, God, why do you allow some people to do bad things? It's on an unimaginable scale, but it's the same question. And the answer has to be either allow people to have free will. You can't say, God, I'm going to let everybody have free will. Nazis don't get free will. Because Cambodians, they can kill each other. Rwandans kill each other, but the Nazis don't get to do that. So that's one part of it. And what makes it unfathomable is when you're actually faced with suffering, these kinds of explanations are obscene. They just are. You can't. And when somebody is actually suffering, the rabbi said God gave people free will. That's just. But there is a second piece to this also, which is that there is natural suffering, like diseases or earthquakes or volcanoes, whatever. And here my argument is that in some ways suffering has to be random because when people say, why do bad things happen to good people? Well, if only good things happen to good people, everybody would be good. But it would have no moral content. The only way you can be good and have moral content is say, I know that I can live a really good life and have really terrible things happen to me nonetheless. So it feels to me like it has to be a random. Now that, by the way, that I've been incredibly lucky. I don't have a good life because I was. I have a good life because I was lucky. And that implies not that I should feel guilty about it, but that I have tremendous responsibility as a result to other people.
Tremendous responsibility to study the lessons of history, tell the stories of those who are less lucky, and draw enough wisdom from them so that you have less in suffering, or have kind that get us to improve even more.
That's right, exactly. That we suffer better.
Suffer better. For a lot of people, mortality is one of the very unfortunate versions of suffering that the ride ends in this realm, whatever it is. What do you think of mortality? Something to think about, something to fear. What do you think happens after we die?
I don't fear it. First of all, I would say when I was in high school, I think my father actually encouraged me to read this book. I read Ernest Becker's Denial of Death, which I found and still find to be one of the most profound works I've ever. And he convinced me that a lot of what our society is about are ways that we avoid encountering mortality. Our physicality. I mean, among the points he makes, and I'm not quoting him at all directly, but why does everything about our body make us so uncomfortable? Everything that comes out of you, other than tears, is either mildly or very. Why? Why does that have to be? Why are sex and eating and all the things that are physical surrounded with so much symbolism? I mean, what are they? They're like, we're not eating like animals because we're not eating like animals. And sex obviously has more around it than anything. And his answer is anything that reminds you of your physical body, that's what dies. Your body dies, it dies by worms. That you don't want to think about, so you deny it. I think that part of religion is a confrontation with your own mortality, but also a certain transcendence, because the idea that something about you is eternal. What exactly, I don't know. And you ask, what do I think happens after we die? So I don't know any better than anyone else does, but I'll say two things about it. One is that every image of what it's like is foolish. Like Mark Twain has, I think in Letters from Earth, he says, we're going to lie on green fields and harp music, which you want to do for 5 minutes while you're alive, but you think you'll be happy for the rest of eternity doing it after you die. So I don't know. This world was a question. The next world was right. I have no idea. But I really like this parable told by a guy in a book on death and mourning, by a rabbi in a book on death and mourning, about twins in a womb. One of them believes there's a life outside, and the other one doesn't. Says, the one who doesn't, it's the only world we've ever seen, the only world we've ever known. Why do you think there's something out there? He says, now imagine the one who believes is born. Back in the womb, his brother is mourning a death. But outside, everybody's celebrating a birth. That's what I love that image.
So, yeah, the grass is always greener. It's new step, but the eternity is an interesting one. It's yet another concept that I feel humans are fully able to comprehend. Eternity fundamental to all of these discussions.
I think it is, well, partly because God is eternal, and therefore it moves the mind in that direction, even though it is completely unfathomable. You know,
because sometimes I would say eternity being feel sometimes a moment, a truly joyful moment, feels like an eternity. Intensity. Maybe eternity is more about stopping time versus extending time indefinitely. And it's something that only can't comprehend.
All I would say is, as the older you get, the more you're struck by the fact that time does not flee. You know, people will sometimes say to me, you haven't aged a day. Then I'll look at an old picture of myself. And I'll say, that was very kind of you, but it's not true. It's not true. So, yeah, I mean, I love the idea of, you know, eternity in a grain of sand, how Blake put it. I love that notion. When you talk about life after death, I think that in some ways, my fundamental faith is in this doesn't all disappear. There's something about people that transcends the world.
You mentioned Ernest Becker in high school, how you can mention truth, wisdom, some of this idea. But in general, can you go all the way back and tell some of the fascinating story of how you did?
When I was in high school, I was really pretty ardent atheist. And I loved Bertrand Russell, who was, for my money, with all due respect to all the very, very capable people that we talked about earlier, he's the best atheist pound for pound that there was, and a remarkably witty and lucid writer, and I was totally in his thrall. I would read every book by Russell I could get my hands on. And the reason that I did, I have this theory that why do adolescent boys like Mr. Spock and like Sherlock Holmes? I think it's because when you hit puberty, for a lot of us, there's so much discomfort with our bodies that we like the idea that we can train. I really think so. I had that experience. It's like I want to just be a thinking machine. I don't want to be a body because my body was making me so uncomfortable. And I had all these urges and inclinations that I couldn't control. So Russell was perfect. And my father, who was a rabbi, did the very wise thing of buying me some of Bertrand Russell's books, which was his way of saying I'm not afraid of him. And actually, there was another rabbi. I was summer camp, and I was sitting on the porch of I remember exactly, and I was reading Bertrand Russell. This guy came up to me and he said, "What are you reading?" Maybe 16 or 17. And I said, "Bertrand Russell." I was boiling for a fight. He said, "I'm glad you're reading it." Why? He goes, "How old are you, David?" Whatever I was, 16, 17. He said, "Well, I'd rather you grow out of it than grow into it." And you know what? He was actually right, because when I started to read about Russell's life, I realized that all of that rationality didn't shield him. He had an incredibly messy life, multiple marriages, endless infidelity. Family members he didn't speak to him. His father was raised by his grandparents, but his parents died, and like really not a happy or I mean a remarkable life, but not a happy life. And so I started to like believe that maybe it was possible that people who had faith were not stupid and needed crutches, but saw something. And the more people that I met that were like that, it's funny because I always thought, okay, my father is a rabbi, that's great, but nobody else. And I I think what happened to me was it was not a logical decision to come to faith. It was a sort of opening of my heart. Like this world is way much more than my mind can capture, and I kind of felt my way to God. And in the moments, my faith, there was a rabbi named Rabbi Rothschild. He said he was a moon man. His faith waxed and waned. So sometimes I have more, sometimes less. But in my feeling,
So, heart open.
Yeah.
What would you say? Feeling your moment, part about in your faith.
I think the most beautiful part about Judaism is that though it is filled with, it takes life and it takes the soul serious. It really believes that this matters and that we matter and what we do matters. And I think that that's incredibly important, especially in a world in which young people feel so much like they don't matter. That's an unbelievably powerful message. I mean, it's I want to say like almost to every young woman under 30 on TikTok, you don't matter because of you, not why you matter. I hope you know that. You matter because you have a soul. And to every young man who's like nihilistic and doesn't think and just thinks that if they make enough money, their life will be fine, I want to say the same thing, which is really that's not ultimately you matter because you're in the image of God. And Judaism really believes and preaches that. And I think that that's a message that has so much to say to the world. It's like you have to take people seriously and all of the difficulty in figuring out all these social questions and what they mean. I just don't want to miss people because I agree with them politically, socially, culturally, because I think they matter.
So ultimately, Judaism, a wealth of meaning.
Yes. I really believe that it does. I really do. And its meaning, and I want to emphasize this, not political. The deepest meaning is not political.
Well, there is of everything.
Exactly. That's why I want to emphasize the deepest meaning is on the soul level, not on a voting level.
That combined with humor, it's clear to me that Christopher Hitchens should have been.
Was. He actually was. He discovered that that his mother was Jewish. Yep. He has a beautiful essay about it, discovering in his 30s that his mother was Jewish. Yep. So, so remarkably enough, he actually was Jewish. His autobiography, Hitch 22, is a great read. And I just want to say, like, what you discover there, I don't know if I'm giving too much away by telling the story, what you discover there is that his mother ran away a minister or a priest and died in what seemed like was suicide. So I read it, unfortunately, after he passed away, but I would have wanted to ask him, do you think that has anything to do maybe with the hostility?
We're only human.
My father, I mean, both my parents, but my father was a rabbi, was such a wonderful, warm, and loving man. So I associate a figure, with real goodness.
And I'm sorry to turn to a darker topic, but I really wanted to the current events or recent events in Dallas. What lessons do you draw from Dallas?
Well, the week after that, we had active shooter training in my synagogue. So one of the things I drew was that security for synagogues is important. And the second is that the reality of anti-Semitism, which I had thought had waned when I first began my rabbinate, I thought it's not going to be such a big issue. It is like an evergreen issue, and Jews and all people of goodwill have to take this really seriously because it has devastating consequences. And the world doesn't know that. It hasn't.
So there's anti-Semitism on a scale of human to human. There's also, like you mentioned, politics gets up in this nation. It's impossible to answer. But I have to ask, what do you think the long run saga of it? Do you ever see peace?
Well, I'm an optimist about the human. Look, I mean, I have many thoughts about. I'm a very, very strong supporter of Israel, and I also feel really for the plight of the Palestinians. They're, this is a clash of legitimate narratives that is impossible to exactly. However, I know that Israel has made now with other Arab nations. Uh, I don't believe that Israel is unwilling to make peace. And so I think that as difficult as it will be for Palestinians to come to grips with the fact that the Jewish state is not leaving and it's legitimate as opposed to now, but we will get rid of it. Um, if that comes to be, and I believe that it will, I think not only that there will be peace, but I think that the two people together could probably do remarkable things in the world.
Do you think the source of its politics is it religious ideas? And look at what is the way out? Is it geopolitics? Is it interfaith discourse and collaboration? Or
So I think that I'm not sure that I can give one answer, but I will give an answer. Why did the Abraham Accords happen? The main reason they happened was because economics overrode ideology. And I actually am hopeful that that's in the end what will happen. That people will say, you know what, we could have such a better life if we put aside the ideological animosity and just created this different kind of movie together. I went to Dubai to watch the World Chess Championship. I really wanted to see Magnus Carlsen play. I thought you're alive when you have such a remarkable champion. Go see him play. I actually went to Dubai for the last couple of games, and I watched. I wouldn't so much. I mean, not that I'm uninterested in Dubai, but I went there for the chess thing. The expo was also on at the same time, and I saw it. It was amazing. Place I came back. I know who lived in Dubai several years ago. He said, "What you?" It was nice as Dubai. It was like very, very polished, very sweet, very clean, very no crime and so on. But it was like kind of like Las Vegas in the Middle East without the gambling or something like that. He said, and he totally changed my perspective in a couple sentences. But I know it seems like that when you come from Las Vegas. He said, fly there from Yemen, from Riyadh, and it is a miracle. I thought, oh my God, you're right. What human beings can do if they just decide their ideological shackles is remarkable. And I'm hopeful that one day that'll happen.
Economics allows for higher quality of life. No longer is the playground. Said earlier, there's more resources to play with. Unfortunately, us are more willing to play with it. Maybe that is a technology perspective, innovation, engineering, help make everybody's life better. Over that, once lives become better, they start to be have time to be pathetic.
And they have more to lose. When you have more to lose, it actually makes you, I think, countries are less willing to go to war when they have more. And families want peace when they have when it's good. So I think there's an element of that as well.
And some of it, again, taking us back to the other aspect of our conversation is how we're conducting ourselves in conversation and so on. But I think actually, I'm a big fan of the idea of social media is a way for us to connect together. I think there's a lot of strong ideas that well, and clearly initial attempts to kind of open it up wide, some of the lesser aspects of it take over, combined with different part of me, because I don't participate in it, like if somebody being mean to me or being aggressive, these kind of things, I enjoy it, even right. But I enjoy it because I don't respond. I think if I responded, I would get pulled into it and stuff. But I love people. I talk to people. In fact, I still visit Clubhouse. I don't know. Oh, right. That's right. Actually,
I think that's how we first met.
Well, yeah. When I was a bad boy, actually, when I first heard you, I was like, I can't believe it. But the Israel-Palestine topic was something that's very deep in way discussed, race discussed, and I now talk about the practice Russian, and there in Russian, the discussion is on basically as meaningless or meaningful wanted, but just people screaming and calming down and going. That that emotion, if it is allowed to have a voice, it needs. So that felt really healthy. Learn how to do that.
Social media, I wish that we're not as algorithmically biased towards conflict. I don't think that that's healthy, but I think it brings a lot of blessings into people's lives if they use it wisely. You know, it can, like anything else, it can be awful, but it can. I've connected to all sorts of people that I never would have known. That's been wonderful. So
let me ask you the big question of advice. Okay. What advice would you give to young people today? Or maybe high school, college, thinking about career, thinking about life, thinking proud of.
So the first thing that I would say is that life is longer than you think it is. Even though I understand the impulse to be in a rush, will have many unfolded, or even the people of my generation did.
Unfolded.
It's just word. But it feels that way. It's like different aspects of your life will show you different possibilities that you don't imagine at the moment. And I think the second thing that I would say is, I know that this is very old-fashioned, but I would say, if to the extent that you can read, don't just, and not just on social media, read books. Learn things that will give you a broader context for your life than just today or yesterday or the day before. And I suppose the other thing that I would say is that to the extent that you can, try to develop your own internal metric, both what matters and what is good, because you will be exposed to more voices than any generation in history telling you that that's good and this is good. They're called influencers, but what they are is voices telling you what you should think and what you should believe. So have some internal space where you'll be able to say, for example, I know this person is doing that and it's great, but that's not me.
You have a community of people that speak to you with a lot of passion, and you still have that voice in your own, in the privacy of your own mind, that you're able to ignore, like for a moment, be with yourself, absolutely think what is right.
Absolutely, and I think it's partly because I grew up without that. I mean, I grew up with a lot of space in my life, so I had a chance to develop that voice. That's why I think it's harder for kids today than it was for me. I mean, when there were 3 channels, there was 3, 6, and 10. There was ABC, CBS, and NBC, and that was it. And you spent your evening, playing board games or reading or whatever, and there was a lot of space. And we played football in the street, and you went on your bike in the morning, and nobody worried about you when you came home at night. Everybody assumed you were fine. And so I really feel, and also I went into a religious tradition where I feel like I have the opportunity to judge myself by bigger metrics. and it's still hard. I don't want to. It's not like, oh, it's just I wear impenetrable armor. It's still hard. So how much harder for kids today when they don't have that?
You mentioned book. Is there Bertrand Russell and Now of Death by Eric Becker? Is there pop in mind that kind of impact that?
My favorite novel is Middlemarch. I remember, like, I was listening to a podcast. I was listening to one of your podcasts where you said where your guest said the greatest novels of the 19th century were Brothers Karamazov and what was the other one? I don't remember. I think I may have been. I don't remember. Maybe. But anyway, but I would say Middlemarch is up there. Middlemarch, like the entire world, and it's written by a woman, Marianne F. Evans, and named George Eliot. Virginia Woolf said it's the only English novel for grown-ups. Feel the genius in her sense, like the pressure of her intellect. It's a wonderful, wonderful book. I love it. Pressure of her intellect. Yeah, you do. I love Saul Bellow, especially Herzog, but it's a very different kind of thinking person's novel. I read a lot of mysteries and a lot of other kinds of fiction and literature, but in terms of the books that most, you mentioned one of them, which is Viktor Frankl's Man's Search for Meaning, and I also really, really love Heschel's The Sabbath. I think it's a beautiful book. It's a very short book, just as Frankl's book is.
What do you take of a human being in the worst conditions? Non-dramatically find little joys, find beauty.
It's what I said before about Judaism's advice to the younger people, that it matters. If you believe something matters, you have enormous results. It's meaninglessness that is the greatest threat. When people are like deeply depressed, whether it is chemical depression or what they feel like is this is all meaning, and meaning. Now, obviously, chemical depression calls apart for chemical means, but meaning is the great antidote. We can talk about what kind of meaning. I mean, there are kinds of meanings that are awful, but meaning is the great antidote to a sense that life is just nihilistic and purposeless. That destructiveness, I think, is common.
Yeah, so maybe that heroic action in Nazi Germany, the Holocaust, the camps, is even not the action, the realization that every life matters.
So here's this really wonderful story that Hugo Gryn, who was the rabbi in England, died, I don't know, 15, 20 years ago, he used to tell. He grew up in Auschwitz. He was a child there. He was with his father, and it was Hanukkah. And you're supposed to light the candle. His father took the margarine ration and used it as the oil to light the Hanukkah. And Hugo said, was candle as our food. And his father said, what we have learned, my son, is you can live for 3 weeks without food. You can live for 3 days without water, but you can't live for 3 minutes without hope.
Well, hope. Let me ask you the meaning of life. What's the meaning of life? You're the perfect person to ask this question.
I believe the meaning of life is for human beings to grow in soul. That's why we're here, and you can do that in numbers of ways, but you're supposed to return your soul like more burnished and beautiful than you got it. It's going to have, some nicks and cuts, but that's what it means to deepen and grow it, and you do that more than anything else. You do that by learning how to love. I mean, that's the principal way I think that you do it.
It's interesting because for human in a relationship, you're a man of faith, God, it feels like love is so richly part of human society. It's not just love of God, it's love of Yeah.
Right. Yeah. There's no question about the idea. I mean, in Judaism, that was actually the great innovation of the monotheistic idea. In pagan societies, it's all about how you treated the gods. Monotheism said, no, God cares how you treat each other. So, it's, in fact, the mystics use the same kind of word in Hebrew, devekut, which means clinging, that is used about Adam and Eve. It says, therefore, a man will leave his father and mother and davak with his wife. And davak means cling. So there is an analogy there, absolutely.
Yeah, kind of think of human civilization that we march in penguins. They're all huddled together in cold.
Yeah.
This is fundamentally human. This darkness all around us, of uncertainty, cruelty. It seems like everything is so fragile, and we're just kind of all huddling together for war. Yeah. That's all we got is each other. So we started with the big question of what is God, ended with what is meaning. Rabbi Wolpe, I've been a huge fan of this for a long time. It's such an honor.
I am really so happy to be here, and thank you so much for the conversation.
Thanks for listening to the conversation with David Wolpe. For this podcast, check out our sponsor. Now, we leave you with the word self. The only part, the broken one, is it lets the light in. Hope to see you next time.
We think that self-assembly, this modular, configurable algorithm for constructing space structures in orbit, is going to give us this promise of space architecture that's actually worth living in.
Might one day become intergalactic vision. Following this conversation with Ariel Escobar, director of MIT Space Exploration, especially interested in autonomously self-assembling space architecture, basically giant space structures that can sustain human life and that assemble themselves out in space and then orbit Earth, Mars, and other planets. This Lex Friedman podcast supported. Check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Ariel. When did you first fall in love with space exploration and space in general?
My parents are both ex-Air Force. My dad's an A-10 fighter pilot. My mom had qualified to be a fighter pilot. Really, that when we're not allowed in combat at that time. And so I grew up with these two pilots, and although they themselves did not become astronauts, the really rich legacy of Air Force pilots becoming astronauts looms large in my childhood. It means to be courageous, explorer, to be at the vanguard of something hard and challenging. And to couple with that, my dad was a huge fan of science fiction. So I, as a kid, read Heinlein, Asimov, all these different classics of science fiction too. And that just started a love affair with space exploration and really thinking about civilization scale space exploration.
So, did they themselves dream about going to Mars, flying here in Earth's atmosphere?
Yeah, my dad always said he was absolutely convinced because he was a child of the Apollo years that he would get to go in his lifetime. He really thought it was going to happen. And so it was a challenge. Dad didn't know when their view on the outside, space exploration slowed down for a period of time. In reality, we were just catching up. We leapt so far ahead of Apollo, more than the rest of society was ready for. And now we're coming back to this moment for space exploration where we actually have an economy and we have other accoutrement that society needs to be able to make space exploration more real. And my dad's finally, not really, I hope not anywhere near the end of his life, but as he's an older man, he now can still within his lifetime, people really getting a chance to build a sustainable lunar settlement on the moon, or maybe even to Mars.
Settlement, civilization on other planets. That's the cool thing what was the favorite sci-fi growing up?
Obviously, like Asimov Foundation. This is an amazing story of Harry Seldon, this foundation that he forms at different ends of the, well, according to the story, different ends of the universe, and has this interesting focus on. So it's not just space exploration for the sake of space exploration or novel technology, which is a lot of what I work on day to day at my team, but how do you structure a society across those vast expanses of time? And so I'd say it's an absolute favorite. Now, though, my favorite is New Season and 70. The book that inspired my own PhD research and some ongoing work that we're doing with NASA now for the future of robotics or spacecraft.
We were saying offline about New Zealand because I just recently had a conversation with him, and I said that not until I was in the research form that I realized he had a role to play in Blue Origin, like sci-fi actually having a role to play in design, engineering, implementation idea, kind of percolate up from the sci-fi world and actually reality. It's kind of bigger in that way. Do you also think about him beyond just work in science fiction, but his role coming up with wild, crazy ideas that actually reality?
Yes, I think it's a great example of this cycle between authors and scientists and engineers, that we can be inspired in one generation by what authors build it, we make it a reality, and that inspires another generation of really wild and crazy thought for science fiction. I think Neil Stephenson does a beautiful job of being what we'd call a hard science fiction author, so it's grounded in a lot of science. It's very compelling for me as a scientist to read and challenge to make that reality. The other community that Neil's involved with and some other mentors are involved with that we are thinking about more and more in the work that we do at my team is the Long Now Foundation. And this focus, what does society need to take in steps at this juncture, this particular inflection point in history, that we're setting ourselves up for a long and prosperous horizon, for humanity's horizon. There's a lot of examples of what the Long Now Foundation does and thinks about. But when I think about this in my own work, what does it take to build humanity's presence in orbit? We are seeing some additional investment in commercial space habitat. So it'll no longer be just NASA running the International Space Station, but to really democratize access to space, like Bezos wants to have millions of people living and working in space, we need architecture that's bigger and grander and can actually scale. That means thinking about how can you construct things for long time horizons that really stable in orbit or on a surface of a celestial body that are bigger than the biggest rocket payload fairing that we currently have available. And that's what led me to self-assembly and other models of in-space.
Every time you speak, like,
cut me off.
No, please keep talking. It's amazing. I just, one sort of on the dark side, let me ask, do you think about the threats to human civilization that kind of motivate healing, expansion of human space? Worried about nuclear war, pandemic, super intelligent, artificial intelligence, more not existential crises, but ones that have significant detrimental effects on society, like climate change. As of course, the planet already coming out of the darkness, being all Earth. Anyway, guys, well, that's threatened countries.
As an ex-military family, to talk about all of this, we say that luck favors the prepared. And so, growing up, we had a plan, actually a family plan for what we would do in a pandemic. We're going to have to put that plan into place, and here we are. We do, certainly, among my own family and my friends, and then our work at we think about existential threats and risks to humanity, and what role does space exploration and getting humans off-world have to play in a resilient future for humanity. But what I actually find more compelling is instead of thinking about to ever abandon Earth through a path of space exploration or space foraging, is to see how we can use space technology to keep Earth livable. The obvious direct ways of doing this would be satellite technology that's helping us learn more about climate change or emitters or CO2. But there's also a future for geoengineering that might be space-based. A lot of questions would have to be answered around that. But these are examples of pivoting our focus away from the Hollywood vision of, oh, an asteroid's going to come or Earth, to let's use our considerable technology prowess and space technology to save Earth and be very much focused on how we have a worthwhile life for Earth. Even as some of us want to go out and further venturing.
Right, just the desire to explore. There is, yes. But it seems that by placing harsh conditions, the harsh conditions of space, plants, biology, the chemistry, the engineering, the robotics, the materials, all of that, a nice way to come up with
great force.
Yeah, it's a forcing function, like survival. If you don't get this right, you die. So, and that you can bring back to Earth, and it will improve, like figuring out food in space and make it figure out how to, live healthier lives here on Earth.
So true. The technologies that we're directly looking at right now, for space habitats, it's hard to keep humans alive in this really fragile little pocket against the vacuum and all of the dangers of the environment presents. Some of the technologies we are going to have to figure out is energy efficient, cooling and air conditioning, air filtration, scrubbing systems of air, being able to have habitats that are themselves resilient to extreme weather and radiation. And some of these are direct translational opportunities for areas turned by natural disasters. People in California a decade ago would never have had to think about an airtight house. But now with wildfires, you do want something close to airtight. How do you manage that? There's a lot of technologies from the space habitation world that we are hoping we can actually bring back down to as well in these extreme environment contexts.
Okay, so you mentioned go back to form. That was interesting. Well, your own work also, you said, was inspiring as well. So, Swarm, are you thinking about architectures? Or are you thinking about artificial intelligence, robotics? Are those intermixed?
I think the future that we're seeing is going to be intermixed. Really exciting. So the future space habitats are one of intelligent structure. Maybe not all the way to HAL and the 2001 Space Odyssey reference scares people about the habitat having a mind of its own. But certainly we're building systems now where the habitat has sensing technology that allows it to communicate its basic functions, maybe flight support for the astronauts, but could also communicate in symbiosis with the swarm robots that would be on the outside of the spacecraft, whether it's in the microgravity environment or on the surface. And little robots, they crawl, just a la Neil Stephenson in 78. They crawl along the outside of the spacecraft looking for micrometeorite punctures or gas leaks or other faults and defects. And right now we're just working on the diagnosis. So can this swarm with this collective intelligence act in symbiosis with the spacecraft and detect things? But in the future, we'd also love for these little micro robots to repair in situ, like ants living in a tree, all together connected to the spacecraft.
Vision, this is to be distributed, and like an ant colony, if one of them is damaged or whatever, control all those kind of things that doesn't affect performance. More decentralized. It's more like almost a question. Right. From the ground up, it's so scary, distributed, but it's also exceptionally powerful, right? Robust in the harsh conditions. When you look into the next 10, 20, 100 years, starting from scratch, you think we should be doing architecture-wise?
For space, yes, because it gives you redundancy and speed profile is really critical. So whether it's small swarm robots, it doesn't matter if you with them, to habitats that instead of having a central monolithic habitat, might actually be able to have a decentralized node of a space station, so that you can kind of right out of Star Wars, you can shut a blast door if there's a fire or if there's a conflict in an area, and you can move go into another decentralized node of the spacecraft. There's another idea out of New Zealand actually where these arklets, were decentralized spacecraft that can form and dock little temporary space stations with each other, and then separate and go off on their way and have a decentralized approach.
But the self-assembly component of that, the PhD work and beyond, you explored autonomously self-assembly architecture for forest habitats on Earth, Mars. There's a few things I personally find sexy and self-assembling space architecture, autonomously self-assembling space architecture. Yeah, the idea of like self-assembling architectures, building a bridge or something like that, self-assembling. It feels like an incredibly efficient way to do it because optimization and to build like the most optimal structures given dynamic, certain changing conditions. So maybe can you talk about your PhD work, about tesserae? What is it? General, all any cool stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. So tesserae is my PhD research. It's this idea that we could take tiles that construct a large structure like a buckyball. Yeah, this is exactly what we're looking at here, which is the tiles that are packed flat in a rocket. They're released to float in microgravity. Magnets, pretty powerful electropermanent magnets, on their edges draw them together for autonomous function. There's no human in the loop here, and there's no central coordinate. Tile 1 go to tile 2. It's completely decentralized systems. They find each other on their own. What we don't know in this video is what happens if there's an error, right? So what happens if they bond incorrectly? The tiles have sensing, so proximity sensing, magnetometer, other sensors that allow them to detect a good bond versus a bad bond and pulse off and self-correct, which anybody who works in the field of self-assembly will tell you that error detection and correction, just like error detection in DNA sequence or protein folding, is a really important part of the system for that robustness. And so we've done a lot of work to engineer that ability for the tiles to be self-determining. They know whether they're forming the structure that they're supposed to or not.
They know if they need to get out.
Right. If they need to separate, exactly. Yeah.
All right, this is like amazing. People would think that there's a lot. I mean, large.
So the size that we use in the lab, they can really be any sizes. Scale them down to testing microgravity. So we sent tiles that were about 3 inches wide to the International Space Station a couple years ago to test the code, test the machine, test the algorithm of self-assembly. But now we're actually doing our first ever human scale tiles. They're medium size, a little smaller than maybe your average human. But they're 2.5 on edge length. The larger scale that we would love to build in the future would actually be tiles that are big enough from a bucket big open spherical volume, spherical propagation volume, that'd be about 10 meters in diameter. It's much bigger and grander in terms of than any current module on the ISS. One of the goals of this project was to say, what's the purpose of next generation space architecture? Should it be something that really inspires and delights people? When you float into that space, you get goosebumps in the way that you do when you walk into a really stunning architecture on Earth. I think that self-assembly, this modular, reusable algorithm for constructing space structures in orbit, is going to give us this promise of space architecture that's actually worth living in.
Living in, I thought you also meant from like outside artistic perspective. You see the whole thing.
With the aesthetics of it, absolutely.
And when you like go like, whenever you go into a city and it's like over the hill appears in front of you, and there's something majestic about, wow, he created that. It gives you like hope about like these bunch of ants were able to figure out how to build skyscrapers that light up. And in general, the design of these tiles and the way you envision it are pretty scalable.
Yes. And they're inspired by exactly what you mentioned a moment ago, which is we have these patterns of self-assembly on Earth. There's a lot of fantastic research that we're building this concept on. So Daniela Roos at Seasail and Pebbles, taking the power of magnets to create units that are themselves interchangeable. There's no notion of programmable matter. And so we're interested in going really big with it, to build big scale space structures with programmable tiles. But there's also a really fascinating end of that on the other side of the spectrum. How small can you go with matter that's programmable and stacks and builds itself and creates a bridge?
What do you envision thing would look like? Like when you imagine a thing far into the future where there's not even like small space, not calling small, but our currently sized space stations, but like gigantic. What do you envision? Is this something with symmetry, or is this something we can come up with? Is there a beautiful structure you can imagine in mind?
I've got 3 candidates that I would love to build. We're talking about monumental space architecture. One is, what does a space cathedral look like? A secular cathedral doesn't necessarily have to be about religion, but that notion of long sight lines, inspiring, stunning architecture can go in. And you can imagine floating, instead of being on the ground and only looking up, in space you could be in a central node, and each direction you look at, all the cardinal directions, are spires going off in a really large and long way. So that's concept of one. Number 2 would be something more organic that's not just metric. So here, one of the ideas that we're working on in my lab is to say, could you, instead of the tesserae model, right, which is self-assembling a shell, could you define a module that's a node, a small node that someone can live in, and you self-assemble a lot of those together? They're called the like space solid, and you dock a bunch of them together, and you can create a really organic structure out of that. The same way that creep appear, we have these nodes that dock together, and one shape that I would love to form out of this is something like a nautilus, a seashell, that beautiful, Fibonacci spiral sequence that you get in that shape, which I think would be a stunning and fabulous aggregated space.
That's so many cool words. Please,
Yeah.
That's a space filling
solid. The simplest thing to think of is a
cube.
The cube, right? So you stack cubes together, and you add an infinite number of cubes, you fill all that space. There's gaps between the cubes. They stack and fill space. Another tetrahedron is a truncated octahedron. And that's actually the candidate structures that we would be great for space systems.
The truncated part.
So you cut off an octahedron, actually has little pointy areas. You truncate certain sections of it, and you get surfaces that are on the structure that are cubes, and I think I have to remind myself exactly what the bases are. But overall, a truncated octahedron can be bonded to other truncated octahedrons, and just like the cube, it fills all the gaps as you build it out. You can imagine 2 truncated octahedrons, they come together at an airlock, which is what we space people call doors in space, and you dock them on all sides. Basically created this decentralized network of space nodes that make a big space station. And once you have enough of them, you're growing with big units, you can put any macro shape you want. That's where the nautilus comes in. It's going to be defined an organically inspired shape for space station.
Can I just say how awesome space people? I know you meant people that do research on space exploration, space technology, but it also made me think of a future Earth people. there's those space people.
I'd love to unite those.
Yeah, no, for sure. But like New Yorkers and like Texans, like that. Yeah, of course, you live for a time in New York and you love spots, but for a time you're space people. Well, I know those space people. They're kind of wild up there.
Let's see how that dynamic evolves.
Yeah, exactly. There's that culture forms. I would love to see what kind of culture. Once you have sort of more and more civilians, there's a human. I love psychology, sociology, and maybe ask about that too, with the dynamic humans. Kind of start considering spending a little more time up in space and start civilians start, and of course the beautiful and the ugly emerges of human nature that be able to. But say that these hadrons, these kind of shapes, are they multifunctional? Like the idea you'd be able humans can occupy them safely, some of them, and others have.
Exactly. One could be sleeping quarters, one could be a greenhouse or an agricultural unit, one could be a storage depot. Essentially, all of the different rooms or functions that you might need in a space station could be subdivided into these nodes and then stacked together. And one of the promises of both test array, my original PhD research, which is shell, and then this follow-on node concept, is that right now we build space stations. Once they're built, they're done. You can't really change them profoundly. But the benefit of a modular self-assembling system is you can disassemble it, completely reconfigure it as is, or the number of people in space that you want to host. If you have a space conference like Southwest
Party.
space party, then maybe all of a sudden the out window yesterday make them into birthing. Welcome a new station. Come and join me. That's what the promise of reconfigurable space architecture allows.
I've been hanging out with Brian and like she time for artists essentially. Like imagine, I mean this is South by like weird and like the artist. A lot of art design. It's a combination of art design and safety critical with like the highest of stakes. You can't mess up. This is first off, you talking about tiling. Just even less about tile. I don't know if it's related to any of this. To be obsessed with like how these tiles mathematics, geometric. It's beautiful idea of architecture, self-assembled, different shapes, have probably centralized guidance of the kind of thing you want to build, but they also kind of figure stuff out themselves and blow up details and figuring out when everything's right. For the OCD people, like, what's that stuff right? Pleasantly, like really fun. Everything they have like videos of everything.
Also tolerance go together.
So they figure that out on themselves as a local robotics. But by the way, you know, Pebbles project.
The Pebbles project are little pieces that have atoms and then electric permanent magnets, and they can self-disassemble. So they'll turn off, and so you'll have this little structure that all of a sudden flip the little pebbles over and essentially just disaggreg.
They have to make some. What that's gonna. I'm supposed to say anything else, but I'll but I'm not just discussing sounds. Okay. What were we talking about? So that's you mentioned.
Right. My third one.
Yeah. What third one?
My third one is because every science book ever that's worth anything has a world, and this
donut.
Yeah. So a really big torus that could encircle a planet or encircle another celestial body, being an asteroid or a small moon. And the promise here is the beauty of being able to have that geometry in orbit and all that surface area for solar panels and docking and essentially all of what that enables for a world at that stage.
By the way, for the viewers, we're looking at figure 11. What paper is this from? Hexagonal tiling course generated in Mathematica reference code patient. We're looking at a tile donut. I'm not hungry. So
this is probably, I mean, this is in my thesis. This looks like it was one of my earlier papers. This was an approach to say, great, come up with this tessellation approach for a buckyball. We picked the buckyball because it is the most efficient surface area to volume shape, and what's expensive in space with surface area, shipping up all that material. We wanted something to maximize it. But if we think about ring worlds and other shapes, we wanted to look at how do you tile each torus, and this is an example with icons, to be able to say, could we take the same array approach of self-assembling tiles and create other geometries?
That's awesome. You mentioned microgravity, and I believe that the picture of you microgravity. When did you experience that? What was that like?
So I 9 times on the affectionately known as the vomit comet. It's the parabolic flight, and essentially it does what you want it never to do, which is really seeking upwards at 45 degrees.
Good to you.
Yeah, that's right. That's super early in my some of just the passive files before we even put electronics in. We were just testing the magnet polarity and the essentially is it an energy favorable structure itself as well. We tweaked a lot of things.
Are we looking at a couple?
Looking at a bunch of there's almost 52 of them. Yeah, they're clumping. They're clumping.
Can you comment on what between microgravity and zero gravity?
Yes. So there is important difference. There is no zero gravity. There's nothing. There's universe. There is no such thing as zero gravity. The law of gravity tells us that there's always gravity action between any two objects. Energy is shorthand that fallen. There's a little bit in the public. The accurate term is microgravity, where you are essentially weightless, but generally in free fall. So on the parabolic flight on the comet, you're in free fall at the end of the parabola. And in orbit around the Earth, when you're floating, you're also in free fall.
What was it like? So affectionately called vomit comet. I'm sure there's a reason. What's it like? What's the first time to both philosophically, spiritually, and biologically?
It's profound. It is unlike anything else you'll experience on Earth because it is this feeling of with no drag. So the closest experience you can think of is floating in a pool, but you slowly flow and your motion is restricted. When you're floating, you and your body fly like in a dream. It takes the littlest amount of energy, like a finger tap against the wall of the plane to shoot all the way across the fuselage.
And you can move at speed, like you move your arm.
Exactly.
Your muscles.
There's no resistance.
There's no resistance.
They actually tell you to make a memory when you're on the plane because it's such a freeing experience for your body that even a few days later you've already forgotten exactly what it felt like. It's so foreign to the human experience.
They kind of suggested you try to form this memory play
cognitively freeze it. Yeah.
We have Neuralink. We put that memory. So in terms of how much stress it has on your body, is it biologically stressful?
You feel a 2G pull out, right? So the cost of getting those micro G parabolas is you then have a 2G pull out. And that's hard. You have to train for it. If you move your neck quickly in that 2G pull out, you can train muscle. But I wouldn't say that it's actually a profound tough thing on the body. It's really just an incredibly novel experience. And when you're in orbit and you're not having to go through the ups and downs of the parabolic plane, there's a real grace and elegance that astronauts learn to operate in a completely new environment.
What are some between the parabolic plane and actually going up? Is it that with orbit you can out?
Yeah.
Planet of ours?
See the blue marble, the stunning overview effect, and I hope to see one day. It's also really different if you're in orbit for any period of time. There's a lot more physiological than if you just did an afternoon flight on a comet. Everything from your bones, muscles, your eyeballs change shape. There's a lot of different things for long duration flight, and we still have as scientists, we still have to solve a lot of these interesting problems. Thriving in microgravity or deep duration station.
Duration station. Okay, let's talk about this. I was just going to talk about so approximately how long does it take to travel to Mars?
That's perfect. About 3 years for a round trip. And that's not that it actually
Why the round trip?
Well,
the
you're just asking
about
just
the one-way trip. That's okay, cool. So we're just literally to Mars in around 3 years.
It's an interstitial time there because you really can only go between Earth and Mars at certain points in their orbits where it's favorable to make that journey. And so part of that 3 years is you take the journey to Mars a few months, 6 to 9 months. You're there for a period of time until the orbits find a favorable alignment again, and then you come back.
One-way travel 6 to 9 months. hang out there, vacation.
Forced vacation.
Me was what. Alright. So okay, that gives us a sense of duration, longer duration. Well, what are the hardest aspects of living in many days? So let's say 100 days, 200 days. Maybe there's a threshold. Tough. What are some little things, big things that are very difficult?
One big thing and one little thing. There's two classic problems that we're trying to solve in the space industry. One is radiation. Not as much of a problem for us right now on the International Space Station because we're still protected by part of Earth's magnetosphere. But as soon as you get farther out into space and you don't have that protection once you use the Van Allen belt area, the Earth and the cocoon around the Earth, we have really serious concerns about radiation effect on human health. Big one. The small one, and I say it's small because it's mundane, but it actually is the biggest mental health and how to keep people happy and balanced. And you were alluding to some of the psychological challenges of having humans together on missions, and especially as we try to scale the number of humans in orbit or in space. So that's another big challenge: how to keep people happy, balanced, cooperating.
That's not an issue on Earth at all.
At all.
Okay, so we'll talk about each of them. Let me continue on the dumb question. What about food? What's a good food source for space? And what are some standard menus?
Right now, your go-to menu is going to be mostly freeze-dried. Every so often, NASA will arrange for a fun stunt or fresh food to get up to station. So they did double cookies a couple of years ago, as I recall, I think sometime before the pandemic. But there's work actually in our lab in MIT. Maggie Koblenz, one of my faculty members, fermentation. Everybody loves beer, right? Beer and wine and kimchi and miso. These foods have just been really important to human cultures for eons. We love the flavor in them. But it turns out they also have and they also have an additional health benefit for the microbiome, probiotics and prebiotics. So we're trying to work with NASA and convince them to be more open-minded to fermented food for long duration space missions. That we think is one of the future elements, in addition to in situ growing your own food.
Center for the space party.
Yes.
The space beer.
Yes, it's a fermented product. Yes.
Okay. In terms of water, what drinkable water? When you get water, you have to always bring it on board with you. And is there compressed efficiently?
So to steal a line from Charlie Bolden, the former administrator of NASA, this morning's fresh water is yesterday's coffee. But what that means is you drank the coffee yesterday.
Right, as it translates fully to the body.
Fully to the body as a recycling system, and then you drink what you eat out as verified, refined fresh water the next day. That is one source of water. Another source of water in the near neighborhood of our solar system would be on the moon. So deposits water on Mars. This is one of the big things of bringing people to want to develop infrastructure on the moon is once you've gotten out of the gravity of Earth, you can find water on the moon and refine it to make it propellant or drinkable water for humans. And so that's really valuable as a way out into the solar system to get propellant without always having to ship it from Earth.
So, water is there on Mars?
That's a great question. I do not know.
Don't know this
water
yet, right?
that we have. That's NASA from all the satellite studies that they've done of Mars have a decent idea of what the water deposits look like, but I don't know to what degree they have characterized them.
I really hope.
Special spot in my heart because I got to work on Sherlock, which is the astrobiology experiment that's on Mars right now, searching for what they would say in a very cautious way is signs of past habitability. They want to be careful not to get overly excited if they were searching for signs of life. They're searching if there would have been organics on the surface of Mars or water in certain areas that would have allowed for life to flourish. And I really love this prospect. I think in our lifetimes we'll get a better answer about finding life in our solar system if it's there, if not on Mars, maybe Europa. life in the universe.
Does that scare you? Or that you
profoundly.
There's other alien civilizations very different than our own.
I think there's got to be a possibility there, and certainly from science fiction, plenty of reasons to fear that outcome as well. But I do think as a scientist, it would be profoundly exciting if we were to find life, especially in the near neighborhood of our solar system. Right now, we would expect it to be most likely microbial life, but we have a real serious challenge now, which is it may not even be carbon-based life. And all of our detectors, we know to look for DNA, RNA. How would you build a detector to look for silicon-based life, different molecules than what we know to be fundamental for life?
You mentioned offline, Walker. Heard the question: does defining life? What life? Look outside of the carbon. Look outside of anything we can imagine. Chemically. Look outside of any kind of notions of biology. Yeah, it's weird. You now get to the line of complexity of measuring, like how many assembly steps it takes to build that thing,
Right.
and maybe dynamic movement, maintenance, kind of membrane structure. You don't even know like which properties lead should have, what they should be able to reproduce, things that pass information, genetic type of. We don't know. It's so humbling. I mean, I tend to believe that there could be something like alien life here on Earth, or just too human biology obsessed.
The shadow biosphere. I remember Sarah was talking about.
I mean, that's like fear. I mean, that's something I wanted to make sure in all science shake ourselves out of it. Remind ourselves constantly how little we know, because it might be right in front of our nose. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if like trees are like orders of magnitude more intelligent than humans. It's operating at a much smaller scale, and they're like talking shit about us the whole time. Like about the humans that take everything seriously, start all kinds of wars, and we quarrel and we tweet about it, and then but the trees are over there just watching us. Humans, exactly. So, I mean, I don't know. I mean, obviously, I'm joking that one. But it could be stuff like that. Well, let me ask you the Drake equation. The big. How many? Like, obviously, nobody knows. Your hope, scientists. How many?
As a ex-physicist, I'm now much more on the aerospace engineering side for space architecture. Ex-physicist, I hope it is prolific. I think the challenge is if it's as prolific as we would hope, if there are many civilizations, then the question is, where are they? Haven't we heard from them? And the Fermi paradox, is there some great filter that life only gets some level of sophistication and kills itself off through war, famine, or through different challenges that filter that society out of existence? And it would be an interesting question to try to understand if the universe was like, why haven't we found it or heard from it yet, to our knowledge?
Yeah, I mean, I personally believe that it's teeming with life. And you're right. I think that's a really useful, productive engineering scientific question. What kind of great filter can be all that life, or preventing it from constantly talking to us, so the descendants of apes? That's a really nice question. Like, what are the ways? And
there's too many, sadly.
Well, I don't think we've come up with one yet.
That's also probably true.
That's the thing. It's I mean, and like if you look at nuclear war, some of it, but some of it is game theory. It's nature. It's how societies interact, how we create conflict, and it gets back to the human question on long-term space travel. How do you maintain dynamic system of flawed, irrational that is throughout time, and not just maintain the biological body, but if you not murdering each other, like each other sufficiently, where you kind of fit well. I think if the songs, poetry, or books, maybe like each other a little too much, problems surprised. There's always a third person who also likes it, and there's drama. And we did that last night, whatever. And there's beer, and it gets complicated quickly. Okay, anyway, back to the dumb question. Because you answered this, there's an interview where you answer a bunch of cool little questions. Young students. One of them was playing music. And you mentioned something about what kind of instrument you use to play music with. Did you mention about like the Spotify working space, and if I wanted to do live performance, kind of.
Yeah, when you referenced culture before, and this is exciting things that we have at our fingertips, which is to find culture for space exploration. You don't just have to support cultural artifacts from Earth to make life in space. And this musical instrument that you referenced, the design of an object that could perform in microgravity.
Cool.
So it doesn't sound the same way when it's percussive instrument when it's rattled or moved in a gravity environment.
Look it up.
It's called the Somatron. Yeah, it's created by Somatron.
It's so awesome.
Created by Sans Fish and Paul Huguer, two amazing graduate students and staff researchers on it. It looks punk, actually. Yeah, awesome. Yeah, it's pretty cool design. It looks like it's a geometric solid. It has these different artifacts on the side. And it has a lot of sensors, actually, additionally, like INDs that sensors that allow it to detect when it's floating, not floating, and provides this really kind of ethereal. They later sonify it. They use electronic music to turn it into a symphony or turn it into. And yeah, this object that's by tossing it, so it's an interactive music, and it actually requires a partner. The idea was that it's something like a dance. Or just like something like a choreography in space.
Got it. And then, speaking of which, you also talked about sports, like ball sports, like soccer. What you mentioned that so you also, and if you push off the ball lightly, fly zoom across. How does that work? Still play soccer.
Yeah, but one of the most intuitive things that we all learn as babies, right, is whenever you throw something, if I was going to toss something, I toss it up because I know that it has to compensate for the fact that that Keplerian arc is going to draw it down. The equations of motion are going to draw it down. In space, I would just shoot something directly, straight line. So that would be very different for any type of ball sport, is to retrain your human mind to have that as your intuitive arc of motion, lack of arc.
Your experience from understanding how to this world, the world.
So even after one or two parabolic flights, you can gain a certain ability with moving in that environment. I think most astronauts would say maybe several days on station or a week on station, and their brain flips. It's amazing the plasticity of the human brain and how quickly they are able to adapt. And so pretty quickly they become creatures of this environment.
Because that's creating a little bit of experience. What about if you go for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years? What challenges start to emerge in that?
So Scott Kelly wrote this amazing book, Here in The Twin. It's absolutely fantastic. I forgot to do the twin study. Perfect. So he wrote a lot about his experience on the health side of what changed. Things like bone density, muscle atrophy, eyesight, because the shape of your eyeball, your lens, which is how you see. But then thinking about the challenges between a year and 3 years, especially if we're doing that 3-year trip to Mars for your friend you asked earlier. Then you have to think about nutrition. And so how are you keeping all of these different needs for your body alive? How are you protecting astronauts against radiation? Either having some type of a shell on the spacecraft, which is expensive and heavy, if it's lead, a really effective radiation, well, it's going to be a lot of mass. Or is there a pill that can be taken to try to make you less in danger of some of the radiation effects? A lot of this has not yet been answered, but radiation is really a significant challenge for that 3-year journey.
And what are the negative effects of radiation on the body out in space?
A higher likelihood to develop cancer at a younger age. So you'd probably be able to get there and get back, but find yourself in the same way if you were exposed to radiation on Earth, you find significant bad health effects.
What do you think about like decades? Do you think about a decade? Just like an entire.
I think about centuries. For my space art, but yeah, for decades. I think as soon as we get past the 3-year mark, we'll absolutely want somewhere between 3 years and a decade. We'll want artificial gravity, and we know how to do that. Actually, the engineering questions still need to be tweaked for how we implement it, but the science is there to how we would spin habitat in orbit, generate that force. Even if the entire habitat's not spinning, you at least have a treadmill part of the space that is spinning. You can spend some fraction of your day in a near to 1G environment and keep your body healthy.
Wait, literally spinning?
Yes, triple force. You generate this force. If you've ever been in those carnival rides, the gravitrons that spin you up around the side, that's the concept. And this is actually one of the reasons why we are spinning out. Companies from
Spinning out.
Spinning out. That was accidental, but well noted space physics.
All right.
But yeah, we're spinning out a company to look at next generation space architecture and how do we actually scale and these access to space. And one of the areas that we want to look at is artificial intelligence.
Is there a name yet?
Yep, there's a name. We are brand new. We are just exiting out. So your podcast listeners will literally be among some of the first to hear about it. It's called Aurelia. Aurelia is an old English word for chrysalis. And the idea with this is that we, humanity, collectively are at this next stage of our metamorphosis, like a chrysalis, the state there. We felt that this was a good time, a necessary time, to think about next generation space architecture, but also Starfleet Academy. You know that reference.
Yes. So let me ask a silly sound, ridiculous sounding, but probably extremely important question. Sex, intercourse, conception, procreation, birth, like being a parent, raising a baby, basically from birth, well, from the before the birth part, the birds and the bees and stuff, and then the whole thing. How complicated is that? I remember looking at like, I remember looking at this exact Wikipedia page actually, and I remember being page of sex and space. It's fascinating how difficult of an engineering problem is. That's something to think about. How to have generation self-replicating. Society. I mean, I guess with if you solve the gravity problem, you solve a lot of these.
That's the idea, is that this central challenge of microgravity, the human reproduction, but we do host a workshop every year at the Cradle, basically in my team. We always do one on pregnancy in space, or motherhood, or raising children. They're huge questions. There have been mammal studies that have looked at reproduction in space, but there are still really major questions. How does it work? How does it microgravity if you were pregnant in space? And I think the near-term answer is just be able to give them a 1G environment for that phase of our development.
Yeah, so there's some on gravity and like I think mice, one of them walk or like their understanding of stuff.
Yeah, the mental model when you're really young and you're getting your mental model of physics, we do think that would change kids' abilities if they were born in microgravity. Their ability to have that intuition around an Earth-based 1G environment might be missing because a lot of that is crystallized in early development, childhood development. So that makes sense that they would see that.
What about life? We choose to park our vehicles on another planet, on the moon, but let's go to Mars. First of all, does that excite you? Humans going to Mars, stepping foot on Mars. When do you think of that?
It does excite me. I think visionaries like Elon are working to make that happen in terms of building the road to space. We are really excited about building out the human lived experience in space when we get there. So how are you going to grow your food? What is your habitat going to look like? I think it's profoundly exciting, but I do think that there's a little bit of an understanding of Mars anywhere in the near future being anything like a replacement for Earth. So it is good Mars is not, in its current state, a good home for humanity. Too many perchlorates in the soil, that's the grow crops. Atmosphere is too thin, so we can't breathe it, but it's also just really thin compared to our atmosphere. A lot of different challenges that would have to be fundamentally changed on that planet to make it a good home for a large civilization.
How does a large civilization get built on Mars? What do you think? Where do you think it gets starts being difficult? I'm a small base of 10 people, essentially, kind of like the International Space Station. Get it to hundreds of thousands, a million. Are there challenges there that we saying that Mars is not a good backup at this time for Earth?
I think small outposts, absolutely, like McMurdo, right? So we have these models of really extreme environments on Earth and Antarctica, for example, where humans are able to go and make a settlement. McMurdo style life on Mars probably in the 2030s. We want to send the first human to Mars as early as the end of the decade, more likely. Moving anywhere beyond that, in terms of a place where like an entire human life would be lived, where it's not just go for a 3 month deployment and come back, that is actually the big challenge line. It's just saying, is there enough technological sophistication that can be brought that far out into space? If you imagine your electronics break, there's no radio shack. It takes me a little bit that my mind jumps to radio shack. But there's no supply chain on Mars that can supply the level of technological sophistication of all the products that we rely on. You'd be going back to actually a very simple existence, like pioneer life out west in the story of the U.S. I think that the future of larger scale gathering systems in orbit, or sorry, in space, is actually going to be in microgravity, floating space city, not so much trying to establish settlement on the surface.
So you think sort of a significant engineering investment in terms of our efforts on large spaceships, perhaps for different kinds of assembly, all these things in orbit, maybe building a giant donut around over time.
Yeah, that is the goal, and I think the current political climate is such that you can't get the $1 trillion investment, start from scratch and build the sci-fi megastructure. But if you can build it in parts, pieces, which is an advantage of self-assembly, it's much more like how nature works. Biomimicry inspired way for humanity to scale out.
Whether it's out in space or on Mars, the idea that people fall in love, that a child is born, and then that couple has to that child that like they keep apart. I just love the idea that somebody's born on Mars or out in space. Like that, this is not actually like the original home. I'm looking at Earth, where we came from. I don't know. That's inspiring to me. And the child being confused, wanting to go back to TikTok or whatever they do.
What if they do in that area? I mean, there's great sci-fi, right, about being born on Mars. Some lower gravity environment, they're taller, they're more gangly if they were actually developed there, and then they come back to Earth and they're like second class citizens because they can't function here in the same way because the gravity is too strong for them. You see this in series like the Expanse, the Belters, and these different societies that if we were to succeed in having societies grow up in different pockets, it's not necessarily going to be easy for them to always come back to Earth as their home.
Yeah, different cultures form. This human history teaches us that we have like to form the other. So that kind of conflict that's natural. Let me ask another dark question. What do you think about coming from a military family? There's still wars in the world. Do you think wars, military conflict will follow us between nations? Like, my perspective currently, like space is a place where scientists and engineers explore ideas, more and more progress make worry you that nations try to step in, form, go out and pull out military conflict, cyberspace, space, or actual war.
I am really concerned about that, and I do think for decades the scientific community in space has hung on to this notion from the 1997 Outer Space Treaty, which is the province of all humankind, peaceful use of outer space only. But I do think the rise in tensions, the political scene that we're seeing, I do harbor a lot of concern about hot wars following humanity out into space, and it's worth trying tie nations together with more collaboration to avoid that happening. The International Space Station is a great example. I think like countries are party to this treaty. It might be less, it might be more. And then, of course, there's a smaller number of countries that actually send astronauts. But even at the fall of the Soviet Union and through some tense times with Russia, the ISS had been a place where the US and Russia were actually able to collaborate between Mir and ISS. I think it'd be really important right now, in particular, to find other platforms for these hegemonic powers in the world and developing world nations can come and collaborate on the future of space and purposely intertwine our success. There's a danger to multiple parties if something is bad after.
We're now talking at the war in Ukraine. I haven't been speaking much at family, friends, colleagues, both countries, and I'm just a lot of people, many of whom are crying, refugees, and there's a basic human compassion, love for each other that I believe technology can help catalyze and accelerate. There's also science. There's something about rockets. There's something about, and I mean like space exploration, that inspires the world about the positive possibilities of species. So in terms of Ukraine and Russia and China and India and the United States, Europe and everywhere else, it seems like collaborating on giant space projects is one way to escape there's so much camaraderie to the whole thing. Even in this little period of human history we're living through, it seems like that's essential. Even with the pandemic, there's something so inspiring about the SpaceX rockets going up, for example. This reinvigoration of this exploration efforts by the commercial sector. I don't know. That was, I had some, as many of us have, sort of dark times during the pandemic, like sometimes emotion and anger and just hopelessness, politics. Look at those rockets going up and gives you hope. So I think that's an understated value of inspiration that does hope. Obviously, it also inspires young generations to get on the space exploration and all of science. Something about look at the stars, and that's a really best. Whether it's giant megastructure, which is so freaking cool, but also colonizing Mars. It's something to look forward to. And not make it a domain of war, but a domain of human collaboration and compassion. You're the founder and director of the MIT. It includes a ton of projects. So I just wanted to focus, I guess, on life in space, biology, about habitat, other interesting projects, part of this initiative that you were top of mind that you find particularly cool.
Absolutely. One is the future of in-space manufacturing. So if we're going to build large-scale space structures, yes, it's great to keep them up from Earth and self-assemble them. Well, what about extrusion in orbit? It's one of the best technologies to leverage in microgravity. Extrude a particularly long beam that would sag in gravity environments that might be able to have the basis of a truss or a large-scale space structure. So we're doing miniature tests of extrusion and are excited to fly this on the International Space Station. We are working on some robots. We have just announced, actually, MIT return to the moon. My organization is leading the for MIT, going back to the surface of the moon as early as the end of this year, 2022, maybe early 2023, and trying to take data from our research payloads at this historic South Pole site where NASA send the first back on the Artemis 3 mission. So our hope is to directly support that mission with our data.
How does that connect to the aspects? Does it connect?
Yeah. So we're actually going to fly one of the little Astro ants, current plan, one of the little swarm robots on the top of a rover. That's part of the
Ants riding a rover?
Yeah, exactly. An ant riding a rover. That rover gets packed in a lander. That lander gets packed in a SpaceX rocket with the whole testing dolls to get to the moon.
Mother robot dragon. Okay, so this one, a swarm of one?
Swarm of one, exactly. We're testing out if the tech demonstrates that it's not true or not. Yeah, there they are.
Wow. And this is a distributed system, and in theory, you could have a ton of these.
Yeah, these could also be centralized, so they have wireless technology that could also talk to a central base station, and we'll be assessing kind of case by case whether it makes sense to operate them in a decentralized form or to command them in a centralized.
Each robot is equipped with 4 magnetic wheels, which enable the robot to attach to any magnetic surface. They can operate in any environment. Tested the ability of robots on different wheels in like a gravity environment.
On the Vomit Comet prior to
They're basically moving along different like metallic surfaces.
It's interesting when you were just a minute ago talking about the reflection of how space can be aspirational but uniting. There's a great quote from Bill Anders from the Apollo. It's the Earthrise photo that was taken where you see Earth coming up over the horizon of the moon, and the quote is something along the lines of, all the way to discover the moon, and what we really discovered was the Earth. It's really powerful that. So we're also trying to think for our lunar mission, we realize we're a very privileged group at MIT to get the opportunity to do this. How could we bring humanity along with us? And so one of the things we're still testing out, I don't know if we'll be able to swing it, would be to do something like a Twitch plays Pokemon, but with the robot. So let a lot of people on Earth actually control the robot or at least benefit from the data that we're gathering and release the data openly. So we're exploring a couple different ideas for how do we engage more people in this mission.
That would be surreal to be able to interact in some way with the thing that's out there on another
direct connection.
I think about artificial intelligence in that same way, which is like building robots puts a mirror to us humans. It makes us like wonder about like actually valuable about when AI systems learn to play chess better than humans, start to let go of this idea that special intelligence. It's something else. Maybe the flame of human consciousness, capacity to feel deeply, to sort of both suffer and to love. That somehow AI. You mentioned HAL 9000. You have to bring it up with these swarm bots crawling on the surface of your cocoon in space. I mean, let me steel man the HAL 9000 perspective.
Okay.
The poor guy wanted to maintain the mission, and the astronauts were. And I don't know if people often talk about that, but like doctors have to make different resources. You actually do have to sacrifice. And I think Hal was probably making that kind of decision about what's more important, the lives of individual astronauts or the mission. And I feel like AI, when other humans make decisions, and it also feels like AI says help make those decisions. I don't know. I guess my question is about greater and greater collective intelligence by systems. Do you worry about that? What is the right way to sort of solve this problem, keeping a human? Do you think about this kind of stuff, or are they sufficiently dumb now, the robots, that it's not yet on the horizon to think about?
I think it should be on the horizon. It's always good to think about these things early because you make a lot of technical design decisions at this phase working with farm robots that it would be better to have thought about something early in the life cycle of the project. There is a real interest in NASA right now thinking about the future of human-robot interaction, HRI, and what is the right level of control for the human versus level of dependence or control of the robot. And we're beginning to test out more of these scenarios. For example, the Gateway base station, meant to be in orbit around the moon as a staging base for the surface operations, is meant to be able to function autonomously with no humans in it for months at a time, because they think it's going to be seasonal. I think we might not be constantly staffing it. So this will be a really great test of, I don't know that anybody's yet worried about HAL 9000 evolving, but certainly just the robustness of AI systems that might be asked to autonomously maintain the station while the humans are away. Or detection algorithms that are going to say, if you had a human pilot, they might see debris in orbit and steer around it. There'll be a lot of autonomous navigation that has to happen. That'll be one of the early test beds where we'll start to get a little bit closer to the future.
Well, the HRI component is really, especially when the I includes like almost friendship, because if people don't realize it, they think long for connection. We have even basic interaction, like serving it or something. Project, it's still a source of meaning and connection. And so you do have to think about that. I mean, HAL 9000 maybe doesn't portray it that way, but I'm sure there's a relationship there between the astronauts and the robot, especially when you have greater and greater levels of intelligence. Maybe that addresses the happiness question too.
Yeah, I think there's a great book by Kate Darling, one of my colleagues at MIT.
Yeah, she's amazing. She's already been on this podcast, but we talk all the time, and we talk, and we'll get each other and make it happen.
Yeah.
Come down and anyway, yeah, she's amazing. She has her whole work about this
connection with robots. Yeah.
Beautiful that we have with robots, but I think it's greater and greater importance when it's out in space because it could help alleviate some of the loneliness.
Right. One of the projects in the book I gave you, which is a catalog of the projects that we've worked on over the last 5 years, is this social robot that was developed at the Media Lab. And one of the first years in 2017 that we flew a energy flight, we took the social robot along and tried to do a little bit of a very scaled down human study to look at these systems. You imagine we would form a bond, a real bond with the social robots that might be not just serving us, but really be our on a future mission. And I do think that could have a powerful role in the mental health of your crews, to have some other robot friends come along.
What do you, but the book you mentioned is into the anthropocosmos, post-it catalog.
Get that reference?
Yeah, that's what we call it, the Earth catalog, post-it catalog from the but the happiness, that's one problem. When you're out in space, they keep humans happy. Again, ask friends.
I mean, one of the big challenges is you can't just open a window or walk out a door and blow off, right? You can't just go somewhere to clear your head. And in that sense, build habitats that are home, that really care for the humans who find them, and have, whether it's biophilia, go and feel like you're in nature, or a VR headset, which for some people is a poor simulacrum, but is better than nothing. You need to be thinking about these technological interventions that are going to have to be part of your home and be part of your ritual, steady and balanced and happy, or feeling fulfilled.
What about other humans? Other humans? Yeah. Do those get weird? You get past a certain number of humans?
I'm not an expert in this area, but an anecdote that I'll share. My understanding is that NASA has still not decided whether it's better to send married couples or single crew members. You want some level of stability. You don't want to have the drama of romantic relationships like we did before, but you can't decide because married couples fight and have a really tough dynamic. There's a lot of open questions still to answer about what is the ideal psychological makeup of a crew. And we're starting to test some of these things with the civilian crews that are going up with Inspiration 4, like last fall with SpaceX, and X-1 that's going to fly in a few days here in March. As we begin time of those civilian crews, I think we'll start to learn a little bit more about average, everyday human-to-human dynamics and not the astronauts that are themselves selected to be perfect human specimens, very good to work with, easy to get along with.
I wish we collected more data about the pandemic because I feel like it's a rough simulation of what we out in space. A lot of people locked down. Some married couples. I think a lot of marriages broke up. A lot of marriages got closer together. It's like, and then single people went off. Some of them discovered their new happiness and so on. Beautiful little experiment, a painful one.
Yeah.
Is there a thorough way to really test that? Because it's such a costly experiment. Send humans up there, but I guess you can always come back to Earth.
That's what we hope. That's what we hope. Like a Apollo 13 situation that doesn't quite make it back. But yeah, this is also why Mars. The moon is only. That's a lot quicker to recover from if there's a psychological problem with the crew or any type of maintenance problem. 3 years is such a challenge compared to the other domains that we've been getting more used to in terms of spaceflight. So this is a question that we will need to have explored more before we start really sending crews to Mars.
So you're a young scientist. Do you think in your lifetime you will go out into orbit? You will go out beyond deep space and potentially step. I don't know if you can call yourself a civilian. I don't know if that's what you count as, but you as a curious from MIT land step on Mars.
Firm as a firm.
Coming back?
Firm, yes. Yeah, I'm coming back. I don't want that mission. But yes, I mean, I think we're already talking about a pretty near-term opportunity where I could send graduate students to the space station. Yeah,
okay.
not a sacrifice.
Right.
No, but then graduate
the
students.
experience.
Then graduate students with ISS. I do think you and I both would have an opportunity to go to a lunar base of some sort within our lifetime, and there's a good chance if we really wanted to, we might advocate for it, apply to an astronaut program. There will be some avenues for humans in our lifetime.
Health. Do you think that bar will keep getting lower and lower in terms of how healthy, athletic, like how the psychological profile?
Yeah. For one, we're going to build more robust habitats that don't depend on astronauts being so impeccably well trained. So we're going to make it better for human and just opening access to space. But there's a fantastic group called After Access that's already helping disabled space flyers therapy flights and potentially get access to the ISS. And some of the things that we think of as disabilities on Earth are hyper abilities in space. You don't need really powerful legs in space. You really benefit from having as a third arm. More ways to kind of move yourself around and grip and interact. So we are already seeing a much more open-minded approach to who gets to go to space, and Astronaut is a wonderful organization.
Introversion will also be a superpower. Okay, well, first I'd love to get your opinion on commercial spaceflight, what SpaceX, what Origin are doing.
Yeah.
And also, another question on top of that is, because you've worked with people, culturally, SpaceX, or commercial type of efforts, NASA, and MIT.
Yeah, so first part of your question, I am thrilled by all of the commercial activity in space. It has really empowered our program. So instead of me waiting for 5 years to get a grant and get money from the grant and only then can you send a project to space, I got my fundraising a lot like a startup founder. And I directly buy access to space on the International Space Station, SpaceX or Anoraks, and Blue Origin and orbital craft, and with Axiom now, Axiom making plans for the space station. It's not out of the realm of possibility. In a few years, I will rent lab space in orbit. I will rent a module from the Axiom space station or the Reef, which is the Blue Origin station, or Anoraks, the Star level, probably some other companies that I'm aware of doing commercial space. I think that's fabulous and really empowering for our research.
Like, loosely speaking, research lab, need to be a multi-university, a gigantic effort.
One of the reasons we're spinning out Aurelia is we actually realized it doesn't even have to be MIT. We wanted to start democratizing access to these spaceflight opportunities to a much broader swath of humanity. The Khan Academy education course about students around the world. This is how you get ready for a zero-G flight, and by the way, come fly with us next year, which is the thing we're going to do with Aurelia. We're going to bring much more just kind of day-to-day folks on zero-G flights and get them access to engaging in the space industry. So it's become cheap enough, and the prices have dropped enough to consider even that. That's amazing. It definitely doesn't have to be a portion of the university. So what you want to fly? You want to fly James Webb, huge telescope that's decades in the making. Sure, the NASA allocated budget, billions. But for a lot of the stuff in the book, our research are more.
That's commercial. What about NASA and MIT?
Yeah, I think people have been worried about NASA the last few years because in some people's minds they are seeing ground for these commercial efforts, but that's really not what's happening. NASA empowered commercial efforts because they want to free themselves up to go to Mars and go to Europa and being that really aspirational force for humanity of pushing the boundary, always pushing the boundary. And if they were anchored in low Earth orbit, maintaining a space indefinitely, that's so much part of their budget that it was keeping them from being able to do more. So it actually is really fantastic for NASA to have grown this commercial ecosystem, and then that frees NASA to go further. And in academia, we like to think that we will be able to do provocative next generation research that is going to unlock things at that frontier. And we can partner with NASA, go through a program if we want to probe out really far, but we can partner with SpaceX. What human life in a SpaceX Mars might look like, how we can do that.
Speaking of projects, maybe are there other projects that pop to mind from the space exploration initiative, or maybe something in the book that you can mention?
Yeah.
Something super cool. I mean, everything we talk about is cool, but just something that.
Yeah. So we talked about life space. We might need more arms and legs. One of the projects by Valentina was a air-powered robotics scale. So it's a soft robotic scale that essentially has a little camera on the back end of it, computer vision, and knows where to grapple. It grapples onto something and holds you in space and actually create both hands to work. So we're already starting to think about the design of bionic human or prosthetics or things kind of like a cyborg to augment your capabilities when you're in a space environment.
How would you control something like that? So it's kind of like you can't call it like, or whatever.
Additional appendage.
So how would you, what are ideas for controlling something like that?
Yeah, so right now it's super, there you go. Right now it's super manual. It's basically just like a kind of a set pattern of infinity for testing it. But in the future, if we have neural links, I mean, this is something that you can imagine directly controlling, just thinking thoughts and controlling it. That's a ways away.
Yeah. Talked about biology side, astrobiology, there's probably agriculture stuff. Is there other things that kind of allow space for survival, or the robotics architecture stuff?
So, kind of combining something we were talking about, you can form these relationships with objects and anthropomorphize.
Yeah.
One of the things that we're thinking about agriculture created by Manway and Somu was this little, it looks like a planet, but it's inspired by, I think, a mandala spinning wheel. And you plant plants on the inside, and the astronaut has to spin it every day to help the plants survive. So it's a way to give the astronaut something to care about, that they are responsible for keeping alive and can really invest themselves in. And it's not necessary, right? We have other ways to grow in orbit. Hydroponics, kind of keep the lift around the planet really hard because there's no gravity to pull it down in a particular direction. But what I loved about this project was they said, sure, we have ways that the plants could grow on their own. Astronauts might want to care for it in the same way that we have little plants that come to be important to us, plant friends. Yeah, so there's agri-foods. That's a model of spinning, manually spinning.
I guess it's the best of academic research is you can do these kinds of wild ideas.
Yeah.
I get to spend quite a bit of time with, and he's very stressed about especially about Starship and all those engineering efforts.
Yeah.
What do you think about how damn hard it is to get out of space? Like, are we going to be able to do this? I don't know. I think it feels like it's an engineering problem, scientific problem, but it's also a motivation problem for the entire species. And you also need to have superstar researchers and engineers working on it. You have to get like the best people in the world, fire them, starting from a young age, kind of
inculcating us into why we do
I guess that's why it's exciting. You don't know if we're gonna be able to pull this off. that could like fail miserably, and that I suppose that's where the best engineering is done. That's not guaranteed, and even happen might be very painful.
That's what's special about what you do. Space takes these risks iteratively, and we'll see the spectacular failures on the path to a successful starship. It's something that people say, why does NASA do that? Well, that's because NASA is doing that with taxpayer dollars. Roll revolt if we saw NASA failing at all these different stages. But that level of spiral engineering theory of development is a super impressive and really interesting approach that SpaceX has taken. And I think between people like Elon and Jeff Bezos and Firefly and NASA and ESO, are going to get there. They're building the road to space. These trailblazers are doing it. And now part of the challenge is to get the rest of the public to understand what's happening. Right? A lot of people don't know that we're going back to the moon, that we're going to send the first woman to the moon in a few years. A lot of people don't know that there are commercial space stations in orbit, not just NASA, but space stations. So we have a big challenge to get more of humanity excited, educated, and involved again, kind of like in the Apollo era, where it wasn't for everybody.
Well, a lot of that is also one of the big impressive things that Elon does, I think, extremely well is the social media is getting people excited. I think that actually helps. That's what came up. Something about the storytelling, but also not like like authentic and just real and raw engineering. There's a lot of excitement to that, humor and fun. Also, all of those things you realize, the thing that make up the virality of the meme is beautiful. You have to kind of embrace that. Need this kind of I criticize a lot of companies. I talked to a bunch of CEOs and so on, and it's just like caution, like let us do the press conference thing where when the final product is ready and overproduced, the raw, the gritty just showed up. It's something that I think MIT is very good at doing. It's just by nature, the mess of it. The mess of it is beautiful. People get really excited. Failure is really exciting.
Yeah.
When the thing blows up, like, oh shit, that makes it even more exciting when it doesn't blow up.
Right.
And doing all of that, and showing also the humans behind it, the individual young researchers of the engineers or the leaders, where everything. I don't know. I think I'm really excited about that. I do want MIT to do that more, show off that stuff and not be pressured to do kind of generic visual presentation. Show their. I'm a YouTuber also. Show off your raw research as you're working on it in the early days. I hope that's the future. I was thinking about TikTok. These kinds of things that inspire young people to show off their stuff, to show the true self, the rawness of it. I think that's what engineering is best. And I think that will inspire people about all the cool stuff.
I was going to say, I couldn't agree more, and I think that this is why we need a real life Starfleet Academy right now. It was the place where the space cadets got to go to learn about how to engage in the future of life in space, and do it in a much better way. There are a bunch of groups that traditionally haven't thought that they could engage in aerospace, whether it's because you had to be into math and science. Now, we need space lawyers, we need space artists like Grimes, right? We need really creative, profoundly interesting people who want to see themselves in that future. And I think it's a big challenge for the space industry to also do more diversity and show a broader swath of society that there's a future for them in this space exploration.
Let's push back on one thing. We don't need joke.
We do.
Okay. We do. The floors are great. Okay. Let me inspiration, human happiness, or alien? What do you inspire every day?
As an ex-physicist, what I've always found so profound is just that at really small scales, like particle physics, and really, really big scales, like astrophysics, there are similarities that those look, and there's a certain beautiful symmetry in the universe that's kind of waiting for us to tie together the physics to really understand it. That is something that's really captivating. And I would love to, even though I'm now much more on the applied space exploration side, I really try to keep up with what's happening in those physics areas because I think that will be the answer for humanity along the lines of, are we alone in the universe?
One of the fascinating things about you, you have a degree in physics, mathematics, and philosophy, and now, I don't know, what you call it, aerospace engineering, maybe kind of. You have a foot in all of these worlds. Theoretically, the sort of beauty of that world and the philosophy somehow is in there, and now the very practical, pragmatic implementation of all plus your incredible communicator, all those things. What did you pick up from? Maybe I'm just fantasizing all those things. But is there? What did you pick up from the variety of that mathematics, philosophy?
What I loved about having this the liberal arts education was trying to understand the human condition. And I think more designers for space exploration should be thinking about that because there's so much depth of, like we were talking about, issues and opportunities around human life, meaning in life. How do you find fulfillment or happiness? And I think if you approach these questions purely from the standpoint of an engineer or a scientist, you'll miss some of what makes it a life worth living. And so I love being able to combine some of this philosophy. But I'm also a pragmatist, and I didn't want to stay just in these big picture questions about the universe. I wanted to have an impact on society. I also felt such a wonderful childhood and a really fantastic setup that I owe society work to really make a positive impact for a broader swath of citizens. That kind of led me from about engineering and practical questions.
Was there a dream? Are you also kind of search for area of everything that kind of unlocks deeper in this simple, elegant way the function of our universe? I think they'll be useful for us for the actual practical engineering things that you're working on.
Could be. I worked at CERN for 2 summers in undergrad, and we were looking for supersymmetry, which was one of these alternatives to the model. And it was sad because the professors were getting sadder and sadder. They weren't finding it. They were excluding what we would call this parameter space, finding supersymmetric particles. But the search for what that theory of everything could be, or a grand unified theory that kind of answers some of the holes within the standard model of physics, would presumably kind of unlock a better understanding of certain fundamental physical laws that we should be able to build a better understanding of engineering and day-to-day services from that. It might not be an immediately obvious thing. When we discovered the Higgs boson, I was there at CERN that day. It was July 4th, that it was announced. We all waited like nerds overnight in line to get into the announcement. I never waited for even the Harry Potter, but we waited for this like announcement of the Higgs boson overnight. But did that immediately translate to technology for engineering? No. But it's still a really important part of our understanding of fundamental laws of physics. I don't know that it's always immediate, but I think it is really critical knowledge for humanity.
Right. Shake up understanding of the world.
Yeah.
What scares me is it might help create more dangerous weapons. So then we'll figure out that great. And I still believe that human compassion and love is actually the way to defend against all these greater and more impressive weapons. Let me ask a weird question. Agreeing with others, what important idea do you through that many others don't agree with you on? Maybe a tough question. I have to think about that one, but that's very something about a particular project, or it could be grand priorities on missions. I think one you actually like distinguishing is like colonization of planets. Like
Some of my best hot take that people would disagree with me on is life in floating life on the surface.
How do you envision that, like, spread of humans? Because you said at the beginning of the conversation about like scale, increasing the scale. Are they just like they're in orbit and then they get a little farther and farther out? Like you see these kind of floating cities just getting farther and farther from Earth. They can always kind of return. If you look 2 centuries from now, do you see us all these floating cities? Yes. And it just kind of enveloped the space around us. It's like neighborhoods. It's like rural, and there's like giant structures, small pirate structures, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I think low orbit might come to look like that, and it's a really interesting regulatory challenge to make sure that there's cross purposes. The more cool space we have in orbit, the more shiny objects in the night sky, the worse it is for astronomers in a really kind of overly simplified case. So there's some pushback to this like amoeba aim where we just grow kind of incongruously or indiscriminately as an amoeba in low Earth orbit. Beyond that, though, I think we'll grow in pockets where there are reasons. We won't just expand around the gravity of Earth. We'll do some development around the moon, some development around asteroids, some development around Mars, because there'll always be purposes for which you want to go down to a physical object and study it or extract something or learn from it. But I think we'll grow in fits and starts pockets. The coolest pockets are the gravity balance pockets, like the Lagrange points, which is where we just sent, not me personally, but NASA just sent James Webb Big Telescope. I think it's at L2. So,
what's the nice feature about this?
So it's a stable orbit. There are several different Lagrange points, and so it just requires less energy to stay where you're trying to stay.
Yeah, that's fascinating. What's also fascinating is the interaction between nations on that, or like who owns that. Would you say in those floating cities, you envision independent governments?
That was going to be my next answer to push me harder for a more provocative question where I might disagree with people. I don't yet have my own opinions fully formed on this, but we are trying to figure out right now what happens with all of these first come, first served actors just arriving and setting precedents that might really affect future access. And one example is property rights. We do want companies that have the expertise to go to the moon and mine stuff to help us, develop a human settlement there or a gateway. But companies need to know generally that they have rights to a certain area or that they have some legal right to sell things at the beginning. Does that mean we're going to grant property rights to companies? Who has the right to give that right away? There's a bunch of really kind of gnarly questions we have to decide. Maybe that's true provocative answers. I think we can stick to
True. I mean, yeah. I mean, but the question again is that eloquently help us answer questions about here.
We hope so.
It is a little strange. It's obvious, but it's also strange. The big picture of it all. We draw these like borders around geographical areas of mine, like, and then we fight wars over what's mine. It seems like there's possible alternatives, but also it seems like there needs to be a public ownership of some parts. What Central Park in New York is there something like preserving, the commons.
That's why we titled the book Into Anthropocosmos. We know it's a long kind of a mouthful, but this notion of the Anthropocene, we have a lot of common problems in humanity. How are we treating Earth, global climate change? How are we going to treat and behave in space? How can we be responsible stewards of the space commons? And I would love to see an approach to the moon that is common space, that it's hard to know who would be the protector or the enforcer of them.
And if it's probably in the early days, a lot of companies sort of working on the moon, working on Mars, working out in space. It feels like there still needs to be civilian representation of like the greater effort or something like that. Like where there should be a president, there should be a democracy of some kind.
Some representative government.
So all the same human questions. What is a young person thinking about what they want to do with their life, career, somebody in high school, college, somebody that looks up to the stars and dreams one day take it one way, Mars, or to contribute something to the other.
I'd say you should feel empowered because it's really the first time in history that we're at this cusp of interplanetary civilization. I don't think we're going to lapse back from it. So the future is incredibly bright for young people that even younger than you and I who actually go to Mars. The other thing I would say is be open-minded about what your interests are. I don't think anymore have to be shoehorned into a particular career to be welcomed into the future of space exploration. You are an artist. That is your passion, but you would love to do space art, or if not space art, use your artistry to communicate a feeling or a message about space. That's a role that we desperately need, as much as we need space scientists, space engineers. So,
when you look at your own life, you're an incredibly accomplished scientist, young scientist, but and you hopped around physics to aerospace, going from the biggest theoretical ideas to the biggest practical ideas. There's something from your own journey you can give advice to, like how to end up doing incredible research at MIT. Maybe the role of the university, college, education, and learning, all that kind of stuff.
I think one of the guys who find good faith, because I get to be the one that's talking to you, but there are graduate students, staff, and faculty that are part of my organization. And I'm actually, you guys can't see it on camera, but I'm here with my co-founder and COO. And that is really what makes the large-scale challenge for humanity possible, is really fantastic working together to scale more than what I could do alone. So I think that that's an important model that we don't talk about enough in academia. There's a big push for this like lone wolf leader in academia, but that's certainly not been the case in my life. I've had wonderful collaborators and people that I work with along the team.
Also cross.
Absolutely. Yeah, cross-disciplinary, interdisciplinary, whatever you call it.
Artists. Where do artists do you work with artists?
We do. We have an arts curator on the space exploration initiative side. He helps make sure, partly around that communication challenge that we talked about, that we're not just doing energy flights and space missions, but that we take our artifacts of this sci-fi space feature to museums and galleries and exhibits. She pushed me to make sure, her name is Shizu, she pushed me for our first ISS mission. I was just gathering all the engineering payloads that I wanted to support for the students to fly, including my own work. But we should do an open call internationally for artists to send something to the ISS. And we found out it was the first time. We were the first ever international open call for art to go to the ISS. And that was thanks to artists bringing a perspective that I might not know about prioritizing. So.
Yeah, that's awesome. When you look out there, the flame of human consciousness, it does seem to be something quite special. First of all, what do you think it is? Consciousness. What are we trying to preserve here? What is it about humans that should be preserved, or life here on Earth? They would give you hope to try to expand it out farther and farther. Like, what makes you sad if it's all?
I think we're a remarkable species that we are aware of our own thoughts. We're meta-aware of our own thoughts of ourselves.
And are able to speak on a podcast about meta-awareness about our own thoughts.
About our own thoughts. Yeah, turtles all the way down. I think that is a really special gift that we've been given, and that there's a worth to expanding our circles of awareness. So we're very aware of as an Earth-based species. We've become a little bit more aware of the fragility of Earth and how special a place it is when we go to the moon and we look back. What would it mean for us to have a presence and our purpose in life as a intersolar system, or eventually found opportunity for exploration for the sake of exploration, a real gift for the human mind.
Yeah. For anything, we're curious creatures. Do you believe we might one day become intergalactic?
Long time from now. We have a lot of propulsion challenges to answer to get that far.
Do you have a hope? Another big, ridiculous question on top of that. What do you think is the meaning of individual life, of ours being life? Unfortunately, it has to come to an end, as far as we know for now. And our life here together. Is there a why? Like, let our curiosity.
Is there a single kind of driving purpose why, or can it be curiosity based? I certainly feel, and this is not the scientist in me talking, but just more of like a human soul talking. I certainly feel some sense of purpose and meaning in my life, and there's a version of that that's a very local level within my family. It's funny because this whole conversation has been big, grand space exploration themes, but you asked me this question, my first thought is what really matters. My family, my biological producing. But then there's also another purpose, like another version of the meaning in my life that is trying to do good things for humanity. But that sense that individual humans that have our local meaning, we can also be global humans. Maybe someday, like Star Trek, we'll all be citizens. I don't want to sound naive, but there is, I think, that beauty to a meaning, the purpose of your life that's bigger than yourself, working on things bigger and grander than yourself.
The deepest meaning is local biological production unit, and then it goes to engineering, scientific, what is it, corporate unit that can actually compete and interact with giant and
Comment.
and the other stuff of nature.
It'd be nothing like an alien invasion, right?
And I can't bring it on aliens. You're communicating with that scientist there, John, in the future. Thank you. Incredible. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me. It's been an absolute pleasure. It's a great conversation.
Thanks for listening to the conversation with Ariella. For the podcast, check out our sponsor. Now, let me leave you with the Roman. There is no easy way from Earth. Thank you. On the run for 4 months, $1,000. I was in Las Vegas. About one day, I had stolen 160K out of ATM. Went in the next morning. I woke up, signed on to CartersMarket.com, which is ran by Max Butler. And there's my name. That gets you. That was my name, but out of it, nobody knew at all. They did talking about DB service. Of course, they're all like, so everybody's at. Following is a conversation with Brett Johnson, former cyber criminal, first organized cybercrime community called Shadow Crew, that is the precursor to today's darknet. It's referred to by the United States Service as, quote, the original internet godfather. He has been a central figure in the cybercrime world for 20 years, placed on the U.S. most wanted list in 2006 for being convicted of 39 felonies of cybercrime, escaped from prison, then eventually locked up time, now helping people understand fight cybercrime. Raw, honest, emotional, threat caused a lot of yet trauma, pain, and also redemption and love. Good time to say that I have and will people who have served time in prison, perhaps people who currently are in prison. I will try to do my best to both empathize with the person across from me, not let them sugarcoat, explain away, dismiss their crimes. I'll find a walk. Your heart, the other person, you'll never fully understand their mind, but if you open the heart to be manipulated, where the conversation reveals nothing honest, real. This requires skill and willingness to take the risk. I don't know about the skill part, but I'd like to take the risk. I always wear my heart on my sleeve. If I get hurt for it, that's life. That said, I want to understand what makes a person do these particular characteristics of their temporary or permanent madness, justification, but also their humanity. I believe each of us has the capacity to become both criminal, predator, and prey. It's up to us to lead the path, to find the path to redemption, and each of us have a responsibility, burden of being human in a complicated, dangerous. This is the Lex Friedman podcast. Supported. Please check out our sponsor in the description. Now, and Brett convicted 39 felonies of cybercrime, placed on the U.S. wanted list, escaped from prison, built the first organized cybercrime community called Shadow Crew that is precursor to today's darknet and market, and all the U.S. intelligence service called you Godfather. First question: how did your career in cybercrime criminal?
My life of crime begins when I'm 10 years old. Think about that. I mean, you probably put robots, you know, Lego bit, involved with everything else. Me, it wasn't like that. I'm from Eastern Kentucky. Eastern Kentucky is one of these, like parts of Texas, parts of Louisiana, that you're not fortunate enough to have a job, maybe involved in a scam, hustle, fraud, whatever you want to call it. Man, I was scared. Basically the captain of the empire fraud. So I was a woman that at one point 108,000-pound Caterpillar D9 bulldozer, ramming it down the road. At another point, she's taking a slip and falling and gets trying to sue the owner. We had a neighbor. She acted pimp for one point. That's my mom. Dad.
Wait. Neighbor acted.
And my mom prostituted. I mean, she acted for a neighbor. It was deep. Mom fell around. We needed money, and my mom would find men for cash. They could be part of the cash.
The son is that you diversified the methodologies by which he hustled.
Very had that entrepreneur. We see that a lot with cyber criminals.
For her, the money, basically the rush of like, some of being able to know the rules and break the rules.
My mom's a doctor. My mom was she's still alive. My mom was into the test people. She wanted to know how far she could come back. Love her. But when that was every relationship, she was involved with children. And she would psychological, mental, emotional, physical
home. Everything. I mean, yeah, used to beat me in the face with a belt buckle. That ended when he was, I forgot what we had done. It wasn't much, I think. Uh, it had been, or she accused me of marijuana, but hitting me for what? Hitting me for on the bed trying to get away from me. Kicks me. What happened? She stood up and she said that I threw me. And that was the last time that mom hit.
So sorry to take it there. You're people who know you. People should definitely watch some of your lectures online. You're charismatic and fun and jolly, whatever word you want to use. But you know, if we look at that kind of life, it's darkness there, there's struggle there. There's a lot of. How did you feel? If you go back to the mind, kid, um, um, was there sadness, things like depression, all those kinds of things? Is it on this chaos, exciting?
You know, I don't think back then I didn't. I became excited when I back then. You take a 10-year-old, I get because my mom was my dad. My dad was a good guy. He just God, he always had principle. But his issue was is he loved my mom so much he was scared of her leaving. So if she wanted to do crime, cheat on him, whatever, pretty much just put up with it. The I mean, that's what she used to bring Ben home, tell him that, hey, I'm leaving you. I don't love you anymore. I want you to die. Blah 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 blah. This was my mom. Um, this is where the man we can't take it anymore. First instance, I guess I was 7 or 8. My sister Denise is a year younger than me. My dad actually files for divorce. My mom kind of goes crazy. And I was with my dad. That's that mentality. Men stay with men. So filing for divorce. Dad, we no, no. Mom was looking at grandparents and their parents back and forth. And I remember I was sleeping in bed. We had a single wide bed. My dad said, I woke up one night and I was in the living room. So I wake up and walk in the living room. Mom had a knife at and basically I was my mom that when she was more like always well can I do this to you and she was she knew that she always also that if she went far she knew it and she would always try to divert that in. All right, so she knew at that point she was far, so what does she do? She gets up crying, goes to the bathroom and pretends so that my dad Ray will respond to that, not respond to what she's doing. That was my mom. You know, she had a um, I think with her it was she was an LPN. She had but she didn't want it. For her it was easier for her to fraud. Not commit fraud. It was against people. I remember at one point she's buying over the counter cash, empty crap in there and stuff. People are buying it. I get involved. What happens is we were in City. My mom leaves the way she left my great grandfather. My mom, all three of us, we're going. I'm taking the kids back to eat. funeral. That was her leaving. And they didn't know she didn't have any of our all she car. And she leaves and again. Mom, like I said, she was pretty mental. And she would instantly cry, beg her not to do it. She kept up. We're my grandparents' house. My grandfather, he raised the house. Me and my sister's mom, that whole my granddad, all and he didn't want you to eat any of his such thing as me and me. If he found out me and me bath, were allowed to bath, bathe, or just there's rules. You know, if you couldn't have the TV when he went to bed at night, you had to have the volume. You could watch it without volume. Because if he heard it, he would get up, kick the power break, power off. That was family, right? But my mom usually been basically home for days. She'd go out party. I mean, sometimes she'd take me in the car. Sometimes we'd wait in the living room. She would party. You know, most of the time she left us home. My entry into crime. Denise walks in one day. She's 9 years old, and she walks in one day and she's got a back. And looked at her and I said, "Where'd you get that?" She's like, "I stole it." You know, it's like, "Show me how you did that." She takes me over and she shows me how she steals food, how she's stuffing it down her pants. So we start stealing food. I'm like, "Hell yeah, let's do that." So start stealing food. We get to the family. You can't stuff a loaf of bread down your pants. So there was Kmart in the shopping center. I go over to Kmart, get a hoodie off the rack, take the tags off of it, wear it out. Fine. And the bread is the hoodie over to stuff a loaf of bread down. Yeah. So we started doing that. I figured that out. All better. There's like strategic thinking. Yes, you know, you can't wear the hoodie and put the bread down here because my bash the bread. Yeah, let's do that. I think, but you got to realize about this. I'm already seeing what my parents are already seeing. Like plotting, that kind of puzzle solving thing you already developed. Oh yeah, pretty young. Yeah, 10 years old, pretty young. But seeing how they act, how they respond. My mom, I guess you call it. They never kept it hidden. You know, there was no discussion time for that. Your mind's perspective, seeing that kind of crime, you basically, you know, a lot of us grow up thinking there's rules you're not supposed to break. You see other humans breaking those rules, then you realize those rules. But it gets worse. I was in an environment where there were no decent people. I didn't really meet my first decent person. I was old. That was a high school teacher. What happens? You know, we start shopping. Mom finds out that yeah, she comes in. You know, I got the television. I've got the entire 20 playing the hell out of it. And she starts seeing this shit. Where did this come from? I'm like, well, we found it. I need to find that. He ends up stolen. My mom, show me how you did this. And she gets her mom to join. And she used to run me into Macy's shop with. You know, we'd stuff for her. We would back security. And her and my grandmother, they got called. But that's the entry into crime. And Denise, I'm adamant. But the truth I say, and I do mean it, that I'm responsible. I believe in your child, you can't control that. The adults in your environment. Right? Once you're an adult, there's some, you can't dismiss childhood in what I did. You can't do that. I mean, it was kind of written on slate that, hey, this guy.
That sounds like sometimes that one person you need, that decent person, can turn the tide of your life.
Absolutely. What happens? Use everything can be on. When I'm 15, my dad, Panama City, she was dating this guy. My mom was on the abuse would, it was crazy. Crazy. She would tell me and my sister she gave up her life for that she was that we dead and it did. She'd come back and she'd how these men were abusing her. She'd be dating this guy and she'd come back and she'd start talking about how he had tried to rape her. Trying to get me to respond. And I would. No doubt I would. What happens is, and I knew this, I knew what's up. And I was talking to my dad and I really had in my head that I was. I called my dad set to go to the Return of the Jedi. Came out again. So I called my dad. It was Sunday. I called my dad and he told me he had either gotten married or he was about it. And basically, Brett Johnson. I was being asked. I had to call my dad for a payphone result of that. I walked in the hospital. Got in an elevator. And a woman got in an elevator at the same time. And I beat the hell out of her right there. And I was 15. Didn't really know what the fuck happened. No, but yeah. And the elevator beat the hell out of this lady. Turned out she looked like my mom. But the elevator, one of the security guards I played basketball he saw me immediately. I knocked the hell out of him, off running, made it back to the house. My grandparents were, they didn't know what happened. I didn't say anything. About an hour later, Kentucky State Police front yard and get out. Does it darn? They're walking up where restaurants walking down. I mean, what do you want? You know what they wanted. They wanted to arrest Brett Johnson, and then they arrested me. I went in and I told them everything. Spent 3 months in jail. They didn't have juvenile facility in that county, so 3 months is voluntary. Went to trial, pled guilty, solved the first degree. Judge, time served, psychological evaluation. Kentucky. And spent 30 days to have counseling after that. Counseling, wanted to. Mom was like, so never went to counseling, and I became this pariah in the county. It's crazy, man. I mean, not a day goes by that I don't think about that moment. Yeah. And what happened? You're 15. Man, you're 15. I go back to the high school.
Everybody outcast.
From Whitesburg, I finished up the year back to Perry County, just with Hazard. So we moved there, and they've got 3 high schools. They've got NC here, they've got Hazard, Dills Holmes High School. So I was into the half mile of MC Napier. Showed up there the first day of school. That me and my mom and my sister were walking, and the kid let me stand out there. He's not coming in. So mom started freaking out, and I'm like, no, let's just go, let's go. There was down to the city school hazard. The principal tells my mom, he's going to come. He can't. So mom wants to raise him. No, just take me to the other school. The other school like 15 miles away. And country school, country high school. I go there and they accept me. And I walked in the first day, and English teacher, name's Carol Cole. I walked in and handed her the paper out. She was my homeroom teacher. And she heard this, she explains it. And she looks up and she's like, son, have you ever done any trouble before? I'm like, no, ma'am, but I'm interested in the academic team. And no. Like, no, I'm not interested in theater. I'm interested. He was head of the drama department and ill he was. You know, I could give theater too. And I was like, okay. So what happened? She was the first decent person at that point. A surrogate mother. So under her, I become the top academic wrangler. I was captain of the Gurge across all the counties in part of Kentucky. We had a meeting. Like, Jesus Christ, that's Fred Johnson. You know, it was like, I used to tell people they would, the high school that I came from was the first time that Weisberg came against him. She told me, I talked to her a year ago, and she told me, Fred, she said, that first meet against Weisberg, Captain came against you, and oh, you got that Johnson boy on your team? And my response was that Johnson boy is our team. So, but did that, and then with theater, I ended up senior year. I won Best Actor and Actress. Only got it pretty well, man. Pretty well. Had scholarships coming out of high school and everything. I'm an idiot.
A funny question. You make a hell of a, I mean, out of all the probably, you make a hell of a,
I'm very dumb.
have you acted,
Or not professional. We've done the like that. What happened? So I turned down the scholarship. I was scared. Started community college, and community college that hires California was the guy that ran the San Jose Edward claim to fame. He had written three little ninja kids back in the 80s. He'd written this for them. Didn't make it. So he invites Ed Emanuel to come down and do the play. Ed had written. Put that on. I was Ed's show, and he's like, scholarship. Look, right now you're a big fish in a small pond. We'll make you a big fish in a big pond. I was like, deal. I took the scholarship. He's like, I'll be back in. He flies out later. Yeah, flies back in. He drives down to where I'm living. I'm out shooting the ball with the cousin friends. Up, and he gets out of the car, and I'm over to him. I was like, hey, man, you need to meet my parents. He's like, nah, I got it. I was like, okay. So I keep shooting the ball. He walks in the house. Plays about 15 minutes. walks out, white as a sheet, doesn't say a word to me, gets in the car, leaves. I don't hear from him again. Had no idea what it takes me a couple of weeks. What happened is, mom, he walks in and introduces me. My mom pulls a knife on me. I will kill you. You are not going to steal my goddamn son. Here's the guy today. And kind of broke my spirit at that point. Like, so went into this full-fledged into scam times. I had already been, I was I'd already been kind of brought up at the sign of the day. Drug trafficking and stuff, mining coal, charity fraud, legally, wildcatting coal. So you, explain that. Properly mined coal. Eastern Kentucky, a lot of people they can't afford the, they can get them a piece of equipment, but you get a dozer, you start mining, but you don't get the permit. You have to find it. And back then, like $3,500 for a 2-acre permit, $5,000 for a 2-acre permit. You can mine the coal on that, and you have to pay for reclamation. You uncover the pit, pull it out, you back up the pit, grass, sure everything, environment, pond, everything else of that thing. What I did is you buy an acre of land or some area of land, and then you can process the entire process. Many people involved in mining. The smallest number of people required for mining operation. You can do it. So you got your loader operator, you got your operator. You need to farm out the trucking. Your own. Well, so very few people run an operation like that and profit fairly well as long as you don't have reclamation on top of it. Reclamation is expensive. If you're uncovering a pit of coal, a pit, a ton of coal is basically 36 cubic inches. What a 2,000 pounds of coal weighs. That weight of 5-10 minutes of coal. And in fact, awesome. The fact that you know exactly the volume of a ton of coal. Yeah, you learn this shit, right? You rattle this shit off. So you uncover the pit. You've got to sell the pit. Well, the thing is that where are you going to sell it? You sell it to coal tippers. So they're buying it illegally. So back then, a ton of coal was, they'd give you like $36. That's what that is. And you'd have to go out and you'd test the BTUs on the sample lab. BTUs, you take that British unit. So you test what BTU on coal was, how pure the coal is, what BTU it burns at. Back then, a good BTU was 12.9 coal, $30 a ton. Take that sample over to the coal pit. They say, okay, we'll buy this for you. How many trucks you got or how many tons you got? You what we've got, trucking company, and where you get it out, you've got the agents that are looking for you by this point, because people that you bought the rights, whoever the landowner, $2. The other people there, are you paying them off, or are you not? Well, if you're not paying them off, they know your ass is mining it legally. They're going to report you. Well, you've got all these inspectors that are coming. Hey, we know what you're doing. So they're looking for you to get the pit out. So when do you get the pit out? Right dead of night. You're floating it up 2 o'clock in the morning, hauling this ass out as much. And your mom ran operations like that? Yeah. You said you worked in mine too? Yeah, I learned how to run a loader, how to clean off a pit, everything like that. So this is the lifestyle you grow up in. You learn how to. So they got to do charity fraud as well, insurance fraud, charity fraud. Break down some of these are charity fraud. It's much more complicated. Basically, it was basically standing beside the road with the sign and a bucket, taking up collections from homeless shelters for abused women, children, that. Later on, I branched off. I would set up we're going to talk about that. But actually, can we step back and talk about your mom and your dad? Given all these complex ways that she played love, to see how far she can push you around her, to love her. Today, you love her?
You know, I called my dad yet. My dad, he's dying. He's got a heart operation. Like, I'm ready to go. And I'm like, I looked at him because, hell, I'm 50. Prior to 50, I'd have been like, no, you need to do this. And I looked at him and I was like, you're done. And I'm not going to get the operation. I'm talking to him. He asked me, he's like, yeah, I don't know. And I told him, I love my mom, but my mom is not a good person. She's not. He told me that he loved her too, but it took her like that. There's my dad came upstairs. I think if you're a victim, you've never seen it before, never encountered it, it happens. You're like that frog in water all the point where it gradually increases out of it. Everybody else happens. I grew up in that environment. It took me a long time. My sister came to terms with it long before I did. My sister, she did a decade. She had tried to get what got me so bad point that she always thought my response, the immediate response, not even thinking about it, my response was, well, I knew no one was. And looking at things now, I think that's where our paths were. Me, it was going to do it. Don't take care of you. You're on your own. You're your own. It's up to you. This has always been that child that is expected.
Well, and also, it's all going to be okay. Somebody
Wasn't. No, unless you make it okay, it ain't going to be okay. You know, I'm
able to forgive her, your mom.
my boundary was 2 years ago. I started this legal career. I've been the guy who I spent a lot of time thinking about my past, voices brought all this around. So I'm big about taking responsibility. My mom, not so much. So I was talking to her, I would start saying, she would start the conversation talking about she didn't understand why Denise would speak to her. That was one of her tropes. So, and my response started to become, well, because you were the abuser, and you spent your life doing that to her, so more healthy or not to talk to you.
Still not able to see the flaws in her ways of the past.
No. My ultimatum to my mom was, you're able to admit that you abused people in your life, accept that responsibility, and be able to discuss it. Other than that, I don't want to talk. So for the first year, it was calling, cussing my wife out, cussing me out. I don't want you out of blah, 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 blah. Finally, it's paper off.
Your dad dying. What do you take from the way he's taken on death? Saying, fuck it.
It's the man.
What have you learned from your dad? What do you love about your dad?
He's one of these guys that, like I told him. I told my dad about the abuse. So I told you about the elevator. But before that, man, it took me 40 years to talk about that. But it also took me 40 years to talk about. There was a point
mom and dad would leave the house, and I would urinate in the floor. All right, and anger. No, I did, but I would. Just on the carpet. Carpet pissers like little bastards, right? It really tied the room together. It really tied the room together. I was talking about that. This lady comes up to me after the presentation, and she had a career previous to that. She dealt with abused kids. She told me she's like, control mechanism. The only control you had. She's like, kids. Like, so I'm not unique. She's like, no, you're not unique. So that the whole history of abuse, these dealt with by violent behaviors. Not only that, my wife pointed out again that these realities, the males expected to do almost like I stepped up to take part in the crimes. These didn't have to. She avoid all that. Other than shot the kid stuff, he doesn't. He goes off being the parent. He's an angry parent. The parent, she's a teacher, good citizen overall. I was just out of there. Kept right on going.
So let me ask you about that. Your life of cybercrime. Describing some of the things you did or knew about. Well, I once stole several $1,000s worth of coins from a family trying to sell them to new roof on their home. Another time, I sent a counterfeit cashier check to a victim and he ended up being arrested for it. I lied to family, friends, everyone I knew. I was a despicable person. One of my Ukrainian associates ripped someone who owed him money, kidnapped and tortured. Posted pictures of it online. Another member, Iceman, used to flood enemy email addresses with child pornography and called them. That's stories. Can you tell some of these stories that stand out to you? Are particularly despicable or representative or interesting? You look back and defined your approach or that time.
Let me say that I did not care about my. All right, I cared about what I cared about. Rough to that. That you don't give a shit what you do to anybody else. Care about you. But that's the truth. I care about that. Lady, that wasn't even at the beginning of my career as a cyber criminal. That was right at the last point. I was by that point, Shadow Crew had made the front cover of October 26th, 04. That shut us down. 33 people arrested, 6 hours. I was the guy that was publicly made in play. What happened was I was the guy who I had kind of invented this crime called tax return for an identity theft. Stealing a lot of money. I went through all my stateside savings. Shadow Group gets shut down. I don't have any way to come in with any money, so I start running counterfeit cash, defrauding people, having them send products that are bullion collections, what have you, pay with counterfeit cashiers. This lady on eBay, she had been collecting silver coins all of her life. US currency, the points you silver. She had a whole collection of like, I don't know, pounds. And I'm a very good social engineer. So convinced her that I was a legitimate person, that you can my FedEx account, through my UPS account. I'll pay with a cashier's check, take it in, and same as gas. Leave that. She even on the ad and talked on the phone and everything else. She was a parent. Money that she had to build a roof house for her kids. I didn't give a damn. I didn't give a damn. What's more important to me at that?
I ask you a question about social engineering. Ask something. Maybe it's like the methodology, email, it's phone,
process a bigger philosophical perspective. What is it about human beings that makes it possible to be socially engineered, to be so? First, let me say that I became a social engineer as a child because in my environment as a child, I had to know exactly what they were thinking and be able to try to manipulate that for survival. So I became a social engineer as survival, essentially. And one of the things that I've seen with a lot of cyber criminals is the exact same. They're really experts. They become a social engineer as a child, then later on, it's fascinating because in order to understand what others are thinking, you have to be extremely good at empathy. You have to really put yourself in the shoes of the other person. And yet, in order to do cybercrime, you have to not care about the pain that caused them once you think it. You have to empathize and yet not care. Exactly. And I would argue that is not as a cyber criminal. Most cyber criminals justify the actions. Justification becomes what made the justification. Did it for my wife, for her girlfriend. I believe that those. Yeah, just felt that because I care about love a lot. Yeah. So the big picture, trust. How do you establish trust with a potential victim? I would argue online that trust is established with a combination of technology. Right, so we trust our tech, we trust ourselves, we trust our platform. A lot of times we don't understand how they operate. We trust the numbers that show up. We trust our IP address. They're fast enough to get an IP address. Like criminals use tools to manipulate phone numbers, browser fingerprint, whatever that may be. Then that lays a base level of trust. At that point, you shoot in engineering and lay what to manipulate that victim. Actually, not out of reason, but out of emotion. Fascinating about the way humans interact with the world, which is you're almost too afraid to not trust them. We have to find a balance. There's a lot of sort of conspiracy theories now about this trusting fiction, everything around it. I've been listening to the Earth is flat, and that conspiracy theory is fascinating. It basically says you can't trust anybody. Like everything you can buy. That's one. You can live that life. You can live a life where you're naive. This that life is kind of full of passion. Screwed over, right? You meet people with a joyful heart and you get excited and all that kind of stuff. But that too much, you're gonna get burned. You have to find some kind of balance of optimizing happiness where you trust. I mean, but verified and on the internet that becomes you're almost too afraid to trust everything because you never get anything done. Right. I mean, and if you trust too much, you can get screwed over. And so engineering comes in where you're like, I'm not sure if I should trust them. Kind of help them build a narrative with it. It's good. Good. And a lot of the time, that's social engineering is just victim. It's not really coming up with brand new story at all. It's just knowing what that victim is, motivation of that victim is. You have to, again, that social engineer has to almost immediately know driving that. If I'm working on a phone, I have to know second how I can actually fascinating because you truly are empathizing with the other person. It's the best, and of course, talked a few times. You mentioned the thing that the way you build deep relationships, you really kind of notice people are telling like what they want and what they're bothered by, what are their big problems in their lives. Everybody's saying that all the time, and most of us are just ignoring it.
Right.
We
But
really
if you take the time to listen, you know somebody at that point. Absolutely. Then you have to be able to dismiss it.
dismiss it after.
You're looking for that just to see how I can manipulate that. Trying to. So that the lady was one story, and another truly discreet one. We'll get to story, but another truly story we had. We were one of the really first groups that started fishing back. So that is a social engineering attack.
PH, by the way.
Yeah, PH. That's another social engineering attack. That's sending that fake email out that looks like it's coming from a website or your financial organization or whatever, and saying, hey, we've got a security problem. You update your account. Well, back then, no one had ever seen a phishing attack. So asked all the you were getting complete identity profile on a phishing email. Nowadays, you can't do that. Nowadays, basically, credential because they're phishing. But back then, information we had about, I don't know, 200,000 E-Trade account. That's what we had the login password, login password, complete data for account. We had access to those E-Trade accounts. E-Trade initially had no security in place. So you could cash out the account, ACH the money out to whoever, whatever account you wanted to. Just ate them alive on that for E-Trade got to the point where any ACH company, they locked everything down. But you're still sitting on 1,000 E-Trade accounts. How do you make money? Well, yeah. So what you do is you find some fat cat that's got his retirement, invested in blue chips. At the same time, you find a penny stock, open up a brand new account, buy into that penny stock, cash the fat cat out, buy into that same penny stock, pump and dump scheme all the stuff. You're destroying people's retirement accounts for just a few thousand. Bam, bam, bam. And of course, E-Trade's response is not our problem. Your problem, you should give up your password, what have you at that point. You still see that issue today with Zelle scams like that.
With
Zelle, the instant payment.
So it's the same kind of operation, not with different mechanism.
You find an easy way to exploit it. And typically, not our problem. Our secure is their errors. Well, not really. You've got some culpability in that, and you're just trying to pay part of the bill.
One of the things, and fishing, it really makes me sad because people on all kinds of platforms, like comments, but emails too, they figured out email. People are now being the followers of the podcast fans, finding them on platforms like and YouTube and so on. They are figuring out ways to get to those people by another channel, which I suppose it seems more authentic to those people. They send them an email from what looks like me, like loving that is the interesting thing. Sound like something I would write. These aren't at this stage. It's not even. It doesn't feel automated, or if it's automated, it's in the loop. Really fine. Or maybe I'm very loving the way I would write them.
Well, and so think about that, right? So when fishing first comes out, you could look at the language text and say, if you were paying attention, that stuff's so okay, so that's not an English speaker who wrote text, right? But as time has gone on, as the awareness, you have people that are sitting down. It gets worse than that, though. If you look at the compromise, right? So the way a business people compromise works is the attacker will find a payroll person. He will fashion a spear phishing. That's an attack that he'll fashion a spear phishing. The way he does that is he puts all the information he possibly can on that. All right, maybe he'll spear that CEO just to get their login credentials to read, just to read the email. He'll go in there and he'll start reading all these. He'll specifically read the email to the payroll department, see what that relationship is. Are they talking about their kids? Talking about relationships, about vacation. What are they talking about? How are they talking? Are they friendly? Are they sterile? What are they? All right. Then he decides, well, I'm going to go ahead and spearfish payroll. He spearfishes them, gets those credentials. At the same time, he creates a domain in whatever the company name. So instead of that English alphabet I, you've got that Russian letter that looks like an I, but got the dot on top. Right? Goes back into the email. Payroll block real CEO, replaces that code email you got, and then sends out a message using the correct language, the correct relationships, everything else. Hey, if we're updating our accounts, I need you to payment over here. They've set up an account with all payments over here. That is business compromised in a nutshell. Works great.
Probably the larger the organization, the more susceptible to that kind of attack. The like a distribution responsibility, where you're more likely to believe that okay, this other person is responsible. I'm sure they secured everything. I'm okay with.
But that's the and it's those crimes, and that's one thing you see about cybercrime. Cybercrime is not the attacks are bad. 90% of every single attack. It's not zero. They're out there. If you're a criminal waiting on a 0 day to rob you, you're going to start to death. The meat and potatoes are
And the rest is. But you're saying it's maybe you mean it's not technically right, but it's engineering system. Study of
that establishment of trust.
I wish, obviously, all of these folks are really good at hiding. I wish you could tell their stories in a way, which is why you're fascinating, because you're able to tell these stories now. Because it is studying human nature by exploiting it. You get to understand like our weak points, our hope, our desire to trust others. There's also the weak points and the failures of digital systems at scale humans have to connect.
Right.
I think is your question asked my friend. Is spearfishing itself? But what's the reality?
Oh, it's always absolutely.
Is it absolutely? Here's what. Okay, let me construct an example. So, my friend would spearfish a CEO, right? To get their information, and they get control of their Twitter account. They tweet loving, positive,
Unauthorized
but will be.
that becomes a question. So the monetary law, or was it monetary law? So you have to figure out who the charges are. Now the crime would be unauthorized access. Right? But the real less exception to that. No monetary.
It's not really standard like fines.
Probably, but that's not happening. Right.
Right. So, I mean, that's kind of interesting. So when I got the ransomware, when I got the 0 day attack on QNAP Mass, they basically say the criminal QNAP company for having some security vulnerability. They're like, who are the victim of QNAP's competence? That's the way they kind of phrase it.
And see, I don't agree with that at all. So, I've got a 130-page class action lawsuit printed out of the house. I've been going through that catalog. doctors they would hire would they would not pay attention to them. They said you've got these issues and they go away. Been like that for years. Tax parent. My view on that is that the only person for the crime are the criminals who attack the actual criminal, not SolarWinds. Now, does that mean the SolarWinds isn't fucked up? They are, and there needs to be some accounting in place. But the only individual, the only people for crime are the criminals. That's either online, physical, or what have you. Being an idiot is not a crime. being criminally negligent is, and I think that SolarWinds is responsible. Not responsible. They're culpable.
You could tell folks about what are some interesting things that you're aware of?
Yeah, SolarWinds was it provided a backbone of security for hundreds, thousands of companies. If you looked at a lot of security companies using SolarWinds, that would allow you to get a snapshot of the entire system that they were working on. What happens is you get a Russian group that comes in and they basically they hack into get access and it allows them to view every single thing. I mean everything about every single client that had that entire snapshots of all the IP that was going on, all the emails, all the communications, every single secret that was. If a company had software like Microsoft, it allowed them to look at the code of everything going on. I mean, it's just a complete nightmare, right? And something that you are not covered. You're not. I mean, it's done. There's not been a lot of lately about it, but the fact of the matter is that's the type of attack that's a catastrophic
amount of information that was bred elsewhere, probably.
Oh yeah.
So now people saying
absolutely. But think about one of the attack vectors has been Microsoft Outlook 365 that allowed the attackers to they have the source code now, so they can do byline or their vulnerability 0 days. I said 0 days aren't common. It opens up an entire new catastrophic. All the chips out, everything's tallied up. People will be like, yeah, we're done. We're done.
all right, this whole computer thing, try it.
We're walking away. We're done.
Terrifying because you're saying that there's not been obvious big negative impacts of that yet.
Like, I mean, there's been a lot of negative impacts. Dark.
Capacity for destruction. How much involvement from
it's interesting. So you've got Iran, you've got Korea, China, Russia, you got the people where you also got all these other countries that are interested. Nation states are interesting depending on nation state. All right. Russia's very good about working out of criminal values. They'll enlist the information, what have you. Russia will take the information they want to, and they'll basically go off and say whatever you want. China's all about IP. Korea's about spending money because they don't know what the hell else to do right now. But
North Korea is active.
Absolutely, they've like the plan. Absolutely right. Very, very skilled attack. Very skilled. But even if you look at, I told you the stat about 90. Right. So even though SolarWinds is going to be the number one attack, the follow-up to that is not petty attack that happened. And that was the most sophisticated attack launched by the Russians and work group using all non-technical. Again, it's not. You're right in the sense that sophistication is typically not technical sophistication, but it's that engineering sophistication. How do you get these things put together in line to attack?
But when you get access to the source code, that's where technical sophistication can do a lot of damage.
And that's when you find out real quick. That's what separates the listen. All right, because all of a sudden I'm not worried about and I've got code, I've got professionals that are looking at that. And that's your ass.
Which then enables probably even more powerful hearing. I mean, it's cascade. It's terrifying to you, but the world that we're living in is we put more and more of ourselves on the internet, the metaverse. There's so many more attack vectors in our world.
What's terrifying to me, I used to preach it on Shadow Group, is the idea that the is more important. It doesn't matter what the facts are, it matters what I can convince you. That's what's terrifying. You look at deep fakes, you look at fake news, all this stuff going out, that becomes truly terrible.
Maybe there's an angle where nothing's true. You can't trust anything.
But you see, we as human beings, we want to trust. We do. We need human interaction. And for that human interaction, we have to have it.
But it's more like let go of an idea of absolute truth and what becomes blockchain style consensus. So you let go of like, you know what? Human dream. You get this on the internet. You get like facts. If there's at the bottom there's one turtle that like scroll that says these are the truths of the world. The problem is, I mean, maybe meaning that is counterproductive. Maybe human civilization is an ongoing process of consensus. So always going to be everything crowded. You can call them lies, or you can call them inaccuracies, or you can call them delusions. It's constantly going to be a sea of lies and delusions. But our hope is to over time develop bigger and bigger islands of consensus that allows us to live a stable and happy society. Don't call it true. Call it a stable consensus that creates a high quality of life for the inhabitants of the island.
I mean, I like it.
And then don't use all. No, I'm just so maybe step back and I'd love to talk about Shadow Code. Maybe this is the right time to. Yeah, let's go to Shadow Code. Fascinating. Tell me the story of building Shadow Code. Cursor, today's darknet market. Why you're the original Godfather.
This is it. So I get married. I faked a car accident to get married. Got the money from that. I'm my dad. I'm the guy that I get mom and criminal mindset. From dad, I get that. I want to believe.
To get married.
I met this.
What's that?
Dude, I was.
How did you fall in love?
My first girlfriend. Crazy over her, dated her for 5 years. She figured out pretty quickly that, well, not quickly, for 5 years, figured out that right job. I can talk it, but more that agnostic than anything. I was community college.
You take one hell of a place.
Yeah. Yeah, I've got that Langston Hughes problem. I'm looking for Jesus to come up and he just. So I was at the community college and I was a fucking asshole. I was arrogant, conceited. I had advertised on one of the billboards in front of adult babysitter, hot blonde, come visit me in the library. A buddy of mine shows up. He's like, Brett. And I was like, yeah. He's like, the hottest girls right down the hall. Serious? Like, yeah. And I was like, go see. Walk over. There's these two guys that are hitting on her. So I just walk up and me and Todd, that was my buddy, walk yet. They're giving the spiel and everything. She's kind of taking it on. I was like, get out of here. And one of the guys, he's like, hey, we're talking to her. I was like, you're talking at her. You're not talking to her. That's this favor ask from you. And this is pickup line, by the way. If I ever heard one, that's good. You want to get out of here? So, start dating, and she was the girl that my brains out. And I head over heels. We got married 6 months later. That's what it does. And I was, she didn't know I was a crook. She had no idea. But she knew I was very bright. She knew I did a lot of theater. And, got a job at, I was in hazard jobs we had. I got a job in the UK. Got a job in Lexington at airport. So I would leave on a Thursday night, work 3 18-hour shifts at Lexmark back home on Monday. Got married, faked a car accident to get that. It's the other rest of the I needed to get married. And the faking on that, man, I had bought a Chevy Spectre about a like bucks. My aunt had previously defrauded USAA on a car accident. And she was all about it. Go down to the chiropractor, make sure you get the insurance, pay for a rental car, pay lost wages, and they pay lost wages. I'm like, she's like, by the way, you work for me. And I was like, I work for you. So they get to define the way. You could also define how long you were unable to work. Exactly. Chiropractor sign off on that. So my cousin Ronnie, he figures out that he finds out I'm going to take this car out. He comes to me, hey man, get on. Yeah, man, you get on. This kid, he's 5 days younger than me. This kid goes to the dentist the day that has a tells the dentist not to dub it, not to stitch it, just pull it. So he shows up the day that we're rounding out to fake the accident. He's got blood all over his shirt. He's still bleeding down the mouth, everything else. I'm like, are you okay? He's like, yeah, man, it's going to be good. It's going to be good. I'm like, okay. My mom, by this point, I'm living with my grandparents. My mom up at the head of a hollow. We're like, back like my mom, way back out, ran over, come back out that night, run over the hill, Ronnie walk back up, walk back to mom's, like we were actually and filed claims. So that gets me to get married in had like, and I'm the kid that my crime usually, guy wouldn't break the law. Wouldn't I would be all right, But females involved, oh yeah, got to spend the money, got to show them gifts. Never enough love in a healthy way. Always had to go for it. So that was the way you showed love, is by buying and present gifts. Over back then with Susan initially, it was don't worry about work. I got it. Don't worry about going. She was a music major. I was like, you just worry about going to school. So don't worry about cooking and cleaning. I got it. Not only was I this guy who was overbooked, but out of control. I got it. Here I am, 60-hour week job, 10-hour class load, cooking, something had to give. I quit the job. I couldn't quit the job and start back in fraud and trying to hide that for a time. Initially, telemarketing fraud. I was working first job I had was a telemarketer at a cemetery, graveside. And then that ended, went over to Shriners Hospital. And the third party company I was in telemarketing made really good money. That job ended, and then they pivoted over to working with Kiwanis clubs, basketball, the banks and everything. So I stole the phone and started at my Kiwanis club and telemarketing about twice a week, pick up a check. Well, what happened was, when I picked the checks, knock on the door, turns out the person called was the law enforcement officer. He's like, I'm like, I'm with the Kiwanis Club. He's like, no, you're not. So, got arrested 3 months in a county jail for theft by deception. Got out, and we had to move from Lexington back to Hazard. They had gotten a desktop computer, HP, and I started searching around online. Found eBay. Didn't really know how to make money on eBay. But at the same time, I'm committing low-level fraud. I'll talk about that in a minute. I've never really talked about that, but I would pay for bad checks. More person, not using that from eBay. I would find somebody that had like a service of eBay or something like that, and I'd pay for a bad check. And would rely on them not to chase me, or because they were out of $1,000. So got the money to finally get those to get the money back to Lexington. Got to Lexington, and by this point I'm doing, like I said, these schemes on, and I'm like, there's got to be a better way to make money, but I didn't really know how. One night I'm watching Inside of O'Reilly, and they're profiling Beanie Baby. So I'm sitting watching the profile, and it's called Peanut the Royal Blue Elephant. For $1,500 on eBay, and they're going like, shit, I need to be a peanut. So my initial thought was, there's got to be one of these Hallmark stores in Kentucky somewhere. So I was in class the next day, went out around all the Hallmark stores looking for peanut. No, idiot, it's not eBay for $1,500. So after a few hours of that, I'm like, turns out they had a great Beanie Baby element, $8. Picked up $8. By Kroger on the way home, picked up die. Went home, tried to die the little guy. That was a nightmare. Turns out they're made out of polyester. Get them out of the bath. It's like they've got the vein. And what happens is I tried to die the damn thing. So I got online, found a picture of the real one, posted it on eBay, and I was like, I can claim that's what I've got, and then maybe claim that it got messed up. Posted a picture of the real one online. The woman thought I had the real thing. She went to bid. That's when engineering kicks in immediately. I didn't want to be on the defensive. I wanted to put her on the defensive. Bid. Message, hey, I've done any business before. I don't even know if I can trust you. What I need you to text us both. We're going to use money orders, $1,500, send them to me, issued by the U.S. government. That way we're protected. As soon as I get the money orders, I'll send you your rent. You believe that? Didn't ask any questions. You believe that? Send me the money orders. I cashed them out. Under the creature, immediately got a phone call. Response, lady, you ordered a blue belt. I said, bitch. And she got pissed. She kept calling. What I found out, that's really the first lesson of cybercrime. Bomb. A lot of them get aspirated, hands in the air. You don't hear from them. And none of them, to this day, play as long. They eat it. Mixture of like you were exhausted by the process, just you to walk away. A second, almost kind of embarrassment. So there's a host. There's exhaustion. Certainly. There's the embarrassment. You figure out if you look at, hey, where does the embarrassment come from? Media, family members are all very good about blaming the victim for crimes. Why would you blame? Why would you blah blah blah? So you've got that. You've got the issue of complaint. Back then, you didn't know local police because she's in another state. So, which local police do you complain to? You complain to the feds. Well, the dollar amounts aren't high enough to feds. They to go local. Local's going to tell you, hey, it happened in Kentucky. Complain to them. Kentucky's going to say, well, yeah, you're over there. We need you to come in. So there's this whole issue of jurisdiction, of blame factor, everything else. So I got away with that crime and did it under my own name of that. Kept going and got better at it. Started to understand how I had identity, things like that. Started selling pirated software. Pirated software led into on modules. So pirate software, Sega Saturn, PlayStation. We had to have a mod chip to play the pirated disc. So I started installing mod chips. That led into installing mod chips, became a television box, watch all the papers, which in turn led into programming satellite DSS cards, 18 Starsky satellite systems, pull the card out of it, program it, all the channels. Started doing that. Can we just pause? That is very entrepreneurial. So technically, so there's laws breaking that stuff. There's also legitimate ways of doing that. Break the rules of the convention of the past. That's the first thing. That's what Elon Musk and his all the time. Right. That is gut, really. But when it's crossing the lines of the law, actually sometimes the law is outdated. The thing is, as a human being, you have to compute the ethical damage. Like ethically, the damage you're doing about other things. That is fundamentally that you're breaking. You're adding to the suffering in one way or another. But in terms of me as an engineer, that is some gutsy laws, job, law. Sure. That's innovation. Maybe just think you can introspect your thinking process here. I like how you remember the HP. Like what the only computers is another domain. How are you figuring puzzles out? Presumably mostly alone. Well, when you were thinking through these problems, is there a question to ask? You know, what are you thinking about? What is your approach to solving this problem? So the approach is you fuck it up, and you're like, you think back, okay, how do I fix that? you fix that aspect, crime again, and it goes a little bit further, and it's screwed up. Okay, how do I fix that? What's the issue on that? How do I fix it? There's not a deep design thinking. Like later on, it becomes that. Once you put the groundwork, the way these schemes are working, right? It becomes that, and you can apply that to other things. But initially, it's basically you've got a problem. How do you solve that problem? So how do I'm committing these crimes in my name. How do I solve them? Principles that we started gathering group begin identity. That's the main first principle. Yeah. Why would I commit a crime under my name if I can commit your name? Well, that's one of the buffers. That takes trial and error to get to that research. And that's what operates criminal. Right? But me, it was, trial and error. It's that childhood ways, non-traditional ways of getting around. One of the questions I'll probably ask later is also unique aspect outcome of what you're doing. You weren't, you didn't get caught for a very long time. We'll talk about why that is. And the thing is, all crime probably should be effective. Should start with identity theft. I like that identity theft because identity theft can take so many things. Right. So yes, data. So as we're we started with love. So now we're online. I'm selling to these. I'm programming these satellite DSS cards. And one of the interesting things, and you'll see that, is something will happen that will create an industry for criminals. Right? So what happened? Canada, Canadian, about the same time that I'm doing cards, Canadian judge comes out and says, "Hey, it's legal for my citizen to pirate." And the reason was that RCA doesn't tell the citizen, so here, my citizen can pirate. Okay. So what happened overnight? About the same time, PayPal's coming right online at about the same time. Overnight, cottage in the United States. Got out of Best Buy, buys $100 to get out of the parking lot. Run, pull the open box up, pull the card out, throw the system away, program the card, ship the test to Canada, $500 a pop. Started business making, $3,000 to $4,000 a week. And I'm like, that's good. I have so many orders I can't fill all these. And quickly think to myself, why do I need to fill in? They're in Canada. I'm down here. Who are they going to complain to? Because I already found out people don't complain. All right, they're not going to complain to anybody. So I start, especially in Canada. I'm having them send money. That's what PayPal's first in the. And it amazes me that everybody is using PayPal. It's like, you don't even have to really ask. They're like, can we pay by? Yeah, you can pay all day long by PayPal. PayPal had no clue what they were doing. So, like, okay. So, they're sending money to PayPal. I'm having the PayPal cashed out to bank accounts in my name. And I get scared because by that point, I'm spending $4,000 a week. I'm like, somebody's. So, get into my head. I'm like, this thing I can put up a bank account using it, cash out at the ATM. No idea where to get it. Not a clue. So I get online, looked around, spent a couple weeks looking around. Thought I found a guy. He was by the screen name of Fake ID Man. Thought I found a guy, sent him $200, sent him my picture. Dude rips me off. I'm like, what the hell, man? I got played. He had a little website set up with reviews, and I'm like, oh, it's all legitimate. And that trust him. So the end result, I got pissed. And there was no site that dealt with anything criminal, cybercrime related. The only real avenue you had IRC chat, internet chat. And that, I'm sure you've been on that, is this rolling chat board. You don't know who the hell you're talking to. You can't trust anybody to do that business. So, if somebody claims they've got a product or service, do they have it? Does it work? Or they just want to put you on? Those channels, I kept looking around, and I happened upon a website called Counterfeit Library, and Counterfeit Library only dealt with counterfeit degrees and certificates, as I was the degree of. But they had a forum, and no one was using it. So I basically get on there and hit everything. I got ripped off, don't know what to do, bam, 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 bam. About the same time I started doing that, the guys show up. One's named Mr. X, he's out of Los Angeles. The other guy's named Beelzebub, he's out of Saskatchewan. And we all become buddies. So, a few weeks responding. Beelzebub gets me on ICQ, and he says, and he's like, no, I can take big drivers. I was like, well, motherfucker, dude. And he's like, no, I'm going to charge you. I'm like, yeah, you are. And he's like, I am. I'm like, no, you're not. And he's like, look, he says, this business you're going to do, you have to trust me. He says, I'm going to charge you $200. I'm going to send you a driver's license. Well, by this point, I'm friends with people who own Counterfeit Library, free, email and chat and everything else. And I tell him, I'm like, okay, we'll send you $200. That way, when you rip me off, I'll have them ban you, and I don't have to deal with you. And he's like, ban. Okay. So I sent him $200, sent him my picture. Later, I get a driver's license. His name is Steven Schwecki, Ohio. And real guy. Worked at ADP payroll. This thing works at got the driver's license, and to me, at that point in time, it was the prettiest thing I'd never seen a fake ID. I thought it was great. So, looking back, it's like, so, but it's kind of a strong first step in creating a very, very strong. But that was like, okay, guys could have just on the point he made that you're going to be successful in this, you should have people you trust. Right on that. You have to have this like you have to have an inner circle of trust. And I'm sure you probably say this. Successful cybercrime, right? There are three necessities successful on your criminal. Three necessities: gathering, committing the crime, cashing. All three of those necessities have to work in conjunction. No crime fails. The problem, and it's a huge problem, is that one guy can't do all three things. You've got the people who gather the data, basically the general store set people who know PII, credit card login, data, sell the phone number, RDP, stuff like that. A lot of the times, those people don't know how to commit crime. Those people certainly don't know how to cash in pocket. You've got either because of a skill level, sometimes a geographic location limits what that individual can do. All right, so you have to rely on people who are good in areas where you are not in order for that crime to succeed, and that means you have to trust those people. What happens with shadow? Okay, so counterfeit libraries, right? Counterfeit library transitions over to shadow group. Right before that transition, there's a Ukrainian guy by the name of Dmitry Golubov, spammer. He saw what we were doing with counterfeit library, and he liked it. He was getting all these credit card details of this kid. I mean, he's a kid. Kid has an idea. His idea was, I wonder if people would buy stolen credit card details. Figured Ukrainian Russian accent. So he picks up the phone. He calls his buddies. They call their buddies. They have a physical conference. 150 of these cyber criminals show up. And they launched this idea. A website called Carter Planet. Genesis all modern credit card theft as we know it. All right. So the three necessities of cyber. Dmitry had all the credit data, and he partnered with Ukrainians who had all the data. The problem broader than Europe, that every card had been shut down. If you were a legitimate card holder, tried to cash it out, you weren't doing it. So again, those three necessities: gathering data, committing crime, cashing out. Dmitry had data. They could not cash in pocket. So we were running counterfeit library. One day I get the message, or not message, but description. And he posts, just on the general forum, he goes, hey, I've got credit card data. Give me an address, give me a burner phone number, wait 5 business days, or whatever you want. We had never seen anything like that. We were a PayPal fraud and eBay fraud site as well, and fake drivers. So then, and we had, I guess we had 2,000 members. So the response from members was, that can't be real. You've got to be law enforcement. You've got to be trying to get us arrested. Everything else. Let me backtrack a little bit. So the driver's license that I got, Beelzebub had an idea. When he wanted to sell driver's license, Mr. X wanted to sell security cards. He had a very passive security card. Me, I had no skill level on that. I knew PayPal fraud and eBay fraud. So Beelzebub was like, hey, what? Be the reviewer. That way you get every product or service that comes in. They'll have to send it to you, but you have access to it. You can learn the entire game, and because you're not selling it, it gives you legitimacy on the reviews, right? So I started out as a reviewer, the only reviewer on the counterfeit library. So over the next year, Beelzebub turns out he was a pot broker. He goes back to the pot because he wasn't making shit driver's license. Mr. X about a year and a half in, he gets arrested, cashing out driver's credit card, not credit cards, cashing out at the casino. So I'm the only guy left standing, and I'm at the top of the team. So, and it becomes a thing where if I review somebody, they make a lot of money. If I don't, you don't do business. Description of things got to. I'm the only reviewer on site. I think he's law enforcement. First week it goes like that. After a while, I'm like, okay, I got it. Scared. I'm like, he may be law. So I get him on ICQ and I'm like, hey, you have to be reviewed. What the heck? Tell him what it is. Like, you review. I was like, yeah, that's the idea. So drop address, burner phone, wait 5 business days. I try to hit daily 5,000. Fail. I get back on that. Hey man, give me one more chance. Like, I'll give you one more chance. Your ass after one more chance. I go get another address, another phone number, another 5 business days. Thompson Computer Warehouse for 4,000. Hell for 5,000. Product. I put that on a counterfeit library and literally overnight from an eBay PayPal fraud site that becomes a lot of members doing now it's called CMP fraud, card not present fraud. You hit an online version with card. Back then, a fairly experienced fraudster could profit $30,000 to $40,000 just buying, laptops, what have you, cashing out, pay for sell. That $30,000 to $40,000 Script had a lot of buddies. We had people like Roman Vega, these other guys that sell credit card data, but counterfeit physical credit cards. We had
counterfeit, not stolen. The counterfeit. That must be too.
So the connection
must be harder than drivers.
So back to what Boa initially had, and I became the United States salesperson. But what he had was his first dumps in the United States. Back of your credit or debit card, there's a magnetic stripe. 3 data tracks on the stripe. First data track is the customer's name. Second data track is the card number / 16-digit algorithm inside of that. Important, we'll get back to that. Third data track is called indiscriminate data uses. All right. So what's bought and sold is the second data track. The reason that's sold, you go into the shop, you insert the card or you swipe the card. The only information that's sent out for verification is the second data track. And that goes to the process of bank verification. The first data track, that customer's name, shows up on the screen of the cashier in front of you. What typically happens is you buy 10 of these dumps. You get 10 counterfeit cards. In code track 2 on all 10 cards. Track 1, you create one driver's license. Track 1 is the name of the driver's license. Shop, swipe the card. Track 2, off for verification. Track 1, screen from the cashier. You're asked for ID. You take ID. Everyone's nice, warm, fuzzy. You walk out. Cameras, Rolex.
Track 1 could be 8. It has to be connected. It's not connected.
It's not connected at all. That's one of the big problems, right?
Yeah.
So, Script brought a host of technical people into that type of environment. All credit cards. We had proxy providers. We start making a lot. And the reason that happens is, again, Script did not have the ability to cash out. He was selling. At the same time, he's how do I make money? The Ukrainians happened upon this thing called the CVV hack. So what happens is, remember I told you track 2 card number / 16-digit algorithm. You gotta know the algorithm. Code it. You can swipe the card or take it to the ATM machine. Right, ATM. You gotta know it. Now we were fishing data from Bill. We were doing a lot of fishing. A lot. We were getting pins, we were getting card numbers. You can't get that algorithm. So the Ukrainians start testing stuff. What they found out was no bank
you take a card number from the flash, 16 digits with a code, take it to the ATM, cash out, because you can pin, right? Started doing that. Oh, wait, sorry, I'm trying to understand. So that means, are they generating random numbers? They have numbers. No numbers needed at all. Track track. There's a valid track two. It doesn't match. So the pin is the thing that gets you in. Back then, right? Back then, what we're talking about is you needed, typically today you need a whole track two. You need a valid track. You need the 16 card number, then whatever that algorithm. Back then, none of the banks had implemented that algorithm. So while the algorithm was there, you didn't need it to encode. Interesting. Yeah, you can make a lot of money with physical things like that. Card not present cards. Card not present cards. They're about $30,000 to $40,000, right? That turned into $30,000 to $40,000 a day. Ukrainians, again, they can't cash it out. They've got all the data on the planet. They can't cash it out. There's three necessities of cybercrime. Still the game, you got to rely on the Americans. They will give you 40%. You got all these cashiers that were 40% of $1,000 a day. Yeah, we'll take that. Right? The rest of it over to buy Western Union or what have you to your Ukrainian contact. That's before cryptocurrency came into play. Now you had a couple of forerunners with gold and Liberty Reserve, things like that. But back then, it starts out with Western Union, and it becomes prepaid cards. They track information over, loading the card up like that, and then finally you get gold. It's crypto. That's used. Started stealing a lot of money, and that got so we started to see crazy ass. Started to see IP coming in from law enforcement. Because back then they didn't know how to shoot identity either. You saw Secret Service, saw DOD, you saw all these like you're like that's interesting. You know, and at the same time we had it was called a hack, but it wasn't a hack. We had a guy that worked at T-Mobile Los Angeles. This is the same guy that back then published Paris Hilton phone contact. Made a lot of news. Not only did he do that, but it turned out that Los Angeles service agency was using people's phones. He's getting text messages of the Secret Service investigating shadow groups. He posted things on shadow groups. I'm sitting there head of the file. They're going, not going to end it. At the same time, I had access. I started out with access to the Indiana State Center. And I was using that to create bank accounts, money out, and I was selling bank accounts, stuff like that. They shut that down. The next database I had access to Texas driver's license database and started using that to create fake driver's license and have you. Finally, we happened upon California. Complete information, mother's maiden, DOBs, all that. And it's like, got to be used for that. Well, you can use it to create identities all day. My idea was, I wonder if you can take somebody that's died and then file death benefits, not death benefits, and get that recurring paycheck in. That takes a lot of research. Start seeing if you can do that. How does the federal government, if you're dead, do federal indexes reference state indexes? Got all these questions. Well, it turns out federal indexes don't reference state indexes. It's law. It also turns out the only way the federal government dead is prior to 1998, the family had to file a Social Security death benefit. Okay. Right? Prior to 98, prior to 98, it took the family. After 98, hospital, funeral, a lot more people haven't filed after if they've died.
But it's still, there's a lot because that death bill was only like $190. Right? Nobody's thinking about that. So I started to apply for some benefit. Nope. Members of government. They want you to come in for an interview. Here I am, 32. You're not going to pass a 5-year-old. No. So the next idea I had was, wonder if you could file it. That you can. All day long. So I started doing that. And I started to deal. Once I got wrapped up, I do testing. And make sure you guys got to figure out what the instrument is. Get all that lined out. I started every week for 10 months a year. By paying taxes. By filing fake. Filing fake. So you find a business, and the way the system works is the IRS will issue a verify that that person works like that. So you keep the name off. Keep them at $3,000. Accounts are very low. You stay able to achieve scale budget. Right. I got to order, and I was manual. Later on, a couple of buddies automated. But you would go and do by hand, so there's no code involved. All manual. I file a return within 6 minutes. 10 hours a day. Looking up, so typing fast, code one return every. That's changing IP. That's everything else. One return every 6 minutes. For 3 days a week. 4th day, I would take a road trip out of map of ATM. And then the next 2 days, cash out. Bam, bam, bam. Come back home. Repeat. Turns out that a backpack, around here, but a backpack will hold $150,000 of monies. That's what it will hold. So I put $150,000 in toys in a backpack. I had a spare bed. Come in, toss the backpack in the bedroom. Very, very important. First we started with volume of cold up to now backpack 50,000 and multiply that by 5 for 100. I like this. It's 20 ways in my gram. 20 ways a gram. So you can actually go by weight. What federal authorities do. They get a pallet of gasoline, weigh it. Weigh 150K is 7.5 cash. That's pretty light. Not bad. You get backpack, go to run 8,000. I like it. This is great. So wait, where does that come with the backpack? So what happens? I didn't know how to launder money. Right, so I'm throwing cash in the spare bedroom. One day you open the bedroom, and you're like, gotta do something with those backpacks. And that's when you start learning how to launder money. Cash-based business, things like that. I had a production company, I had a couple of detailing company. I was thinking about going to food trucks, things like that in Charleston. Actually, can you pause on that to take a tangent there? How does money laundering work? I mean, at that time, what years? This is time the tax returns go into play. We're talking 2002, 2003 is when tax returns start. So what at that time and what you're aware of now would evolve? How does money laundering work? And, it's not that much different. But not. You get a cash-based business, start laundering money or putting money through that same transaction. You can start depositing bank accounts. Bank accounts. My thing was have bank accounts in the United States, Mexico, Canada, finally bounce over to Estonia. Final destination of all this stuff. And the idea is try to move them to so many places that by the end of the day it's legal and you can't trace it all. If you ever call it. But cash-based businesses. When you say, sorry to interrupt, the cash-based, you have money that needs to be moved to other people. How does that work? What's the business? If it's providing you a service, you're giving them money? Right. You do the Ozark thing if you want to do that. You can gamble, cash out some or trips, whatever you've got. You've got your production company, detail company. How many cars you clean in a day? How many
company said you got to do that, right? Whatever that company is, got to be cash based. Somebody's paying you cash. That's what you're doing. You have to have enough of the cash based business for it to, right? Because if you're a detail company making $100,000 a month, that's a problem. Okay, so then you start depositing in. Well, because of the Patriot, I say that if your came in at $2,500 instead of the hey, they all right. Fortunately, what you also had is you had a prepaid debit card. Right. Combination of bank accounts, prepaid debits that had ACH ability attached to them. Well, start running all together. Now in the United States, you start putting that into fewer bank accounts. And finally, you've got the one main account that's over at Bank of Mexico.
A bunch of hops.
Give you an idea, I was arrested February 8th, 2005. My last seizure, 2000. They got it. It took them that long to get to it.
So how do the stories that play here where he had someone who owed him money kidnapped and tortured? When does it turn darker?
It turns darker when the money you make. Rick was a kid that he was stealing enough money that he was able to buy whatever he would brag about. We were in the countryside, and if he saw property that he liked, he would buy it. And that was brag he was doing. So the kid is, at the same time, he's got connections politically because of his family. He's got connections, and that family's got connections with Ukraine. All right? So he's got these inroads. People are looking out for him. He's a lot of money at the same time. Somebody doesn't pay him a decent amount of money. Somebody doesn't pay him. Now, we had never, with Shadow Crew, Carter Planet, with Counterfeit Library, we were basically the geeks. All right? This is the fraud years. We had never really considered violence. The rules that I had in play were, hey, we don't do child pornography. We don't do counterfeit currency. We don't do drugs. The only thing we ended up obeying was child, except for Butler, who used script style. And he comes on Shadow through that, and he pictures and it was a detailed narrative. Pictures had the guy that rammed in the van, had the door open, rammed in the van, had the guy tied up, had the guy being tortured. The response was, what happens when you steal from me? And that's the first that violence came into play. That's when you start again. How did that make sense? The first response is, can't be Asian. That's Asian. You know, he's Asian. Like, no, that's rude. That's rude.
Were you afraid in your own heart that you might into that too? Like if you see that, or was it pretty clear to you that that's a line that some people cross, some can't, and you're not one of those that can cross it?
I got to tell you, I joke with my wife. The joke I tell my wife is, if I knew some guy that had 8,000 people, I might be ask him for access to that. He's like, how? And I was like, well, hammer and toe. Yeah. And I say that as a joke, but there's that line where you're like, I remember who I used to be. And if you're looking at that kind of money, I might be persuaded to do that back then. Well, that's, and I think that's the issue.
And then there's, violence can also be gradual.
All the you get used to what's going on, and then I get desensitized. And you figure, you take somebody like Russell,
Frost was not a violent. He was not. But at that point, 24 million in pitch. He was the only game in town. And that 24 now is like billions, crap like that. But he felt in danger. The guy was going to turn him in. You know, it was black guy. Ross thinks he hires it. It becomes that thing, and I saw that over and over again. I liked it. I was given the same circumstances. I would.
And also, when you're not just about money, there's a lot of other forces that threaten your well-being, for your wealth, for your power, all those different motivations.
Plus, that online aspect of movies like that, you're the head guy. You really feel like you're prepared to leave. But it's working for them. It's like,
so we take us to close. The Shadow started something they call darknet markets that operate that trade things, everything from child pornography, drugs, what else?
everything.
What are the dark things that humans want to do that they don't want anyone to know about? All of those things. So, can you maybe tell me? Let's just step back. What is the darknet? How big is it? What happens there?
Well, let's backtrack a little bit before we get there. All right. What Shadow Crew did, other than dealing with these affairs, what Shadow Crew did that's really important. Remember those three things that I talked about. But the important thing is establish trust. All right, because that's a necessity. You have to be able to trust dealing because you have to deal with it. Have to, right? How do you know you're not dealing with God? How do you know you're dealing with somebody that's how do you know you're going to trust that it Shadow Crew provided that trust and that communication reference conversation on some marker. You had vouching systems, escrow systems. You had by looking at screen name, trust that network of individuals, right? Community of just provided that back trust. Interesting to think about it. You had the trust there, but you also had this almost this instantaneous information that was available about community or about cybercrime that that's related, right? So when that was the way things were to a couple, and one was the other one was foreground. I was working in Secret Service, ripping off when the war comes in. Right, so we got a memo in one day. It was talking about foreground, and it was like we really need to be careful. This is going to be a problem. And we all fired up, and it turns out it was 2005 early. Turns out it was could not because no one used it. Extremely.
So for people who don't know, Tor browser is completely anonymous.
As long as you properly know how to use it, a huge copy. So developed by the United States Navy, and they developed it. Oh yeah,
Wasn't the hacker
U.S. Navy. To this day, the number one funder of Tor. They. All right.
I mean, it's the same, I guess, with the internet. The origins are
So and it was developed with operatives to communicate with each other, being identified. Right? Then goes open source. Lisa, EFF company sponsoring, else like that. The next idea was, well, people get around their country's firewalls. Things like that. Well, someone forgot to mention that the adoptees of tech, use it to launder money or remain anonymous, are criminals. So criminals start to use it. Right? So along the same time we get, well, a few years later, we get Chinaka up.
his ideas, and then Ross Ulbricht runs with it. Ross Ulbricht he's going to still grow. So initially, people were using, later was the dark web, people were using Tor to talk to each other, websites, anything like that. Someone figured out, hey man, we can host a website on this thing, and they have a lot of trouble finding the bot. So that is the advent of Silk Road. Rothberg has this idea that he's going to change the world by becoming the largest revenue on the planet. So he's Silk Road, and the only payment instrument he allows. People out there wondering why Bitcoin is going to pay today.
And by the time this is out, 100,000, 10,000.
Who knows? If it's 10,000, I'm going to buy some.
Which is a hilarious statement to make because that statement would be ridiculously wrong like 5 years ago.
I know.
People 100 years from now will be laughing, wait, was that low?
So we only accept Bitcoin, and that's, of course, the initial use case of crypto is one would admit it today, but the initial use case is we're going to buy a bunch of pot. And we need somebody, we need to pay for it. That's what happened. Ross, it's really interesting. You look at motivations of cyber crypto, motivations of status, cash, ideology. All right, my guys all cash. Ross ideology. He really believed he was. I've been fortunate. I actually know the guy who ran and have talked to him, everything else. And I will tell you that those guys are motivated by they are the cash guy. It's low hanging. It's hard to stop, but it's much easier for cash motivation. Guy, he's a guy. He's not breaking the law, but you see, it's like wants. He wants. So it's.
He's not saying that. I mean, the word profit it comes in people that operate under ideology. They have the motivation.
But you think about Ross. I mean, very bright guy. But think about the amount of cognitive guy's got that he thinks he's going to change the world by running the drugs. Certainly, I mean, could he have changed the world? Yeah. Done it like that? Probably not.
Well, I guess Steel Man knows what I mean. I listen to quite a few libertarians and anarchists. There's a lot of people that argue. I actually talked to the professor at Columbia who actually argued drugs should be legalized, and not at a political level, but the fact that all the negative consequences of drugs that people talk about actually have to do with other factors in your life.
I would agree with that.
And so that's more like a argument about the negative aspects of drugs. The ideology comes in where it's like, well, nobody should tell you what to do. You should have the responsibility of your own actions. Like government or any other institution should be setters trains how you live your life. And so that I could see that argument being made and ultimately like create an open market for drugs, how that can build a better society, like break down the outdated, the corrupt, the bureaucratic institutions. I mean, you can make that argument.
And let's be fair. Could he change the world? We do have this whole thing called crypto.
Yeah, in the long arc of history,
We do have that. That's a biggie.
and that might have been for just the whole society, the darker part of society at first. But
Maybe. We have had Shadow Crew
had this guy, Albert Gonzalez. We were growing so big that I had to start farming things out. First thing I started, I review system, kind of establishing that trust mechanism. We needed somebody to take care of our tech aspect. So, associate of mine by the name of Kim Taylor, we're looking for a foreign techie. He comes out, he's like, found our foreign techie. I was like, who's that? He's like, kid. I was like, it ain't good. Well, he knows this. I was like, okay. We just signed his ass on. He went by the screen name of the guy. He started selling credit cards after a while under cars. That TV1 breach, cashing out the track twos, so Albertson, New Jersey, and stands at an ATM, 40 minutes, standing, beating in an ATM card out, cash, taking the 20 out, stuffing it in that backpack. Meanwhile, just across the street, a couple of cops just happened to be there. They start noticing. So 40 minutes they watched this. 40 minutes. Finally, one cop looked at me. Let me see what's going on there. Walks somewhere across the street. Albert's wearing a wig. He's got the disguise on, everything else. Asked him again, what are you doing? Albert. We didn't know Albert. So Albert immediately goes in. I want to work for the Secret Service. At that point in time, I referred to, I want to make sure it's not like that anymore. Back then, they were fucking no clue what was going on. That's a nice, or fucking idiot. Another way to say it. They're just like not aware. They had no clue. So, the way that Albert tells them how to catch them, because they looked at how do we catch them? And Albert's like, I'm serious. So Albert's like, well, you could try a VPN. What's a VPN? So he explains it to me. So I went shadow. I was worried about all the news like that. A week, I didn't know Albert had been arrested. I'm worried about it. I know the writing's on the I'm like, in the writing. He's coming in. The text about the pressures. I had not going well. One day, bad. So I announced my retirement of. I'm sorry. And I quit. I walk away. Well, Albert had been arrested. They cut him loose. Those I leave Tim Taylor at the same time. He's kind of on the run. That's right. So I charge Tim Taylor, this guy named David. He was El Mariachi. David Thomas. Yeah, he was a film guy. Oh, okay, yeah. So El Mariachi, real name David Thomas. He's on the run out of the check. He comes to our shadow, done a bad story. We take up a collection, send it to him. Right? I get him a job with a low level, making some money. Right? El Mariachi, or Thomas does this. And he's like, man, like, okay, I had a Ukrainian guy by the name of Big Box. He, girlfriend of mine. And I was like, look, the guy is the guy. I got it. Okay. He sends Thomas enough money to go to Texas. Sends Thomas enough money to go to Texas, get the ball wash, and rent an office. Right? So Thomas rents his office space, him and his girlfriend rents an office space. And the plan is this big buyer going to place an order, get product sent. Mariachi's going to get the product on eBay, cash out 50. Easy enough, all right? So big buyer places an order. First order is Outpost.com, $18,000. Largest order Outpost.com at order goes through. He gets the product, right? Mariachi comes back, tells my second in charge, Taylor at this point, I'm 33, 30. Taylor's 46. Works at Tattered Covered in Denver, Colorado. And he fancies himself Jason. He's even got one of the screen names. So I'm like, all right. Mariachi's telling us how much money he's making every day. That I'm glad you're all right. Jim contacts me. He's like, I want to do it. I was like, why? He's like, to make some money. I'm like, you're making. I want to go to his. All right. Here. Saturn is what he's driving. He drives his piece of shit Saturn all the way up. Gets there, party all night long. Celebrating, partying, drinking, everything. Meanwhile, Big Fire has placed an order with Outpost.com. $17,000. The second largest order Outpost.com had ever received at that point in time. By this point in time, Outpost knows the first order was fraudulent. Guess where it's going? The exact same address the first order goes. So Outpost picks up the phone, calls this PD. Hey, you got a fraudster. His was like, fine. And Outpost is like, be happy to. So the rule was, on credit cards, you've got full account access. You put the morning that's arrived, sign into the bank, your credit card account. If you can sign in, you go pick up the product. If you can't sign in, go back to sleep that day. Right? Big buyer, got to work. Mariachi and my second in charge, party. Right? But they're supposed to contact Big Buyer. They don't. Meanwhile, Big Buyer is raising hell. Getting up with me like, hey, where are you guy? I can't find them. They don't need to pick up this product. So I can't get in touch with them. They go down to pick up with it. So Mariachi's got a Cadillac, old 70s Cadillac. Got a Cadillac. Pulls into the complex. Now, Mariachi's driving. Kim Taylor's in the passenger seat. David Thomas' girlfriend. At the front of the complex, Mariachi happens to glance at and he sees a van. The guy sitting beside the van. And he looks at Kim Taylor and he's like, that's good. And Kim's like, it's fine. Go pull up the office complex. It's like, I'll go get the back. He walks. The guy behind the counter, I believe he has a back. The guy's like, 1 second. It's the person around the wall. Out pops the Issaquah PD. David Thomas is in the car watching all this happen. He bugs out. And they arrest him on picture where he has 3 fake driver's wallet with the real driver. But they get it. So David Thomas had outstanding arrest. Couldn't find him out. Kim Taylor didn't have it. So we bought him out. My third in charge is he bonds him, uses his girlfriend's account. And I get Marriott, no, I get Kim Taylor to go to Utah, bring another friend of mine agrees house. So I think everything's fine. About 3 weeks later, this guy in Utah, guess what? Hey, he's got to go. I'm like, what's going on? He's like, well, the only thing he's doing is popping ecstasy tablets every day, all day. And I'm like, seriously? Yeah. Okay, he's got to go. So kick him out of there. I've got another crew that's coming. I've had all these crews, right? Another crew that's coming through Denver. Send Kim back to Denver. These guys, Kim gets these guys. So by this point in time, I'm exasperated. I throw my hands up in the air and walk away. So my retirement's time. So I'm like, fuck it, I'm done. So I tell everybody, the rest of the admin and mods there, I'm like, you guys need to watch out for this. You need to ban him, not let him back in. Be careful. I walk away. Same time I walk away, but Johnny, Albert Gonzalez, comes back into play. He sees the thing. He uses that to advantage, starts banning everyone. Him sets up the VPN at the same time and says, hey, we're all secure. And all transactions, VPN. VPNs ran by us. Right? Secret Service ended up, I think they ended up cataloging like $7 billion worth of transactions. Shadow Crew makes the front cover of August 2000. Headline, Who Steals Their Identities? October 26, 2004. United States Secret Service arrests 33 people, 6 countries, 6 hours. I was in Charleston, South Carolina when all it happened, and I'm like,
So you're the one that got away.
I'm the one public. There were a couple other guys that got away, but they didn't. One, his name was Tron. He was a
Hero?
yeah, exactly. But he went by the screen name Tron. He had access, almost unfettered access to Bank of America. Uh, what happens if they identify the guy? Secret Service is in the air. Yeah, they call the Ukrainian police. Hey, we're coming down to arrest this guy. Ukrainian cops are like, oh, come on down. So as soon as they got off the phone, the Ukrainian cops in the car go down and tell them, hey, they're coming to get you. So he bugs out down to South America. They don't catch him. Or 7%.
But well, let me actually ask you on this. You said that do cybercrime eventually. It's not gonna happen.
Does not.
Why is that?
So I don't want to say that because you're going to be arrested, because honestly, very few people are arrested. But it doesn't end well because of the type of person that I quoted earlier. Lie to everybody around you. You lie to yourself, you lie to your family, you lie to your victim. You don't have any friends. You know, I went 20 years without friends. I had associates. I didn't have friends. Can't truly trust. You don't trust anybody. You don't trust. You know, I had my wife. I was married for 9 years. I lied to her every day. 9 years, and it took her 9 years to give up on me. Realize that I was that piece of shit. And she and there I started dating this woman. Lied to her. Lied. I thought I had friends. I lied to all those people that thought they were my friends. I lied to them the entire time. You become that individual. I don't think a lot of people understand how bad that is. You talked about, you pointed out that woman that I ripped off. She was trying to put a roof on her house. Freaking, you're that.
You're also lying to yourself, and that's not a mindset. Grow as a person, find happiness, find genuine, simple human affection, love,
Yeah.
simple, real friendship, all of those.
Right. So, you know, one of the things, one of the most important lessons I have in prison, because cybercrime, crime as a whole, if you're a criminal addiction, if you're addicted to drugs, crime, gambling, what have you, if you're addicted, you cannot love anything else. Addiction is worst. All right, and you know, you pointed out some pretty bad what tortures that guy. You get to the point where it's like, okay, this is, and, you know, I tried to convince myself that I'm a businessman, but I'm a good guy on this, and you're not. Lies become everything else. You know, it's yeah, you get higher ups. They are. You know, you've got millions. Those guys are maybe arrested. They be like James.
as he was going to pay that partner, he's arrested Robert. Law enforcement, they were going to blame him. He was the only guy. One day, he wasn't in prison yet. He gets up one day, goes in his dad's bedroom, gets out his 45, walks in the bathroom, and blows his brains down. You've got the where you're going to rip somebody off. And if I that guy, the guy who ran Evolution, no one knew who two people ran that. The guy and a girl. No one knew who they were. He ends up stealing about $24 billion, a lot of it from the Ukrainian mob, and they found him about a year later on a beach without his head and hands. But it always more than anything to me the negative thing is you really become somebody that truly a distinct human being. When you get to the point when you're destroying people's retirement accounts, you're stealing money from a woman that wants something for her family. You become that in, you're okay with that. I got to the point I had one guy I ripped off like for $900 when I first started cybercrime stuff. Is when I was becoming confident, and I ripped him off like $900, and he sent me an email, and I read the email was something like, I guess you needed money. Okay, here you go. And I'm getting chills right now thinking about it. It's that that individual. Yeah.
Can I actually backtrack? I love love. Okay. And there's a story. Fell in love with the stripper. I mean, you have to tell the story. So how did you fall in love with somebody? Not that there's anything wrong with that profession, but it's romantic. It's like true romance, by the way. Great.
It is a great film. Truly a great.
Even Brad Pitt makes a brief appearance. Genius. Anyway, so tell me that one.
All right, so you know what? For my dad, I get that fear of being abandoned. Blind to my wife for 9 years until he leaves. And Charleston, South Carolina. What happened? I noticed Susan, she was not coming to bed like she used to. Stay up all night long. And she'd go and be gone a few hours. Everything else. Well, something on. I'd pass by her computer and she would minimize the screen. Well, got to figure out what the hell's going on. So, put a keylogger on her.
Anybody should.
Absolutely. Why not?
Practice their movements, all this.
Exactly. Like I said, I was a control freak too. So, now that she'd been cheating on me, she would.
Here you go. They had a reason.
They had a reason. I justified. I found out she's cheating on me. She was a. Well, she got up, walked to the bedroom, opened up the wardrobe, had a suitcase out, started to put her clothes in. And she wakes up. She's like, "Where are you going?" I'm like, "I'm not. You are." Well, my bravado. She finally left, and I went through this depression. Charleston, South Carolina. I was just days. Realized I was getting suicidal, and smart enough. Um, phone book, like psychologist, criminal psychologist, because I need that. Called the psychologist, crying on the phone, over everything. Criminals, what's happened? Like, come in now. Go in. Still like that. And saw her for about 4 months, and I joke about it. She was trying to get me to stop drinking real estate. For telling her, is there a difference? He was like, yes, there's a difference. So saw her for about 4 months. I was 34. I didn't start drinking. I was 30.
mom was an addict. So I always wanted to get control, didn't lose control. And I'd never been to a strip club. One night I was getting lonely. So I walked into the strip club. Actually, I was researching the strip club. It was Joe's Roundup in Charleston, South Carolina. Joe's Roundup. Little bitty hole in the wall. Yeah. So I walked in, and I'm literally that guy, man, that go love me first. Me first. He walked by, I'm like, that one? I didn't know. Strip club. Again, criminal, naive as belly up at the bar, order the beer, and they're drinking it. She comes over, starts talking. She's like, would you like a bottle of champagne? Like, I mean, going back or what? Like, bottle come back. I'm like, sure, champagne. $400 bottle of Corvette. Like, all right. And again, that bravado just pretty quick. I get back there and we talk about. Nowadays, I don't know most strip clubs. Strippers are their therapists. Most of them, right? So, talking. Of course, she's not why she's like, are you right? You know, everything else. And I'm like, telling her, talking. So at the end of the night, I'm like, really not excited. Nice weekend. So I leave. You guys just talk. And there's no dance feeling of love and all that. Yeah, so just got one like her. So come back in a week later, walk in, and call her. I was like, I'm not trying to. I like you playing like, yeah, rude to John. I was like, don't know what it is. So I go back and I had a theater buddy that time. JC was, I got a date. And you got a date. Yeah, man, I got a date. He's like, okay, where are you going? Rude to John. And he's like, take your wallet. I'm like, yeah. And he's like, take your wallet. It's like, all right. So we start lunch and the dinner. I get to where I really like her. I was 34. And got along well with had comedy arts, stuff like that. She had, it's stereotypical. She graduated college with a degree. Yeah. So I was like, all right. So, yeah, we got along really well. So I ended up with her and she had a job. What was happening was she was working weekend, and the club would close at 3 or 4. She wouldn't come home until 11 in the morning, and most of the time it would be a phone call saying, "Come and pick me up. I can't drive home." And I never used drugs. I've never been around my mom, valued pot, things like that. But as far as interacting with her, at this point in time, I'm kind of getting head over heels with her. I moved her in with everything. I was 34, I never went through a woman's first month. And she comes and passes out. And I'm like, I gotta know what's going on. And went over and went through her purse. Found cocaine. And, the straw cut off straws and all that stuff. And I'm like, I just sat there and started crying. Got online, and the guy that can find information. So I started looking for forums on strip club. Found a forum, found that one, found where it was talking about her prostituting herself. That guy been talking about everything she was doing. Do that. And I broke your heart there. Oh, man. Yeah. So, when I didn't have the heart to tell her that. But I was like, she was waking up. I found this. I can't have it. And she's like, "Do you think I'm prostitute?" I didn't mention it. And like, I can't have that. Well, I don't do that. So, she went back to work and continued to do it for a couple more weeks. I was like, I can't. Picked her up one morning, drive home. Before I picked her up, I put her on the pillow, brought her home. Told her I'd be back that night. Letter when she woke up. Letter was basically, I love you. You can't stop this. I'll be here when I get back. I went to Columbia. Came back that night. And she quit drugs. Really quit. And I got it in my head that I needed to do whatever I needed to do to make sure she didn't go back. That became that to me because my back that $1,000 shoes every week, $2,000 purse every week, all that. I had most of the money worked out to Antonio. And Elizabeth at the same time, she quit, but she didn't be there. I guess that was that connection. I guess she was scared she'd be back. So Shadow Crew gets busted. I go through all my U.S. funds. Can't get anything from overseas. Shadow Crew gets busted. I can't tax fraud because it's over. Can't go back into credit fraud because Shadow Crew's been busted. I don't really trust mine. I'm left with running counterfeit cashier's checks, being money, trying to make it, start back with fraud. And lying to her the entire time. She knows about none of this. She thinks I've got a shit on. And she's got expensive things. So, and at the same time, she couldn't be intimate. I mean, the girl loved me. That's the first time I've really said that.
There's a deep love there, both ways.
Yeah. Yeah. So, she couldn't be intimate unless she was stone cold drunk. Stone cold. And I didn't mind her drinking alcohol. I'd rather have that than cocaine. So that was there, and I kept thinking if I could continue to invest, that it would work out. That she'll be all right. We'll be. What happens is that she thought I had money. She thought I had money. She wanted a couple of Tiffany engagement rings. We can get married. I figured it was marriage. I love her. She'll be all right. Get married. And she's like, I've always wanted a Tiffany ring, but I didn't have money to buy the Tiffany ring because all my money was overseas. Here I am. Counterfeit cashiers. I find a 3-carat ring on eBay for $1 grand. Pay for it with a counterfeit cashier's check. At the same time, because she doesn't want me to leave, she needs me there. Typically, if you're doing a type of crime, you can't do it because you're going to be identified. I knew running counterfeit cashier checks to get the money to live and everything. Get the engagement ring. We were scheduled to be married. Our wedding date was February 26th, 2005. February 8th, 2005. I'm got a Tiffany wedding couple, and I get arrested in Charleston, South Carolina. And I told her, I said, I've got to go pick up those rings. And I left it. Of course, I wanted to call her. FBI got me. It turns out it was approach like 30 market. FBI got me. Charleston PD got me. Within 45 minutes, takes over that investigation. They knew exactly on about 7 o'clock at night. They're like, yeah. I was like, what? And I go, okay, so I got to see my phone at that point. I had like 140 calls. That, trying to call that time. Where? Yeah. And so they load me up, and hell, I mean, talk about cars, 40 agents, everything else. She's got a dog at that point. I'm scared to shoot the dog. And dark, and they had me walk up. They're all behind me. I knock on the door. The police are there. The dog. She does. Back in cuffs, down, start rating her with questions. She had no idea what the hell was going on. Be able to say a word or two. I was trying to tell her. They take a watch off her wrist, ring, about this guy, real name, bang, 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 across the probably terrified. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. And tell her, I was like, look, you want to arraign me tomorrow? Don't come, don't come. I said, see what's going on, but don't show up. Of course, she's there, her dad. He's back in the back crying, reading off the charges under $300,000 bond and everything. And that's it. From the cell. Meanwhile, more charges coming in. 10, 12 charges a day at that point. And I'm trying to call her, make sure she's all right. So I spent 3 months in jail. And during that 3 months, she visits Wise, like 3 or 4 phone calls to her. I look back now, I understand why. Back then, it's like, why doesn't she talk to me? But now I understand why. Hell, or let me, she found out I was a piece of shit. Weekend County Jail, 2 agents fly in, pulled me out of the cell, looked at me, and they're like, got your laptop? And like, well, have you got anything on your laptop? I was like, yeah. He's like, you're going to be charged. I think. And then he looks at me, he's like, do anything for us. I told him my exact words were, if you let me get back to the I'll do whatever you want. And he looks at me, he's like, we're going to get you out. Let me sit. To get a taste of it. And get me out. My sister, they have the bond reduced to $1,000. My sister pays the $1,000 bond. By this point, she because I'm dating. And he sponsors me. The person that I call immediately is Elizabeth. I'm out. And she's like, I'll be there. Like, out of the Charleston County Jail. Me and the Secret Service standing there, and Elizabeth had a friend on the limo cover. She pulls up in a limo, gets out, pops the trunk, these plastic containers out that have my clothes. Drops on the pavement, comes over, hugs, call me later. Car drives off, crying like a baby. Agent, I mean, is that your fiance? I'm like, yeah. And he's like, I am so sorry. And I'm like, yeah. I had sounds fascinating. Yeah. Well, but yeah. I had $30. I think $30. Agent had to pay for my hotel. He drops me off at the Pamphlet Hotel room, buy me something. As soon as he drops me off, I take that $30, walk a half mile to Walmart. We paid $7. Back in. Get back to the hotel room, call this beggar. She comes to me and we talk. And convince her to give me a chance. I tell her that everything's going to be all right. I'm hiring out one of these big consultant. Why? She get back. Okay. We moved from Charleston to the office. I'm ready to start working. And got me in the office. I'm on a laptop, outside line, laptops, 50-inch plasma on the wall. They've got a desktop next to me, outside line. Officer in the room at all times. My job is 6 hours a day. Picking up targets in the now cybercrime. First, they are problem is that shit. Because I'm very fast online, dude. I guess tiring. Weeks they get watching me. At the same time, they've got Spectre Pro and bloggers and taking snapshots. Every night goes on a TV ROM. So I'm like, fuck it. Start breaking all from inside the Secret Service while they're in the room. Why not? That continues for 2 months. At the same time, the relationship fell apart. Yes, you have an understanding why. It's just because her heart got broken. Like, it felt like she did a lot. Yeah. To sacrifice. You've got a woman there. She even said it. She's like, she told one of her friends having before I got arrested. She told one of her friends that I was the guy that asked her. I mean, I have to say that part of the story is so powerful. And then she chose, and she told me that when it's she told me that if she could marry me, she would be married. As far as I know, she would be married. So it started to fall apart. Yeah, because I was a piece of shit. So you didn't take a step by the. Can I just say, oh, yeah, thank you for being that person. But at that time, you feel that lie. Oh man, yeah. She wants to start clubs. started going to strip clubs and shit back. Have what have one night. I mean, she was like, I think it'd be funny if you got a blowjob. That got me. That got me. I mean, that was the final straw right there. Like, he doesn't care for me anymore or anything else like that. We've been going to strip clubs, so I started dating another stripper. She knew something was going on. And she looks at me one day, she's like, why don't you tell me that it's over? And I looked at her. And I was like, whatever you want. If we rent an apartment, I was like, whatever you want in here, take it. And not only that, but make sure you got money. You're all right. And like, just leave me, I'll leave my TV, leave me some place. I go to work that day at the Secret Service, come back that night, and she's taking everything, and left a picture of herself in the bedroom on the floor. I'm like, okay, I guess I deserve that.
Yeah, I like her. She got a chance to you.
She was cool. I'm giving her $1,000 like every 2 weeks. It gets to the point because I'm doing tax fraud. Well, the debit card companies are pinging the cards. They realize, hey, using my debit card, so I start card cash out. I start not to have the money. And I'm like, she calls and she's like, look, I have to have money. And I was like, I'm doing what I can. You promised money. And I was like, if you knew what I would be asking. And she's like, I need money. My rent. I'm like, your rent's behind? She's like, yes. I'm like, okay. I pick up the phone. I'm like, rent. Apartment. Oh, no, that rent's paid up. Like, okay. Hang up. Call Elizabeth back. I was like, you're behind on. Yeah. Funny. They just picked her up on it 3 months. She gets quiet. She's like, well, you lied to me too. And I was like, right. I did that. I was like, but look, I can't do it. Um, that's not right. What happened. I had a buddy, Sean, out of Los Angeles. I told him tax return. I told Sean, I go, tell him if I ever contact me. And so I go missing, then I show back up online. First day he contacts me. He becomes a target. They identify him pretty quickly. He's set to be arrested in March of 6. Operation Rolling Stone was 9 people arrested that night. Secret Service goes and arrests the guy. They search his apartment and don't find anything. The apartment manager comes out and explains to him, honest, apartment. In fact, he brought in $30,000 worth of Italian tile to the apartment renting. And by the way, last night he had a U-Haul out here. He got a whole the service comes back in. They look at me, they're like, he used a polygraph. My answer was, I ain't taking it. Like, well, we'll put it back in jail. Like, you don't have to take the polygraph. Good, I'm not willing. But they will put you back in jail. We'll do that. And he's like, have you done anything? Like, okay. Like, let's take the polygraph. They asked 3 questions. Questions were, have you talked to anybody? Have you been on a computer outside of the office? Have you talked to the press? Which I was interviewing with the New York Times the entire time. And then have you contacted or warned anybody about an investigation? I felt on it. So they revoked the bond. Took me back down to Charleston County, throw me in the jail. 3 days later, back up. And pulled me out of the cell. It's Jim Ramacone and Bobby Kirby. And they were, I mean, honestly, they gave me chances upon chances. I was Jim Ramacone and Bobby. And Bobby, I mean, Bobby was. Later on, a couple of years ago, I had a chance to. Have lunch with the man. And sorry for everything I did. I got him and another agent fired. And I was sorry for what happened. And he told me that he's like, we were your friends. We were your friends. But they wanted to help. Yeah. They wanted you to be a good. Yeah. Yeah. What got me so damn bad is I told him, I was like, man, I'm trying to be a better guy. And he's like, Brett, you always were a good guy. You know it. And people like that. Yes. People like that. Somebody to basically believe, oh man, that you can be a good man. So Jim Ramacone pulled me out. He's the second in charge of South Carolina. He's got the Miranda waiver in front of him, right? And he's like, playing hard. Bobby's over here looking strong, for dog. And Jim's like, here's the way this works. You want to tell me everything you've done. 6 years. I'm going to make it my mission in life to fuck over you and your family. He said, I just in case get out of prison. I'll act on you the rest of your life. And he slides the Miranda waiver over and he's like, yeah, you want to talk? And I looked at him and I was like, nope. It's like, he gets all red in the face, storms out. As on the way out, he's like, fuck you very much. So I go back to the cell. A week later, I'm only under arrest charges. A week later, judge rules they revoke bond and property. Reinstate. Nobody calls the speakers. No, I walk out. I was dating this. I like, well, if they're going to fuck me, they're going to have to find me. Just went on the move. Yeah, I called the stripper girl up. I given her like $60K, like that. And I told her, I was like, Kim, I need some money. Like, what? And I was like, look, I said, give me $1,000. I'll give you back $3,000 in 2 weeks. Okay, so I met her in Augusta, Georgia. And got the 1,000 and started driving west on I-20. No idea where to go to, anything else. Got to Dallas. They prepaid debit cards turned down. And walked in the office, convinced the guy, convinced the guy to get me 60 prepaid debit cards without a driver's license, without paying anything else he did. And that started the run. I ended up stealing, from that, I stole like 160K profit. Used that to buy a Jeep Cherokee. And the idea was enough money to bug out Florianopolis. Set up shop down there. Do it again. That was it. So I was on the run for 4 months, $100,000. I was in Las Vegas, Nevada. One day I had stolen 160K out of it again. Went in the next morning. I woke up, signed on to cartersmarket.com, which was ran by Max Butler, the icon. And there's my name, U.S. And that gets your attention. That's my real name with out of it. They knew my name and that environment at all. And they did. Service, Operation Angle, Fisher, everything else. Of course, they're all everybody. They're like, oh yeah. I sat there looking at it, and I was like, said it out loud. I was like, well, Mr. Johnson, what is this? What do you do now? And I was like, I'm going into the world. Literally. Said that out loud. ended up cheap. Drove from Las Vegas to Orlando, Florida, and got the two annual passes, one to Disney World, the other one to Universal Studios. For a timeshare, they were building these new timeshares right off Universal Drive, brand new timeshares. Pay for a timeshare 9 months. Like, you take cash? Yeah, we take cash. There's $12,900. It wasn't furnished, so I went down to a furniture store, bought $50,000. They had seized a DVD collection, bought that back, and proceeded to go to Disney World. That lasted about 6 weeks. They used a triggerfish, that's what they use nowadays, to find me. But one day I was like 10:30 in the morning on Saturday, September 16th was the day. Yeah, 2006. I was used to the builders coming around knocking, making sure it was all right. But I was asleep, heard this knocking, get up, through the keyhole, nobody's there, keyhole, nobody's there. Huh. Open the door, step out into the hallway. Walking down the hall is Bobby Kirby, another South Carolina guy, and a Orlando Worth County cop. And, they turn around. They're like, "Hey, Brett." I'm like, "Hey, Bobby, how are you?" And it's like, "We're good. How are you?" I would like to come in. Like, first, I was like, "Probably a good idea." He walks in like those guys. Like, "Hey, got anything in here?" Yeah, there's 120. He's like, "Serious?" Like, "Yeah, that and an AK-47. His face goes white. He's like, "You got a rifle?" I was like, "No, I'm kidding." Like, he was like, "Okay." So they throw me in jail, Orange County, and diesel therapy. Diesel therapy is, it took like 2 weeks to transport me from Orange County to Columbia. What happens is you stop process it out. You get to your bunk, hey, transport you. They do that on purpose. On purpose. Wears you down mentally and physically and everything. I get to Columbia, South Carolina. Now, while I was in Orange County, what happened? Inmate, we were in he looked at me. His name was Eddie. He's like, "Hey, man, the only time you get off is man, I don't use drugs." He's like, "Find drug problem, get you." I'm like, "Find drug problem." So, what happens is, every county got to stop at on the way to Columbia. Tell them, cocaine. By the time I get to Columbia, South Carolina, they paper trail of Mr. Johnson requesting drugs. I had hired some son attorney. They made me drop him because I paid for him when he was alone. So they give me a public defender. He gets a psychological evaluation order for me. Psychologist in the county jail, 4-hour interview. About halfway through, he looks at me. He's like, "Use any type of drugs?" I was like, "Yeah." He's like, "What do you? Cocaine, smoke or snort? Snort. How much? An 8 ball a day. That's a lot." "Yeah." "Do you have any trouble out of that?" "Yeah. I can't get an erection." And he looks at me. I'm looking at him like, because I had gotten that shit from Boogie Nights. So I'm like, and finally I'm like, "Is that right?" And he was like, "It could happen." I was like, "Okay." So that makes it in my pre-sentence. So all federal inmates, probation office, and prosecutor, they do this detailed background check. Basically tell the judge how much time. But that drug, that interview, basically, the day of interview, day of sentence, I pled guilty, day of sentence. The prosecutor, he stands up and breaking, and he's like, "Mr. Johnson, manipulated." Prosecutor, and he's days on her. We had on the upper end. I've been telling everybody in the jail that if they give me people, like, "Okay, sure." So the judge looks at me, she's like, "I agree." I'm like, she said, 75 months. I looked at my lawyer and I was like, can you get the drug program for me? I don't know why I'll ask. He stands up. Your Honor, we order the drug program. Johnson. The judge said, no, but I'll evaluate. Secret Service had told her he's like, no, but I'll recommend he evaluate it. I was a lawyer. I was like, he's like, probably not going to get it. And I was like, how soon can you get me to the camp? And he was like, appeal. I exactly get me to the camp. I'll take it from there. Like I'm the biggest idiot. I get sent to camp. I have friends, family members for camps that don't have a camp, and let alone Ashland. It's like I'm in Ashland, and up there, razor wire on top, and I'm like, I don't find this. Well, I go in. I ask, are there any jobs outside? Guards like, National Forest, you can do landscaping. I'm like, around a week here. 2 days later, I walk into the landscaping office, and the cop is genius. The cop behind the entire wall, blown up compound, and the outline here. So I can literally plot where I'm. Right? My dad, I hadn't spoken to that man in years, and he shows up at my stands up in front of the judge. He's like, Your Honor, I want to make sure Greg gets a good start. He didn't look at when he gets out. Looking back, the man's meant that. And I just thought, bullshit. So he starts to be in prison. I mean, yeah, in prison. About the third visit, and he looks at me, he's like, I've been reading about you online. I was like, yeah. He's like, yeah. Like, there's a lot of money you made. And I was like, yeah. He's like, and I'm like, so what I used to say, and again, that is this thing of terms of things. What I used to say is I thought my dad was back in my life, and he was just trying to use me. Right? Is that my dad hadn't really seen me except in that frame of crime. Mom, I really think that's how it is. You want to connect with you in places where you know, where you love, where you're interested in. Right. And what I did is I manipulated the devil to be okay. So I agreed to teach him how to do tax fraud. In turn, he had the money he had to his name. He had $4,000 cash. So I manipulated him to get me that and dropped me out to change of clothes, cell phone, and driver's license. The driver's license he had was my driver's license, Red Johnson. So I was at the camp for the hardest worker that landscaping had ever seen. At one point, the cops got me on a mountainside with a broom. Like, yeah, we'll do that. They're building trust with the guys there. We're the master. Yeah. And it take off. And I lasted 3 weeks. U.S. Marshals made it 100. They call me U.S. Marshals. Third canvas in the Free State area. They found me, I think, 200 miles from Lexington. They found me in Lexington because I had to use my real driver's license. I had a laptop, I had a prepaid debit card, and I had some identity information. One way it got me was I had dyed my hair in flaming red. I had a deep tan, like the and I was on the laptop. The guy walked by. He walks by the window, and he stops, and then he backs up. He looks inside, knocks on the window. I look at him, he's like, you about this path. And he points at us, and he points at the door. Now! Oh, okay. I opened up the door. He's like, U.S. Marshals Service. So they arrested me, and they canvassed the area. They
every hotel, everything else. I had.
It's like traditional, like there was police church. It wasn't like from the internet. They kind of got something
just very good. He is our story. When they arrest me, I go to a. I'm initially at the county jail and then hell there. And I'm transferred after sentencing on that. So I spent like I think 2 or 3 months in Oregon. At my sentence, it happened so quickly after the initial sentence that they exact same treatment about all that drug shit. But my sentencing, prosecutors there, secret service there, judge, me, and my prosecutor said, like, Your Honor, we'd like it if you would consider that when Johnson was arrested, he had a laptop, he had all this information with him, looked like he was engaged in identity theft yet again. Judge, looked at the prosecutor, no. Says, hey, if you were going to charge him, you should have charged him. I'm only considering the escape. Then he looks at me. He's like, Mr. Johnson, it looks like by keeping your mouth shut, you're really saving yourself from charge. My response was, yes, Your Honor. And he's like, opens with the precinct. And also, like, before you got involved with all this drugs, you were a pretty citizen. Yes, Your Honor. He's like, so here's what I want to do. I want to get 18 months on the escape. He said, I'm also, I was 15. I'm going to get 15 months on this. He said, I'm also going to order the drug program for you. I'm like, yes, Your Honor. The drug program gives you a year off and gives you 6 months and halfway out. Maybe I got out of prison 3 months ago.
The original thing of drugs work.
It worked. Now the interesting thing, this was the best lie ever, honestly. Best. I spent 8 months in solitary. 8 months. That's it. Because you ain't got no books for the first month. They give you a King James Bible. And then
For a month, no book. So, but pretty small and
6 by 9. Yeah.
no book.
No paper, no pen, pencil.
You alone.
You got a mat. It's not like it's you're sleeping 16, 18 hours a day.
What about that? Were you thinking about even just going back to you think about
You go through all that. The whole all that. Everything. Every single bit of that. And so you're supposed to get out an hour a day. Law says you're supposed to get out an hour a day. That's the law. That's not the way that actually happens. What actually happens is you're lucky to get out an hour a week. You take a shower twice a week. And that's it. You get a phone call.
oh, so you don't get to see nature.
Solitary. All right. And it takes about a week. The first week is roughly bounce it off. Yes. Yes. That does arrive. Well, I had it. I'm well versed in King James Bible. So you're having it finally get a an 8 months. And they sent me out to Big Spring, Texas, West Texas, where have you been out there?
No,
Man,
but I can tell.
prairie dogs and tarantulas. It got, no kidding, it gets so hot that warnings come on the radio telling you not to drive on certain streets because that's big. So if you've seen the movie Dusk Till Dawn, the opening scene, that's very hot. So that's where I find out what it really is. And not ran by guards. Prisons are ran by inmates. That. So you're met at the door by whatever race you are. What happens? Big Spring is Air Force compound.
go through processing, and walking up to the unit, and I'm met at the door by a guy named Nick Sanford. He's the treasurer of the Aryan Brotherhood. And out of his mouth, any more white guys? And I didn't know. I was like, I don't know, 4 or 5. Next question. My answer was, because I'm like, I ain't got no worries. My answer was computer crimes. Oh, it turns out, wrong thing to say. Because computer crime is not credit card theft or hacking or any bullshit like that. Computer crime in prison is child pornography. So tell him that. He looks at me like, I ain't shit. Goes, gets his buddy. They circle around. What are you in here?
I like how the Aryan Brotherhood has like lines. They're like,
oh yeah, this is child porn, son.
That's it. That's the bad guy.
They circle around. They're like, what did you say you're in here for? I'm trying to explain it to them. They're like, you tell a good story. You still did this.
Now, computer crime basically really does mean usually
in prison, yeah. And what you see, and that's one thing you find out, that the guys that are going in there, child, they will tell them it's credit card. So, yeah. So I'm that guy.
And you also don't, I mean, people, you don't exactly look like a typical computer hacker.
That's true. That's true. That's true. But I don't look like a pedophile either.
That's right. Right. But it's like, it doesn't make it seem like you're, I mean, I guess you're not wearing a hoodie and you're not like emo, dark, you know.
The way it actually works in prison, they won't attack you. So they have to see paperwork, which now in federal prison, you don't transport with paperwork because of that. So they have to see paperwork, or the guard will tell them. Guards will tell who the pedophiles are. So none of the guards told them that was anything. They think I am. They're not doing anything because at the end of the first month, I'd been talking to Kevin Colson over at Wired Magazine about Max Button. He has an article about it. Shows up in Wired Magazine. So at the end of the first month, Wired Magazine hits compound, front cover. That's all you would think. So I'm reading the article, really happy about it. But what happens is at 4 o'clock is bell call. 4 o'clock is stand-up count nationwide. After 4 o'clock, it's bell call, and not all bell for bell comes. I get the magazine. I'm like, shit. Then it says Brett Johnson equals
No, snitch.
right up there with a pedophile. So we go to dinner after that. At dinner, you could hear it. Gordon, next day, shuts down the entire company. Calls me into his office. They got security there, they got the counselor there, and everything else. Gordon looks at me. He's like, "Did you give an interview to Wired Magazine?" I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "Do you not know they will kill you here?" I'm like, "Do you feel?" Well, I know if you tell me you don't feel safe, transport. Transport you means another months of solitary confinement. You start to see shit in solitary confinement. I'm like, no, I'm gonna do that. So I'm completely safe. He's like, if anybody says anything, immediately do it because they'll fucking kill you. They do a locker search, try to confiscate. Next day, I walk in, there's Nick Sanders, man on the bunk, magazine wide open. I'm like, oh shit. Walked up to him, like, hey Nick, what are you doing? He's like, oh, reading. Like, anything interesting? He's like, getting there. And I was like, take it from me. Take the magazine, right there. He's like, man, I already get profit. Anyone on the compound? I was like, but, all right. In federal prison, you gotta have a job. Everybody works. You gotta work. I got a job in teaching class. Wednesday, 6:30 p.m. Lit. And all, every area on the compound signs up for this class. A couple guards every now and then pop in. And it's no. Wrong.
7:30 p.m. That's how I didn't get my ass beat. And my other job, I had two jobs. Another job, you get to the point, it's weird, but you get to the point, people walking off the bus, you know, two groups of people, you know who bank robbers are immediately, just by them walking off the bus, right? That motherfucker's a bank robber.